Seventh Seal. The Antichrist Whore of Babylon. By Jai Orgo Series Hayton. Dharma. A Phoenix Journal. Introduction. Rec number 1 Aten. Friday, February 15, 1991, 7:21 a.m. Year 4 Day 183. I am Aten. Today's watch. February 15, 1991. You have now witnessed truth, even though it comes from behind a shroud of dishonesty and deception. Saddam Hussein has asked that you stop the bombing, and with minor pleadings for negotiations on Middle East peace follow-up, he has said he would move out of Kuwait, a first-time reference to Kuwait as independent from the 19th province. This offer was categorically denied and refused consideration by your nation, and the pronouncement was made to you, the public, from your president puppet at a meeting wherein he was giving great honor to the most elite of the Zionist scientists. He proclaimed the plea to stop the slaughter to be a cruel hoax. And the nations applaud this lie in the hypnosis by the whore. Support your troops. You sacrifice them unto this god of destruction and bow to the god while he laughs at you and drinks of the blood of your babies. There is very little godness left within you, and ye who wouldst live by the sword shall surely die by the sword. And I shall bring my people home. When this beast goes down, you cannot imagine the numbers of you who have been duped, who will go with him into the bindings of the generations, for I shall win. That which has been created can be uncreated by that which created. Ponder it, for thine time grows short indeed. I pronounce this benediction, for my promises are kept without exception, and justice shall prevail. No evil shall be brought within my kingdom, and those who cannot separate therefrom shall be in the remaining with it, and forevermore there shall be no peace within the beings of darkness, in separation from lighted places and devoid of godness. Ye have just recreated hell. He spoke of joy and despair and all the much-mouthed condescending words to peace. He claimed great joy took place in Iraq, and soldiers were exuberant and shot weapons into the air in celebration as the news first broke. Ah, not so, they shot into the air in protest, dear ones, for you have killed their women and children, and the men have not left to celebrate. The world, and the coalition as it is called, is coming apart. First is Spain, who pronounces the bombing uncivilized and heinous. The hidden council meeting at the United Nations erupted into bedlam and chaos. You are witness to the Zionist power in full control of your government. I did not use the term Jewish, I said Zionist. If this war continues unabated, there will be a holy war to end all wars, the mother of wars. There will be particle beams and atomic holocaust unleashed, and you saw with your own eyes, your administration refusing to consider the peace talks. Will the refusal hold past the Monday meeting between Aziz and Gorbachev? Well, it is uncertain, for the Zionists must have this war to gain world dominance, but they are also clever enough to know that the Americans may well stand up against the administration and the Zionists' stranglehold on that administration. It is a most tedious sequence of ours, beloved ones, for this turn of events causes your enemy, your Zionist administration, to have to act rashly in order to quickly bring the pot to higher boil and preclude a stop to the fighting. Quit listening to the words of honey which flow from Bush's mouth, and look at him. He is robotic in his demeanor, unbending in his drive into destruction and conquest, and there is no humanitarian compassion in the entity. Ye can only perceive a dead man, for without the soul of life there is no life. Saddam has said that he would comply with the UN resolution and get out of Kuwait. This is exactly that which the UN resolution demanded. The United States has pushed in unlimited manner beyond all possible interpretation of the resolutions, with total disregard for any opinion or pleading to stop this insanity, and yet you push on and on, murdering more and more and feasting on the blood. Now you will spill the blood of your own upon the sands of that place of Babylon, for the Antichrist whore set upon your world. There is no way to miss of it, America, ye world, if you but see and hear. You enter a dark period in the history of man this day if you do not demand a turnabout. You can mark it in blood upon your calendars, and through the actions of the United States of America, so shall fall the world. Are you listening, world? Ye of the nations elsewhere can stop of it if ye but will. So be it. Read this book or throw of it away, I care not which, for the commissions given unto my servants have been fulfilled, to present truth unto you at the risk of death by my own people in the face of attack after attack upon their beings. You can stop this thing come upon you, but I tell you now, it appears that you will not do so, and you will continue to march to the Satan's drummers as laid forth for the marching from the Antichrist himself, the Zionist Hazars, who are not allowed in any of the lighted places of the cosmos within your universe. They are birthed and thrive on the evil energies manifested from the physical limitations of Creator's perfection. Perfection and balance cannot be maintained in the presence of this manner of control, for it is only of the physical dimension and feeds only on itself. This is the time of the shadows in the valley. You who deny of this truth deny it only with thine consciousness of physical projection and through thine physical mouths, for you know within in thine God self that what I give unto you be truth. The actions are so blatantly obvious that any man can see it no longer requires discernment, and that, dear ones, is the mark of the beast who feels total control of this prey. Is it finished? Not until the 12th hour is finished is it finished. The beast prostitute took from you the truth of God, Creator, so that you would lose of your way and come willingly into his trap, and so it is, but you are not given to see that which is the battle of battles, and that, dear ones, is the imprisonment of this bastard whore within the pits of the chaotic hell of the physical manifestation without reprieve. The world of the physical is but a passing blink of an eye, and these ones who follow this beast shall be given to perish within that beast. For the projections of God Creator, the wondrous and glorious journey has only just begun in its experience in the true freedom of the cosmos and universe, so it is coming to pass in these days upon your placement, that God shall separate the good wheat from the chaff, and that which is blighted shall be left to the blight. Salom. You may destroy the books and you may perceive that you destroy the truth bringers and turn away the cosmic hosts, but ye destroy naught but selves, for the truth shall never fall into destruction and will stand forever in the annals and archives of existence into infinity, and so be it. Armageddon is at hand. I am Aten. If ye know not who I is Aten, I believe it might be great wisdom to be in the immediate finding out. Forward. Rec number 1 Sananda. Friday, February 15th, 1991, 6:15 a.m. Year 4 Day 183. Peace, Thomas. I am Sananda in radiance and service unto God this day of the new cycle. May each walk in the knowledge that service unto God is a difficult path, yet one filled with glory and inner peace. Yeah, though the stones may hurl and the voices may raise, give not into the slings and arrows but continue thine work. For much remains to be brought forth that man may come into his understanding, and it is part of the testing which shall never end that one shall effort to pull you from your appointed task. You must not allow it. It is better to walk away than to engage such foolishness. So be it. Why was I not petitioned on it yesterday when you heard the tremendous booms? Did you assume that Dharma and Haton would address it? What if Dharma were unable to, or Haton was needed elsewhere, which was indeed the case? You must stop whatever you are doing, Thomas, and inquire of me that the information may immediately flow to bring understanding to ones who walk around in quandary. Let this serve as sufficient chiding. The sounds you heard were serious indeed, and you ones will be hearing more and more such sounds before all is said and done in this scenario, which only now is getting truly dangerous. I speak not of the word, though this, too, is under attack. I speak of the war. There is a battle taking place of which you know nothing. And when the Soviets begin to engage you with their cosmospheres, may God have mercy, for you have nothing with which to combat such measures. Yesterday was something of an attitude adjustment, from the Soviets. Needless to say, the message was received loud and clear. Whether your military people take heed is another matter, for they are robotoids and madmen, mostly, and it is the fate of a nation they hold in the balance. Give thanks that the beam was not thrust upon your fault lines, for California would be devastated. The control the Soviets wield with their cosmospheres is awesome indeed. As the devastation unfolds and the American military agenda becomes increasingly aggressive, it shall become increasingly transparent to those reporting from the middle lines, for none are allowed to the front. It would be shocking to those who would view from that vantage point. The anger and the commitment of the Arab world shall grow more and more intense, as the scenes of the women and children torn to bits, bloodied, burned beyond recognition are shown and reach the mass populace, and when such a feeling as this takes hold, the holy war will begin in earnest. May God have mercy on your souls. The lid of information will be clamped tighter and tighter. The transmissions on all fronts will be scrambled, jammed, interrupted, etc., etc., etc. And still ones will escape the madness to report, first to small brave newspapers who will print such things in other nations. But then it shall travel, either the word, the story, or the individuals, and soon the truth will come out. And the American people will become angry on that day, for it will be all too evident that America's involvement in the Gulf is not sanctioned by God but by Satan himself. So be it. Right, Thomas. Blindly the yellow ribbons are tied and the American flag is waved. The American flag is the most wondrous, beautiful, and significant symbol upon your orb. It was God-given. The support for your brave men and women stationed overseas is admirable and understandable. But, if you truly love these ones, then make your views known and bring them home to live out their natural-born lives with you, not the memory that they shall surely become. The cause you fight for is totally and 100% without honor. The men and women are honorable, of course, for they know not that which they do or why. They are merely fulfilling that which they believe is their responsibility to country, and God hears their pleas and shall protect all who petition in earnest. So be it. Do none of you even grow angry over the perpetual use of the term collateral damage to discuss the death of innocent citizens. What has happened to you? Those of mine crew on the ground grow weary. I hold you ever close, for you must not stop. You may slow for brief moments to gather a bit of rest, but you must not stop, for to do so is to give in to the enemy. God does not yield. Tough the road grow difficult, and ones fall to the right and fall to the left, keeping moving, keeping working. The days ahead shall be filled with darkness. Hold ever to the light of God as thine shield and buckler, for the light of God shall see you through. Those who work with us in the balance of the laws shall brought into safety. The rest shall be left to experience that which has been brought upon self. So be it. Bring this to a close that the day may begin. Walk ever in peace, Thomas, for I hold you close. Do not grow discouraged, for it has not been told to you that your job would be easy. This is why you have come. Salut. I am Sananda. Chapter 1. Rec number 2 Haton. Friday, February 1st, 1991, 8:49 a.m. Year 4 Day 169. Dharma, do not be confused. The information, dedication, just written will be found, for it is nicely tucked away when Aten is through writing. He means it. Let us continue. I request that the dedication be forwarded immediately to TB and, under separate cover, a copy of Pleiades Connection. Father is calling his miracles to attention. Today's watch. As the confusion of that which is happening this day in the Saudi desert storm continues ad nauseam, know that Father watches and take to heart that which unfolds, for hidden within is also his purpose toward truth. I am queried this day on, why doesn't the U.S. Air Force take out the convoy of armored equipment headed for the border? They are trying to do so, but, you see, All those lovely missiles of pinpoint accuracy are exactly that pinpoint, so each head can only take out its single target at best, and you, dear ones, are running low on such ammunition. You were so sure of victory in the air that you used so many backup missiles that you now run low. It is exactly that upon which Saddam depended such a barrage in the first 2 weeks that you would cease to have cover of adequate weaponry to continue the barrage on the ground forces. The cruise missiles continue to land with deadly accuracy on civilian targets. The US is going to attempt to pull CNN's reporter out of Iraq, and Saddam knows it. That is why others are being allowed within. A journalist cannot be present as this heinous pounding of the populace and innocent citizenry takes place without seeing it for that which it is hell intended. The chemical plant, as you describe it, in Iraq, was exactly that which it said, a baby formulae factory. This is why the journalist is attempting to get some truth through to you the people, for you are destroying the very communities where the people of innocence dwell. You are not building a desire to retreat, you are building a hate beyond that which can long be contained. Mental health among your US troops. I give you information from Operation Desert Storm which will, I hope, shock your populace into attention. You somehow think this is a lark for your men in uniform. No, they are sleeping in the sands, cooked and then frozen. They are getting eaten by sand fleas, isolated from real information, your Pentagon says sequestered, and they do not understand what in the world they are doing there. There have been dozens of intended suicides by your US servicemen, along with officers who cannot send their men into this fray as it is coming down. The field hospitals are full of injured by self-infliction wounds and attempted suicides. The suicide method of choice is, of course, gunshot, but also overdosing. We have received confirmation of this information straight from the Desert Storm front lines with the request to please publish this in the Phoenix Express. The madness must somehow be brought to a stop. I have, further, received much backup material in conjunction with the above request. I acknowledge and will get it to you the people as quickly as possible. Money, economy, and subterfuge. What we have received in great measure is backup information regarding the Soviet economic debacle. Right from Moscow. You must understand that you in the US get censored press, and that which makes it to the media is tampered and colored. Nonetheless, enough seeps through to make the point of truth. At response to request, I will ask Dharma to copy, please, the news story of January 25, 1991, Ruble decree continues to cause economic upheaval. Soviet Union, critics cite paydays with no pay, a loss of savings that could affect shoppers and lost confidence in banks. Moscow, first, there was nothing to buy, and now there is no money to buy it with. Yuri Zubkov managed an ironic smile, shrugged and added, in the Soviet Union, this is called economic reform. The mood of those around him in a crowd outside a bank in central Moscow was unmistakably angry, however, and there was a bitter sense of betrayal and often a deep rage. The life savings of many were virtually wiped out by governmental decrees this week, withdrawing large domination bills from circulation and virtually freezing savings accounts for 6 months. President Mikhail S. Gorbachev's twin goals had been to strip the country's powerful black marketeers of their operating capital, driving as many as possible out of business, and to reduce inflation, which has been running at perhaps 80% a year on the open market. But so far the blow appears to be falling most heavily on the elderly, who traditionally have kept their savings in a drawer, on farmers who believe that banks are for city folks, on emerging entrepreneurs who operate on cash and carry basis, and on the middle class, which keeps much of its money handy in case there is a once-in-a-lifetime bargain. Am I a criminal because I bought a new stereo and sold my old one? Zubkov, an electrical engineer, asked as he sought to exchange 2,000 rubles, about $3,700 at the official rate of exchange, but only $100 on the black market. So strong are the feelings across the country that Georgy Matyukin, the chairman of the Russian Federation Central Bank, warned that serious social upheavals are possible as a result of the monetary reform, and police reported near riots outside banks in a number of cities. The economic upheaval, however, was already apparent. The government's decision to withdraw 50 and 100 ruble banknotes, the two largest denominations, has dramatized the disintegration of the Soviet economy and the government's inability to halt it. So much currency had been printed over the last 2 years, more than 70 billion rubles worth, that it had become almost worthless. There were nowhere near enough goods to satisfy the demand, and the prices of those available was soaring. Soviet economists are speaking of a double theft in which workers were paid with devalued rubles that often were useless to consumers but that have now been effectively confiscated by the government. At the same time, the principal means of exchange used by the economy's growing informal sector, tightly packed bricks of green 50 ruble or brown 100 ruble notes, has been wiped out, and with it a large part of the working capital of self-employed businessmen. The economy as a whole now may be in serious trouble as a result of the measure, critics argued. Matyukin said that there already have been payless paydays in a number of major cities, that the loss of savings would destroy the market for major consumer purchases, and that the overall loss of confidence would result in a massive decline in bank deposits, which in turn would prevent new investment. In coming days, a riot will start at the banks, liberal economist Igor Ned said, predicting a full run on Soviet banks and their effective closure as a result of the measure. Confidence in the banks has been destroyed. Not a ruble will go in and every ruble will come out until the government totally freezes every account. And those who appear to have been hurt the least were the intended, or so they touted, targets, the black market dealers who have thrived on the inability of the government to meet the needs of consumers. Anticipating monetary reform, most reportedly had moved their money to 10 ruble notes, switched to US dollars or German marks, or invested heavily in goods of all sorts. The black marketeers will hardly suffer, said Professor Alexei Sergeyev, a prominent conservative economist and leading advocate of monetary reform. Our mafiosi have always regarded tenors as the only reliable bills, and the same applies to Western buyers of Soviet currency. But ordinary people will suffer beyond doubt, first of all the peasants who have a long tradition of keeping their money at home in large denominations. Politically, Gorbachev's decree was quickly seen as evidence of his shift to the right, attempting to increase government control of the economy rather than move toward greater reliance on the market forces of supply and demand. This struggle against the black economy increasingly substitutes for the movement toward market relations, the radical newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda said. And Sergei Alexashenko, a pro-market economist, told the paper in an interview, "We can view this decree as part of the overall slide to the right by our president." To those who found themselves accused of being part of a new bourgeoisie and losing their savings as a result, there were strong elements of Stalinist economics present in the government decree and its assumption that any cash savings beyond a month's pay, perhaps 270 rubles or roughly $500 at the official exchange rate, must be ill-gotten and confiscated. The decree moreover re-establishes workers' control by establishing committees of co-workers to examine everyone's holdings and organizing teams of tax collectors, KGB agents, and fraud squad detectives to investigate those with more than 1,000 rubles in cash. A law-governed state does not have the right to make such decisions, Vazgen Manoukian, the Prime Minister of Armenia, commented in Yerevan. These are the characteristics only of totalitarian socialist countries. A new market quickly sprang up at railway stations as speculators, gamblers, and others with large denomination bills paid as much as 20 times the normal fare for train tickets that they hope to redeem later for cash, with travelers willing to take the chance that they will be able to exchange the banknotes once they return home. And Colonel Alexander Gurov, chief of the organized crime branch at the Soviet Interior Ministry, said that the move had wiped out an estimated 12 billion rubles in Soviet currency smuggled out of the country. But police had to double their deployments around the major banks in Moscow and other cities around the country on Thursday as the crowds grew angrier. End of this quotation. Excerpts from another press release, also, January 24, 1991, Moscow. In a word, it is stealing people's hard labor and then crushing their hopes for a better life. The target may be the mafia, the black marketeers, but the real victims will be little people, ordinary workers who kept their limited savings in cash. No, it is exactly the little people being targeted, exactly as set up in America. The entire scheme and the very printing of the money notes came from the cartel, World Bank, right in the United States of America, including the gracious and free printing of the notes and the instructions of exactly how to pull the entire maneuver off. America, you are right in line very soon. The utter immorality of this decree is bound to cost the central government what little confidence people still have in it, Ruslan Dasbulatov, vice president of the Russian Federation, the country's largest republic, said in an interview. Over the past 2 years, more than 70 billion of worthless rubles have been pumped into the economy by the government, and now the government is virtually confiscating this counterfeit money. Police were summoned to maintain order at thousands of banks throughout the country as people sought to exchange their 50 and 100 ruble notes, withdrawn from circulation by Gorbachev, and grew angry when they were turned away by bank officials. Chaos ensued at railway stations and airline terminals as travelers were told that their large denomination notes would not be accepted. Tens of thousands of travelers were likely to be stranded in Moscow alone, unable to buy tickets home. Commerce in Moscow, and probably most other large cities, will come to a standstill until this exchange is worked out, Yuri Luzhkov, the chairman of the Moscow City Council's executive committee, said. At major telegraph offices, however, some holders of the outlawed bills managed to buy postal money orders with the money, sending it across town, or even around the block, as a way of getting small denomination bills for big and black market currency dealers, who normally buy and sell foreign currencies, started taking rubles, big notes for small ones, often at less than half the face value, betting that with such a profit margin they would be able to pay the bribes necessary to get the bills exchanged. The government, which said it had spent a year preparing the measure but clearly had not anticipated its impact, appealed to people not to panic, but officials of the state bank, assigned to carry out the directive, admitted they could give no firm assurances to those worried that their savings would be lost. On the contrary, the full regulations published Wednesday made clear that those workers who wanted to exchange more than a month's pay, a maximum of 1,000 rubles, would have to explain the origins of their money and why they kept it in cash, not in a savings bank. Committees would assess each case, and tax collectors and the KGB security police would investigate. For most people, it will be impossible to produce written records on the source of a lifetime savings, which many keep at home rather than in banks, or of legal transactions in the country's new small businesses, which operate on a cash and carry basis. The government has also restricted withdrawals from people's savings accounts to 500 rubles monthly in an effort to keep money from flowing back into the overheated economy. This is almost twice the average monthly salary of 270 rubles, but only slightly more than it costs to buy a pair of fashionable imported sneakers at free market prices. At the official rate of exchange, 100 rubles is worth about $185, but its value on the street is about $4 or $5. At the new commercial rate of exchange, 100 rubles is worth $55 and at the tourist rate about $18.50. Converted into highly sought consumer goods, $1 might buy about 50 rubles in a further devaluation. Rumors have recurred frequently that the government was planning such a monetary reform, but only last week Prime Minister Valentin Spavyov, the former finance minister, had denied it. Around the country, parliaments in the Baltic republics as well as in Georgia responded angrily to the measure, and legislators called on the governments to ease the burden on people there. Long lines had formed at banks in Moscow, Leningrad, Kyiv, and in other cities by dawn on Wednesday as people came to cash in their high-denomination notes. Note, this is why it was necessary to move troops into the Baltic states and seize the media so there could be no counter to the measures being instigated. It will be worse in the United States, I can promise you. Comrades. Citizens. Do not panic. Valentina Stravchenko, the manager of a neighborhood bank in central Moscow, shouted as a crowd of 400 threatened to break through the bank's iron grill. Tomorrow, we will have money, and then you will have your money. Please, comrades, killing us will not bring your savings back. If you must, march on the Kremlin, but don't break our doors down so we will be able to work tomorrow. Kravchenko's promise of money today or Friday satisfied a few, but many more, whose cash holdings were greater than the limit allowed by the decree, were clearly outraged. I'm wiped out, Timofey B. Poliski, a retired truck driver who now does odd jobs, said, I have 3,000 rubles, but as a pensioner I can only turn in 200. But this money is most of our savings, and now it is just so much confetti. I can't even get money out of our account now. End of this particular quotation. Dharma, just a portion of one more and we will leave it to the pondering for America. You are next. Your government and feds have set this up and your turn is coming. Moscow, January 24, 91, Gorbachev money decree stirs panic among savers. Soviet Union, large denomination ruble bills are declared worthless. Besieged banks refuse to open. Angry crowds, afraid that most of their savings would be lost under a government monetary reform, besieged banks across the Soviet Union on Wednesday in a new panic threatening the country's fragile economy. With wads of banknotes clutched in their hands, they pounded on the doors and windows of neighborhood savings banks, demanding that the money, large denomination bills declared worthless the night before, be replaced with smaller bills. But the banks, caught unawares by President Mikhail Gorbachev's decree, refused to open although customers had begun lining up before dawn. Most banks had no instructions on how to carry out the exchange. The decree said only limited amounts of large bills could be exchanged without question and no cash to do so. Gorbachev's decree had been intended to strengthen the ruble, or so was given the reasoning, the Soviet currency, to dampen inflation and, above all, to drain all available cash from the black market, but in the first day the measure appeared to have accelerated the disintegration of the country's economy etc. as quoted in prior notation. What think ye, America? I shall repeat once more that there are only a few possibilities of saving any of your assets which you might have felt safe and secure tucked away and / or invested in banks, etc. You shall lose of it for it is intended that you do so. We provide you with some working plan whereby you might save a portion or at least secure some measure of possible safety for a portion. I suggest you get in touch with GG of America West and investigate possibilities. The time is at hand and the substitution of identical format as above, is upon you with just such surprise and suppression of you the people. The executive orders are in place and this can happen to you as quickly as this very day. You are not in a war for the hell of it, you are in a massive distraction to steal your entire world away from you and you had best be in the seeing of it or acknowledge that you will lose it all. The plan is in protection of the criminal and evil elements of your world, no more and no less. That which you do with this information is totally up to you, but God provides loopholes if you will but be attentive. What you do with the information, I repeat, is totally up to you. Oh, by the way, the above quotations. No, they didn't come in as propaganda from abroad, they came right out of the Los Angeles Times. What happened in Russia was a trigger in timing so that the ones in charge can begin their own countdown. I suggest that whatever you do differently than that which you are doing, do it immediately, for the curtain is falling. So be it. Dharma, pull this from the machine and get Oberly to send it post haste to GG. The people to whom he speaks are all but out of time and I have promised to serve in truth as best I can according to probabilities as presented to me. So be it, and blessings upon you ones of lighted searchers, for soon the whole will be revealed. God does not break promises. In honor, I salute you. Georgo C. Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 2. Rec number 1 Hayton. Sunday, February 3, 1991, 8:44 a.m. Year 4 Day 171. How it really is today. Blessed be the young men and women sent into the fray, for theirs is the bearing of the price of evil wars upon mankind. Man has forgotten his way and knows no other way in these days of chaos. I have witnessed the revulsion of the masses as George Bush bows in his pretense of thanking God, for it is indeed blasphemous unto the very essence of truth. He tells the people to be thankful for the dead are now in a place of perfection with the Father of perfection. So be it. Perhaps it may be a kinder and gentler placement than the father of your nation provides, for he provides hell and you applaud him. You watch as a young wife thanks Bush for killing her husband. Oh, you think that is not what she does? Think again, and we are so touched and appreciative that this humble man would bother to come to us and shake our hands in sympathy. America, where are you? Demonstrations. What would you do? Note that there seems to be no way to support your sons and daughters without showing the support of a war. If you wave your flag and show your yellow balloons and ribbons in support of your men and women, you, through the press and media, also seem to be supporting the war. How can this be that you in America have reached a point of claiming that one who is against the war is also against your troops? Who is the group wishing to bring the sons and daughters home alive? This is representation in its finest measure of how you have given away your constitution and now demonstrate in favor of that which is 100% unconstitutional. You have also made your point to the world of intent. You have appointed another Israeli to the council who confirms the intent of expelling Palestinians from occupied territory, and the media then shows you pictures of happy Israelis coming into new trust with America. I remind you the West Bank Palestinians are under curfew with orders to the soldiers to shoot to kill ones who break curfew. They are not allowed out of their homes to either seek safety or gather food and water. Is this your freedom, America? Oh, Mr. Shamir is happy by the way. Jealous, what think ya a little gray alien looks like? Ponder it most carefully, for you are about to be had by them. Remember something most important: Satan never does his own dirty work, he always has his henchmen do the work for him, and he remains looking very good and loving unto you. Also remember, it is now the ones on your placement earthbound who are your enemies in truth and your friends in destruction. So be it. Now for Saddam. I have no particular comment regarding Saddam other than that he has rallied Iraqis willing to forfeit life in order to use up your ammunition. Further, he is not taking tranquilizers to maintain sanity and all those other things you are being told. He is calculating and cunning, and he takes nothing. It is against the laws to do so. Tranquilizers and drugs are those things of the Western culture, and you once should know these truths without my having to tell you. Now what of those missile bunkers that are being so-called blown up? Again, he is allowing you to use up your smart weapons on minor targets while he continues to hide his arsenal of real weaponry. Further, you are losing it, America. You are truly bombing innocent centers and living communities, and the hate is building whereby there are thousands of volunteers to die in suicide squads to balance the score. You are truly dealing with eye for eye life, my friends. Why do you think that none of his major technical weapons have been yet utilized? Your war touters of false projections are making fools of you, the people and cannon fodder of your sons and daughters. This man will not go down easily, and now his entire populace is more solidly with him than ever before as you bomb their women and children who are held in total reverence. Am I on Saddam's side? No, but neither am I on the side of the American military war machine nor your corrupted government. I have but one purpose: the bringing home into truth and justice the souls of mankind, any man anywhere. Support your troops? Of course, for you forget the troops are not the war. The troops are the individual children who would be learning a skill and career and have been trapped into war. I abhor and despise such manipulation of the innocent at the hands of the radicals who will rule your world. You will both pay in money the cost of your own incarceration and ensure the control in the name of the cartel elite after they have taken your world. It would appear to me that your conjecture that God supports you might very well be erroneous indeed. Who does God support? Anyone who will come again into his laws with intent through love and godness. God, friends, does not support groups. God supports individuals wherever they may be and whatever color, race, or creed. If you have lied to your sons and daughters, I would be getting things squared away with God right away, for you are getting into deeper and more serious soul danger every passing hour. It will not be me pleading for mercy that will cut it with God. You will plead for mercy and turn into truth if ye would save thine souls each and every one. I can no longer plead in behalf of you in ignorance, for we are bringing forth truth, and if you decline to come into truth, so be it, for none will force of truth upon you. The awakening is coming and rising above the noise of the crowds and fixed voices of your media enemies. The voice of America shall rise again. I only ask God that it be heard in time, for the world is already past the point of no return if action is not overwhelming toward truth very quickly. All things regarding your freedoms now rest in the hands of the puppet, Bush, at the hands and instruction of his puppet masters. They are the intended slave masters, and you are the intended slaves. You had best look very closely at this statement, with open mind and clarity of vision. When the masters tell you that things are going beautifully and right on schedule, believe it. But it is not your schedule for freedom, it is the Global Plan 2000 coming down in total perfection against you. If you read no other journals, please read Spacegate, Spiral to Economic Disaster, Skeletons in the Closet, Rape, Ravage, Pillage and Plunder of the Phoenix, Rape of the Constitution, and You Can Slay the Dragon. If you remain uninformed about truth of your circumstance, there is not a hope for your finding balance again upon this planet. Open your eyes, ears, and minds, and you can yet turn it about. I can only plead with you to wave your heavenly banners and support your troops to your last breath. Demand that this war stop and they be allowed to come home to tend of their own country and families who are in piteous circumstance. Defending America and the American way. No, they are defending evil and the suppression of the globe by the elite. The media and press are intentionally controlled and set up as mis/disinformation centers, which they will later tell you was intentional to mislead Saddam. No. It is structured to mesmerize the populace of blessed America and those who are about to perish in the name of the lie. So be it, may God show mercy upon the innocent. Cosmic Codes and Pleiades Connections. To you who plead with me to continue with that subject and postpone the current writings, of which the most recent goes to press this week, Burnt Offerings and Bloodstained Sands, I must remind you, if you do not get your world into control, Cosmic Codes and Pleiades Connections will mean nothing except to the few who journey in service unto God and brotherhood of truth and light. It is that simple in explanation of how it is. God will walk every step with you, give you instructions for assistance even with your most worldly perceptions and assets, in hopes of you finding the truth in confirmation. Beyond that, you will face it quite alone in the judgment by God and self. There are ways to protect yourselves and your assets, and you heed them not in general mass. What expect ye of God? God does not force, he provides the way and the truth, and you will do that which you will. So be it, and Selah, for the word is given and the word is God. If I might give one thought for this given day in passage, it would be to get informed immediately, not yesterday or tomorrow, right now. And, further, if you would hope to move with assets and ability to remain able to function, adhere to the instructions for help as given and turn again unto God and his laws within balance and harmony of the creation, for naught else will see you into a return to balance. We are sent forth and come forth in love and bearing instructions. It is all that we can do, for, until things worsen to the point of annihilation of the planet herself, we will not intervene. Ours is to bring truth and instructions through and to that which is immortal, your immortal minds and souls. What you will do with that truth in your consciously physical actions is purely up to you. God has sent forth ones to bravely pronounce how it is, and yes, slay them. Others willingly come and you effort to silence them, also, but truth will stand into infinity, for ye cannot slay truth, and to slay the truth bringers only merits the demerits in your written records of God's book of life. Ponder it most carefully, for ye teeter on the edge of the abyss most precariously. Aho. Dharma, take this from the machine and give it unto Oberly to forward to GG. I can really offer no more this morning, and I must place a stop to this emotional blockage with the writings of others in God's and Sananda's name. There is willful misunderstanding which is being intentionally fostered and accepted. I care not how emotional individuals react. God's words shall not go forth until they are truly God's words and not those of earth individuals. Hard. So be it, but anything to do with physical is of earth. God's intent for soul awakening is of God if written as his own words, and separation of the two must be made. If ones feel put upon or wounded, then they must look within at why. If you write for God as his scribe, you have no input as to the message, good or bad, in your perception. If you write of your own perceptions, right or wrong, it must be put to your own label and presented as such. The very toying going on regarding Sananda's expression is ably pointing out the fact that it cannot be wholly of God, and nothing lesser is acceptable in his name. In this statement, I speak on behalf of Atan and not Commander Hayton. So be it. Ones involved will come into balance and separation from the emotional attachments to self-ego and wounded pride, or move aside that the truth may be brought forth through another. Man is pleading for instruction and information on how the churches fell into decline at the hands of democratic voting and not more New Age material. If that is not accomplished, then other resource of bringing forth that documentation and historical material shall be appointed. Are you there to do God's work or thine own? It is indeed a simple question, and quite easy to discern by the words springing forth from thine own mouths. Man must first hear truth, and then he can be given that which help him to find the balance within that truth. Out of sequence it only causes pain and more confusion. Good day, and I ask that peace be your solace within. Jai Orgo C. Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 3. Rec number 1, Hayton. Tuesday, February 5, 1991, 7:34 a.m. Year 4, Day 173. Today's watch. Hayton present in the total source of all, in presence with source, that our journey home might be in prefiction. Let us tarry a moment in communion, for your burden is heavy, and some of it I can bear, most of it must be borne alone. Kila. Each thing that must be set aside while urgent messages are translated are painful, for the queries and responses are ones of neglect. These ones forget that there are 6 billion plus people on this planet, and the messages are for all. If ones only perceive themselves as important enough to disallow those 6 billion individuals to receive their life-saving instructions in order to prove something or another to self, then I suggest self is not looking within for truth, but is, instead, searching for which there is no self-intention of finding. I request that you print the letter from BLT, Pittsburgh, that we might use it for discussion. I hold this child in great compassion and caring love. I do suggest that she get busy and read all of the material and do her own homework. I would ask if you would expect Foreign Minister Besismertnik to sit and pen you a personal letter regarding their status to suit your satisfaction. I am a commander in the Federation fleet. I am in command of Shan, Earth, Transition. I function as a multidimensional being, restricted to not higher than 4th, to better relate to you of density 2, 3rd dimension manifestation. I am Atan of highest source, the one light as described through the ancient lineage of deity. I serve with this group from Pleiades, for this is the heritage of most Earth humans, no more and no less. Earth has reached the time of transition, the age of Kali, chaos, just prior to the ending of an era of the major cycle, ending times, of perception and graduation. Your peoples have gained knowledge which can and shall destroy your planet if not put into check. You show no probability of so doing. You have learned to reduce soul essence to death, and that is unacceptable. You have been sent as caretakers to a wondrous creation upon which to experience, and you have destroyed her. That, also, will not be tolerated. As of August 17, 1987, your ancient calendars ended. That means something, world. It now means that you are at, on the 13th/14th of this month of February, 1991, the ending point of the year 4, exactly 3½ years into the cycle of ending. How will it end? You be the judge. Where are you headed? I, Hayton, serve as a commander in-house with Sananda, who was recognized as a Christ being upon your placement. He was a messenger, a teacher. He has attained his level of progression into the oneness with God perfection, and he went forth as a host to prepare a placement for each and all of you who would come home to source. He perfected his portion. However, you were to prepare a place for his return in that which you call second coming. You have not done your portion. Instead, you have projected through the lies of the false teachers that you would not need do anything save sit and wait, and somehow just to believe he existed, that you would be scooped into the clouds and escape all confrontation with the truth of your actions. Bad news. It won't be thusly so. I, Hayton, come as commander of those hosts to prepare receivers for that coming, for it is so that the kingdom of God, creation of / by God, shall be reclaimed. I command from a starship of massive size, alongside Sananda, Jesus / Buddha / the Christos, for he is both my son and myself. He is not yet upon your earth in any form of manifestation as you would recognize, and you have not prepared his placement. The name of the Starship Command is the Phoenix, for it is the symbol of the rebirth and the renewal of the tribes of winged beings, the cosmic races who travel through space. My logo, if you will, is the symbol of the Phoenix within a triangle representing the triune of existence and infinity thereof. I am labeled Commander of the United Federation Fleet / Intergalactic Federation Command in direct reporting to the Federation Higher Council of Interplanetary Constellations. I am hampered by time, restricting how much my scribe can produce in earthly time limitations. When you demand response from me, you demand that the scribe get no rest whatsoever, for writing is only a pittance measure of her tasks in preparation for the return. How do I know that you do not do your homework? Because I respond to each and every inquiry, or if it be for another entity, it is accepted and given response, you do not hear it. What you do, as in this instance, is expect very earthly response. So what, actually, do you expect? Dharma does not claim anything save fatigue at a task beyond description. You want God to be your own reflection, and yet you once cannot bear it if God turns out to be that reflection you once had. Best go ponder this point. I, Haton, Commander, do not even pretend to cover all resources. It is my job to bring forth the truth according to God's last and final promise. You will do with it that which you will. As we print this letter from BLT, I would ask that all be quite kind, for this is a youth, searching for something called truth, from the garbage of that which has been given unto her. She has received lengthy information from the staff herein, but demands response from Hatton. This in itself, proves she reads not all the material, for my name is Haton. I am a commander with a great task, not a nursemaid to those who would quibble and harass. All inquiries will be attended, but most likely not from my scribe through this mode of transmission. May we please come into understanding of that which is at hand. Quote. Dear Hatton, Tuesday, J/29/91. I hope that you are going to write me. This is XXXXXXXX again. I will not bother you further after this. My previous letter and its contents are very important to me. God is very important to me. Living life correctly, though I do not always, is very important to me. So, your response is also very, very important to me. Now, if this is some human, with a twisted, creative nevertheless, mind who is using a deceptive gimmick to obtain money for books, then I hope that you get what you deserve. And you will. But kindly do not play this game. Just have enough integrity to write me back, and even lie if you must. I will see straight through it anyway. But if this is truly Hatton, alien to me because I do not know who or what you are, please do not play a game with me either. If you don't want to be bothered, just say so. But write back your rejection. But I assume that you care, and I assume that you will respond, since you are a part of CCET, the Earth representative, Commander-in-Chief. How do I know? I don't know. Thank you for your time, once again. Emphatically and sincerely, XXXXXXXX. P.S. I hope this letter does not offend you, if this is truly Hatton. If this is someone else, then I don't really care. End quote. Precious, have you once not been lied to quite often and long enough? If you can see through lies, why can you not see truth, which is all about you in every breath that you take, everything that is thrust upon you to deceive you? Please do not think for even a moment that you have just obtained some sort of private guru to attend your every whim. If you wish spiritual guidance beyond all understanding, turn unto God and your master teacher and listen. I fly a spacecraft and direct Operation Shan. Should I perhaps call it Operation Shanstorm? It, further, is my commission that truth be put to print as historical data through the hands of human, to be utilized by humanity and then placed in security as historical documentation of a changing time in Akashic record keeping, so that truth be balanced against the lies already present upon your placement in full bloom. Precious BLT, you have already said it far better than I can reproduce your words, but I shall rephrase your comment. The decision as to myself and my status is solely within your own discernment, for you have even invited me to lie unto you, child, if necessary, if only I will respond. World. Is this what you have attained? Do you realize that the world is so filled with lies that your children must ask even for lies just to be heard? Shame upon the human species, having reached such a state of degradation as to give feasts of naught but lies unto your babes, and then send them unto their death in a foreign and distant desert, whilst you wave yellow ribbons and their blood soaks the desert sands? Is this what ye have come to represent? Ah, yes indeed, even unto the rest of the world this is what ye Americans have come to represent. BLT, be patient, child, and truth will come into thine perception, for ye actually desire a commander and leader, not some pious mushmouth to feed you on sugar water and more lies. The false teachers overflow the lands just as were told unto you. I do not walk your land, nor does the master teacher nor the deity in physical format. That is one of the very clues you should be seeing herein. Go read your homework. I, further, can fragment my attention, but not to the same given extent of Sananda, for instance. I am restricted in dimensional form so that I can better function as you must function, so that understanding can be balanced, so be it. Rest in peace, for ye are precious unto me, and I thank you for your efforts and attention, for so few care enough to even think about it and blindly accept that which is fed them from the silver spoons of evil liars, be it from the streets or the pulpits of your churches. Aho. Today. Listen up, because the confirmations are now beginning to flood back upon you as to that which I have been presenting. Dharma, please now, type the letter of January 31st, 1991, From Alan F. Don't concern with resource, for it is valid and I care not that you look it up for clarification, for I have scanned the material and it is accurate to the point in attention. It came not to me, Hayton, but rather, to GG of America West. A fax has been forwarded to this location for information for Dharma, who must wait confirmation as it flows back along the flow stream. However, if things are confirmation to her consciousness, they must be confirmation for Ye who read the documents we send forth. After we reprint the letter, we shall speak more in depth regarding Israeli participation from onset of this war, even unto the first bombing of Iraq, for it is now publicly documented as far back as the 17th of January as to bombing missions into Iraq of the Israeli Air Force. Quote, Dharma, just the headline portions please. IS sending soldiers to the Persian Gulf in chains? Last fall, Nancy Spanis, the only Democratic candidate to challenge Republican John Warner for his seat as U.S. Senator from Virginia, was told during her campaign by a source in the U.S. military that some Americans in uniform who expressed their reluctance to go to war against Iraq were being clapped in the brig and shipped to Saudi Arabia in chains. Now similar reports have surfaced in Europe, notably in the Italian press, indicating a serious morale problem. U.S. soldiers are condemned, forced to go to the Gulf, in some cases loaded on the airplanes with their hands and feet tied together, reported the January 8, Corriere della Sera. Is the U.S. military shipping its war resistors out to die? Hostage to Baker, where is Ambassador Glaspie now? By Scott Thompson, journalist. January 15, Ierns-A's The world teeters on the brink of war. This reporter tried to get the U.S. State Department to do as Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has already done, namely, release its hostages. The hostage in question, U.S. Ambassador to Iraq April Glaspie, who is being held incommunicado, is a witness to how Secretary of State James Baker lured Iraq to invade Kuwait. No wonder that, with President Bush ranting that Saddam Hussein is worse than Adolf Hitler, he wants to silence an ambassador who can tell firsthand how his administration helped rig the Iraqi invasion. Haunting the State Department. Assuming those at the State Department's Near East Affairs Bureau are not lying, like press spokesman David Good, who claims to have seen Glaspie, he called her the gray ghost wandering somewhere around the corridors of the State Department, she has fared much better than a dozen odd witnesses to Bush's ROLE in Iran Gate, who seem to have died under mysterious circumstances. Still, her ghost-haunting state should be a lesson to employees who carry out the treacherous policies of the administration. This reporter has tried to make contact with the U.S. ambassador to Iraq for over 3 months, since her role as the siren helping to lure Iraq to invade Kuwait became known. Aides to her boss, Assistant Secretary for the Near East John Kelly, would say that she was somewhere in Europe, while others would claim they had seen her that morning. Yesterday, a staffer at the Iraq desk blurted, "We've been ordered not to talk about her." Press spokesman Good used Foggy Bottom Baflogab to say Glaspie was under consultation in the building, but said he could provide no further details. Asked about the text Iraq released of Glaspie's July 25 meeting with Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, in which Glaspie told Saddam that, "We have no opinion on the Arab-Arab conflicts like your border dispute with Kuwait," Good added, "I cannot get into the substance, but on background I can say that the Iraqi account was inaccurate and incomplete. I can neither confirm nor deny that the State Department said Iraqi action against Kuwait would be seen as an inter-Arab affair." It is not just reporters who've had trouble reaching Glaspie. Congressmen report that President Bush, himself, blocked their ability to subpoena her, so Congress could get to the bottom of how the Persian Gulf crisis was rigged, when Bush exempted executive branch personnel from testimony. It would have taken a major constitutional fight to get Glaspie under oath. What is Baker hiding? As New Federalist has documented, the Anglo-American establishment, with the aid of Israel, waged economic and psychological warfare against Iraq, denying it reconstruction after the 1988 end of the Iran-Iraq War. British-influenced Kuwait played a role by denying Iraq development credit and by driving oil prices through the floor, so that Iraq could barely maintain debt service on its war debt, let alone fund new projects. On the eve of the Iraqi invasion, Glaspie met Saddam Hussein. The text of their discussion, released by Iraq, was printed by the New York Times on September 23. Not only did Glaspie tell Saddam that James Baker had emphasized that the U.S. would treat Iraq's dispute with Kuwait as an Arab-Arab conflict, but Glaspie said, "Mr. President, not only do I want to say that President Bush wants better and deeper relations with Iraq, but he also wants an Iraqi contribution to peace and prosperity in the Middle East." Certainly, Glaspie's remarks to Saddam reflect the position taken initially by Bush, who refused to send troops to the Gulf until after he had been brainwashed by Britain's then Prime Minister Thatcher. It seems the administration, through Baker, is holding Glaspie hostage to cover for having lured Iraq into Kuwait. It's time Baker does what Saddam did, and let his hostage go. End of quote from letter. Thank you, Alan, for your input and documentation. We do not need the document, but I trust you will keep it on record for reference for any desiring source. Now, we are going to have a discussion regarding some other things I have told you, and I wish to reiterate several points. Firstly, those of you who labor under the delusion that prime community centers are not targeted in Iraq, had best look again. The toll in death is now into the tens and tens of thousands. Does this make you proud, America? The truth and proof is now hitting the isolated presses of truthful reporting and the European presses. Here is one. Baghdad, dateline January 29, and obviously obsolete in numbers, the 10,000 U.S. led air raid sorties over Iraq. They now claim over 46,000 sorties by today's claim, have so far dropped the equivalent 46 Hiroshima bombs on that country. The censorship and disinformation enforced by Secretary of Defense Richard Cheney has embargoed the news that the bombings have resulted in large numbers of civilian casualties. The continual emphasis by U.S. officials on describing the missions as surgical bombing being conducted with high precision, allegedly directed solely against strategic targets, is designed to cover up the huge civilian casualties among the general Iraq population. These civilian casualties are euphemistically referred to by U.S. officials as collateral losses. Hayton, does it rather remind you readers of other losses? Reports from Palestinian and Lebanese refugees streaming out of Iraq describe mass panic, general chaos, and great loss of life, in direct contradiction to official U.S. releases. In direct violation of the UN resolution authorizing the use of force solely to dislodge Iraqi troops from Kuwait, the Bush administration has instead followed a course to totally destroy Iraq. According to experts on saturation bombing, huge civilian casualties are unavoidable when population centers are hit by such massive tonnage of explosives. Most of the so-called strategic targets were located in the middle of Baghdad, a densely populated city of 4.5 million people. Although underground shelters had been dug in the days preceding the January 16 surprise attack, there was no way that U.S. commanders could ensure that civilians would be spared through precision bombing. Bush's cover-up of massive civilian deaths among Iraqis is actually aided by an Arab cultural trait, which, in fact, is similar to almost all other cultures. Arabs feel shame when they complain about catastrophes befalling them. Iraqis in particular have been fighting invaders for the last 5,000 years and would rather die than let the world know they were severely hit. It would also, they believe, simply invite the enemy to strike harder. End of quote. Now, I would like one of your own scientific experts to explain to me just how you can bomb a chemical/biological factory in such a way as to offer no hazard to the public. That is what is pouring from your own military leader's mouth. Also, I believe that if you are watching the disinformation news, you are now witnessing exactly that layout I described for you of berms, minefields, trenches, etc., between you and your ground enemy. Of course the diagrams are fairly accurate, but there is no mention of burning crude oil, fuel air bombs, napalm, etc. In those trenches you are told that you will simply carry with you, folding bridges, flop them across the trenches and move in without objection following airstrikes with smart weapons - the same type smart weapon that blew up your own tank by your own hands. Oops, well, the men's families will just have to accept errors from time to time, and surely the men are with a kinder and gentler father. Where are you, America? How about Israel's bombing of Lebanon today? Oh, well, you just can't keep up with everything, can you? And what of the West Bank and the Palestinians? They are still restricted to their homes under penalty of death with constant patrols and less than one gas mask per 10 persons. No food and no water and loss of all jobs. Where are you, America? Let us consider this headline as presented in a major news press: Israeli planes attack Iraq, secret corridor in Syria. Despite its claims to non-belligerent status, Israel has been at war with Iraq since January 17. This has been learned from highly placed diplomatic and military sources. Its actions follow the pattern of undeclared wars which it has employed in the past. Allowed to use a secret air corridor over Syria, Israeli F-14 and F-16 attack jets have joined the air battle in the Gulf with a priority mission to track down strongman Saddam Hussein and other top Iraqi leaders, then terminate them with so-called smart bombs. One of the key targets assaulted by Israeli fighter bombers has been the small town of Tikrit, and again today, in northern Iraq. Known as the birthplace of Saddam Hussein and several of his senior aides, Tikrit is reported to have been obliterated by the mini-state Shrouds, with more than half of its 24,000 civilian inhabitants killed in the aerial Holocaust. These have been women, children, and old men. All the younger men are in the army. Now, please weep for history and evil destruction as you read on. The ancient town of Nineveh has been bombed, as well as Mosul and Kirkuk, bringing heavy loss of life of women and children. This is widely published news coming out of Jordan, which also reported the destruction of St. Thoma Cathedral in Nineveh. St. Thoma, built in the 1st century, is reputed to be the oldest Christian church in the world. Is this what a real holy populace does to the most holy of holy sites of God? The Israeli air offensive, coordinated with the Bush administration at the very highest level, has been spearheaded by U.S. supplied all-weather fighter bombers. Some of the aircraft bore deceptive U.S. Air Force markings, while others were unmarked, well-informed sources on the military staff of the UN Security Council have revealed. Aerial assassin. Since the first days of August, Israel has been pushing hard behind the scenes to be granted the role of aerial assassin tasked with eliminating Iraq's leadership, this knowledgeable source asserted. The Israelis claimed that they had the best intelligence assets, that is, teams of spies and saboteurs on the ground in Iraq, related one experienced official, who asked not to be identified. They boasted that they succeeded in destroying Iraq's nuclear research station in 1981 with a single bombing run because operatives of the Mossad guided the attack aircraft to their target with high-tech beacons. Moreover, the Israelis argued that tracking down Saddam Hussein and killing him with a teleguided bomb would end the war before it really began, and save lives as well as costs, these sources related. So, you can see that death and expense are built into the plan. Further, as soon as we finish quoting from this article, I ask that Dharma copy the portions of the article on pending plans in the works, by Israel, as was in the Bakersfield, Californian 2 days ago. In an unforeseen side effect, planning for the covered raids flown by Israeli war jets appears to have been the hidden trigger that precipitated the firing of General Michael Duggan, the U.S. Air Force commander in the Gulf last November. Reports reaching the White House that the outspoken combat aviator had not only outlined the administration's bombing strategy to reporters, but also told CBS defense correspondent David Martin of the closely guarded plan to liquidate Saddam Hussein from the air led to demands for Duggan's immediate dismissal by national security bureaucrats. Martin subsequently revealed the aerial assassination tactics used against the Iraqi strongmen in a network broadcast on January 21, but failed to mention the role played by disguised Israeli warplanes. Nor did he mention the destruction by U.S. bombing of yet another ancient Chaldean, or Nestorian, Christian cathedral in the old city of Baghdad. According to Anwar Halimi, an Egyptian journalist who has recently returned to New York from the Gulf front, that church was a cherished cultural treasure of all mankind. It has now been smashed to bits, along with the abodes, possessions and simple lives of more than 100,000 Iraqi civilians in those areas. If there will actually be war crimes trials in the aftermath of this war, the wanton bombing of Iraq's population and priceless cultural treasures may well form the most searing indictment. End of quotation. And where are you, America? War plan. Israelis ponder war plan, impatient leaders may target Scuds, etc. Washington, AP. Israel's military is considering a plan to use commandos to destroy Scud launchers and other targets in western Iraq, informed sources say. But Israel is telegraphing conflicting signals and deliberate ambiguity about its willingness to try such a daring raid. Top Israeli defense officials indicate they are impatient with the restraint urged on them by the United States, which hopes to hold off an Israeli attack by finding and destroying the Scud launchers itself. Enough, people can research the article if they wish. Now just why do you think the U.S. targets, today, February 5, 91, Tikrit? Let us quote another article from prominent press source. Israel, vengeance is mine. On January 17, before the Iraq Scud attacks on Tel Aviv, Israel had already exacted eye for an eye vengeance on Iraq. This is true despite what is being reported on American television, radio, and in the press. Israel carried out its own mission on the innocent residents of Saddam Hussein's hometown. On January 18, Pentagon briefers let slip that the Iraqi town of Tikrit had been wiped out. With a population of 24,000, Tikrit is located on the Tigris River north of Baghdad. It has never been a strategic or military center. Its only claim to fame is that it is the hometown of Iraq's leader Saddam Hussein and his family. He is known in his own country as Saddam Hussein at Takriti, meaning Saddam Hussein from Tikrit. Confirmation from eyewitnesses who have supplied reliable information in the past verified that the town had, in fact, been wiped out along with a majority of its population. So why this attack again on this date? Do you suppose the Allies are covering up again? The decision to destroy Tikrit was made at the urging of Mossad, Israel's Secret Service advisors in Saudi Arabia. There are reportedly at present 862 Israeli advisors in Saudi Arabia, telling the U.S. command how to run the war. All are members of the Mossad. They advise the Americans as experts on Arab custom, strengths, and weaknesses, and also relay their interpretation of intelligence received from Iraqi Jews inside Iraq. The Israelis argued that the destruction of Tikrit would deal a mortal blow to Saddam Hussein because it was his birthplace. Whether this will have the desired impact remains to be seen. Reports from Baghdad, however, indicate that the massive bombings have not thrown the population into terror and submission, but have instead enraged them and solidified their resolve to fight to the death. End quote. I repeat to you who will listen in time to stop this insanity, you must pay attention to gatherings of Muslims, etc. such as were seen in Morocco on Sunday last, hundreds of thousands in uprising against you Americans. Please hear my petition. There is a holy war brewing more heinous than anything witnessed on the face of your earth, and you march blindly into the fray waving your banners and touting long live Bush, even to nominating this dictator for the Nobel Peace Prize. Where are you, America? I herein tell you again, you are dealing, not with Jews or Zionists or any other save the Antichrist, Satan, himself. Ye who have ears to hear had better listen up, and ye who can see must turn into seeing that which is for the time of the confrontation called by ye ones as Armageddon is at hand, O ye people of Israel. I refer not to Palestine, where ye seem to believe the people of Israel abide. Nay, not so, for ye look within the wrong places for the Israelis of God. Dharma, allow us to print another article from another press which I will dictate unto you. This one bears a dateline of January 29, 1991, Baghdad. Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, little gray alien, ordered his air force to bomb Iraqi targets using Saudi and Syrian airspace at the moment Bush started bombing Iraq, contrary to establishment news reports that Israel has stayed out of the conflict. Israel's participation has been kept top secret by the U.S. government and an obedient media. The Israeli military has a very low opinion of American war performance and felt it necessary to add their bombs to the U.S.-led effort. The panic which the first Iraqi Scud missile attack on Israel created among the Allies reportedly amazed even Shamir, who saw his opportunity to demand an additional $13 billion from the U.S. Treasury in return for keeping a low profile. He also received batteries of Patriot air defense missiles, manned by U.S. military personnel, to protect Israeli cities. The oil sheiks and potentates who face mounting opposition within their respective countries to their participation in the destruction of Iraq have also offered billions to Israel. Shamir will ask for additional money after each Scud attack, or he will officially bomb Iraq. According to our sources, Israel received $2.25 billion from Saudi Arabia, $1 billion in secret CIA funds, $600 million from the British, and $500 million from the French for its forbearance. The Israeli cabinet scoffs at Bush's fears that open Israeli participation will break up the coalition arrayed against Saddam Hussein. After all, it was the best coalition that money could attain. Your money. Israel would welcome the chance to destroy the coalition, thereby inviting open hostilities with Syria and Jordan. This would give Israel the opportunity to conquer both countries and seize their lands, both of which are claimed by Israel as part of Eretz Israel, Greater Israel, which extends from the Nile to the Euphrates rivers. Thus, Israel's agenda is very different from the official objectives of the Western Arab coalition against Iraq. End quote. Enough. I have ample documentation from your own placement to go on ad nauseum. But one more little one where it might just get your attention. Your sons and daughters dying don't seem to touch you, but what about your pocketbooks? Paying the piper, Israeli Finance Minister Yitzhak Modeh submitted Israel's request for an additional $13 billion in U.S. tax dollars over the next 3 years. Of this amount, $3 billion is for property damage Israel says it sustained so far in the Persian Gulf War, from those bombs that never landed because of Patriot interceptors. The remaining $10 billion is for the resettlement of Soviet Jews in Israel. Modeh also said he would ask the European community for $10 billion. Israel's U.S. ambassador, Zalman Chaval, insists the $23 billion request is not a bill for Israel maintaining a low profile in the Gulf War. Honor to editor. I ask that you reprint the editorial personal which I will give to you, from the journal called Spotlight, for it says it in wondrous, brave, blunt, and forceful words exactly how it is and allows you to know exactly on which platform stands truth. I applaud this man, that paper, and the service given unto you as a people. Once upon a time you had a paper which stood for truth, and then, as now, the publisher stood against assault after assault. It was called The Liberator. One's work again in the shadow of death at the hands of the irate and misinformed, but you of America are fortunate beyond measure, for there are still those brave patriots who are true to America and that for which she stood, and would still say, give me liberty or give me death. I bow in honor and salute unto you ones who bear this heavenly banner unto truth, for the way is stormy and fraught with hazards to your very beings, for people simply do not yet see the truth as it lays before them, but, rather, still live the dream as they would have it be. I will let the quoted word speak for itself, please. Personal, from the editor. Our position on the war currently raging in the Middle East is clear and has been stated twice now in full-page editorials, the first one in the issue of January 21st and the second one in the current issue on the back page. We will reprint it herein. The destruction of an ancient civilization, the enormous cost to the United States in both blood and treasure, $1 billion a day, a few billion here and there in the form of bribes to corrupt leaders, $13 billion for Israel's cooperation, $7 billion in loan forgiveness for the Egyptians, and hundreds of billions more for the permanent occupation by U.S. forces of the region after the war, the threat of continual terrorist reprisals inside the United States and looming economic ruination. These all signal the end of the American era. We are reprinting the editorials on 2 sides of a single sheet of paper to make them available for wide distribution. They will be the same size as the Spotlight and are available from our offices at 300 Independence Avenue Southeast, Washington, D.C. 20003, 50 copies for $4, 500 or more, 7 cents each, postpaid, subject to change. There is no question that the greatest number of American people oppose this war, and even more would join the opposition if the news permitted them was truthful. That is why we have reprinted our editorials, since they summarize the numerous articles we have run containing information that has been blacked out by the obedient establishment media. The editorials also summarize the point the Spotlight has been making throughout its 15 years of publication, and which its publisher, Liberty Lobby, has been espousing since its founding 35 years ago. That is, simply America first. We have wasted millions of lives and trillions of dollars enforcing the dictates of the international elite, the bankers, and big money interests across the globe throughout the century. Our country would be a paradise now, rather than a teetering, hollow giant, were our leaders inclined to follow the advice of our founding fathers. Support our troops, get US out of the Middle East. Editorial. February 4, 1991. This is another no-win war. Bush's war is worse than Vietnam because we have already lost it. It's another no-win war. Thoughtful American taxpayers and citizens should look beyond the initial euphoria caused by the mass slaughter in Iraq, more than 100,000 civilian casualties in Baghdad as of January 20, and consider the future, even if such an exercise may diminish their enthusiasm for all the gore. The great pundits and intellectuals who are bringing this extravaganza/propaganda, into our homes via the magic of TV never tire of assuring us that this will not be another Vietnam, and we are fighting to win this time. The two statements are not necessarily compatible. The master strategists who brought us the bitter cup of defeat in Vietnam fought a no-win war, meaning that they tried to lose. Incidentally, during the Vietnam War they all lied, denying that they were deliberately fighting to lose. Now they admit it? So you now believe that they're telling you the truth about this war. Contrary to Vietnam, the present war will not be fought to lose. It will be fought to win. But because it is impossible to win this war, we will inevitably lose it. Thus, this is another no-win war and our defeat will be far, far greater than that in Vietnam. Why is this war a loser? Why can't we win it? Here are some of the reasons. The absolute minimum cost of this war will be $1 trillion and the cost will drag on for years and years. The American economy, in its weak condition, created mainly by the same free trade theorists who are directing the war, cannot support this loss on top of everything else. The cost of the war will complete the devastation of the economy. Even if we win the battles quickly and conquer Iraq, the cost of providing minimum sustenance for the subjugated civilians and trying to repair enough of the devastated country to get the country functioning again will be astronomical. Even if we win the battles and kill Saddam's troops by the hundreds of thousands, our troops will have to remain in the area indefinitely. Perpetual guerrilla warfare against our troops and continuing casualties are to be expected. The annual cost in lives and dollars cannot be estimated. The war will and already is turning all of the Muslim and third world people around the world against us. It is a total public relations disaster for America once the world's beacon of hope. Our destruction of Baghdad and the Israeli pulverizing of Tikrit cannot be approved by any decent person. Terrorism inside America is to be expected indefinitely, and thanks to the lunatics who have made our national borders as porous as a sieve, terrorism could get serious. The Bill of Rights is certain to be set aside if terrorism becomes a problem. If the war continues, critics are likely to be thrown into concentration camps with real or imagined terrorists. Hayton, I Want It Herein noted that on the demonstrators as the most massive anti-war rally, San Francisco, January 27, there were police patrols who directed military helicopters to the area and dumped rotten egg gas on the demonstrators and then clamped a lid on the press and disallowed media acknowledgement. Is this America? Is this peaceful demonstration? Where are you, America? Who actually supports the troops? You who proclaim war at all costs or those who demand bringing home the troops and no war, which is truly patriotism, America? If, when, the war escalates to a ground war and American casualties mount, social upheaval is to be expected, especially among minorities. War always destabilizes the social order, and is felt in a million ways. The effects of the Vietnam misadventure created tremendous changes in the way America thinks, acts and looks, and none were to the good. Respect for America and the American system will further erode, especially among youth, which will identify the criminal brutality of this kinder and gentler war as the American system. War upsets all business plans, projections, and calculations. It will bankrupt millions and make fortunes for the dregs of society, the sleazy crooks, con men, and profiteers who always surface during war. War always increases the size and power of the government. Expect more socialism, more bureaucracy, more corruption, more government interference, more restrictions on the law-abiding public. The war channels attention toward itself, and away from the really important things that are happening in America and the rest of the world. It thus paralyzes attempts to cure our own ills as we insanely try to cure the ills of others. The fact is, there is absolutely nothing of any value whatsoever that the American people can derive from this war. This is not to say that no one will profit from it. Many will, but not the people who are supposed to be running this one-time republic. Most importantly, this is a no-win war because there is no legitimate war aim visualizing an attainable goal in the interest of the United States that will justify the cost. The reasons that Bush has given for this war are pathetic but the best he can come up with. Because there is no legitimate war aim, we lost the war the instant it started. The real purposes of the war are to destroy an enemy of Israel, to perpetuate the trilateral monopoly on Mideast oil, to further move America toward a world government, Bush's New World Order, and to distract attention from the corruption of the crooks in the federal government. These will be the winners of the war. Everybody else, except the Arabian and Kuwaiti oligarchs, will be the losers. So not everyone will lose the war. Only the people who have to fight and pay for it. That's why this is another no-win war. Support our troops, get out of the Mideast and impeach Bush. And so, there you have truth from the mouths of neighborly mortals. America yeah, world, if ye cannot see that which is, plead for mercy, for ye shall receive that which ye sow, even if it be sown in ignorance, for the harvest shall always be in kind. These ones emphatically say, America first. Nay, friends, I most surely suggest that ye place God first. And, so be it. For that which has been prophesied, for lo, the eons are at hand in this very generation upon your placement. Ye had best be looking most carefully unto that which ye petition from God, for thine so-called enemy is not your enemy, and ye are asking for prevailing of evil which does not mix in godly sanction, just as oil and blood do not mix but forever remain in separation one from the other. Ponder it. Revelation 5:5-. But one of the 24 elders said to me, Stop crying, for look, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, has conquered, and proved himself worthy to open the scroll and to break its 7 seals. I looked and saw a lamb standing there before the 24 elders, in front of the throne and the living beings, and on the lamb were wounds that once had caused his death. He had 7 horns and 7 eyes, which represent the 7-fold Spirit of God, sent out into every part of the world. He stepped forward and took the scroll from the right hand of the one sitting upon the throne. And as he took the scroll, the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each with a harp and golden vials filled with incense, the prayers of God's people. Dear ones, the Lamb is at hand, and the breaking of the 7th seal is upon you. It is not mine to do other than tell you of truth, for the apocalypse has begun and you seem to see it not. May the hand of the one upon the throne, God of creation, please bear a kinder and gentler confrontation for ye who bring destruction unto his other wondrous creations than I would suspect in the garnering of justice at time of judgment. Where are you, citizen of the earth? The time is at hand for the deciding. Salut. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Good day. Chapter 4. Rec number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, February 6, 1991, 10:26 a.m. Year 4 Day 174. Today's Watch. Alert. Watch what is being said to congressional hearings this day, by Baker. He is speaking of things like after-war occupation with men and money, rebuilding costs of all damaged nations including rebuilding Iraq and Kuwait for the damaged parties and collateral losses, of which we spoke yesterday. Also, more aid for Israel who continues in irreproachably innocent restraint during this mad dictator's attacks. He also speaks of this new world order headed and orchestrated by the major UN nations of the world and how you as the most affluent nation, must bear the damages which you have committed. Good luck, America, for you surely need it. Further, do you not find it awkward that they cannot get their lies coordinated from one branch of a network into the other? First, you are told that 3 Iraqi planes took off to run hide and defect to Iran and the other channel of the same network said, within 2 minutes, that 3 Iraqi planes were airborne and they think at least 2 might have been shot down. There is a funny and unique thing about truth, it never varies. Lies hardly ever are identical in the telling from 1 minute into the next. Bear with us, brothers, for Dharma is about to fragment for we are working on 3 journals and an almost daily express without being relieved of any of the physical tasks of preparation, etc. We are still efforting to finish Volume 2 of Pleiades Connections, Cosmic Code, Universal History, Frequencies of the Universe and Relativity Explained. Unfortunately, a war interrupted our work and is very capable of blowing away your world and rendering you enslaved so that which is most imminent must take precedent. We also are working at a journal which will explain and give insight into the wondrous prophecies of John in Revelation, as well as Daniel's projections along with Ezekiel's. So please, you who write to me, know that I cherish your input and communications and I am most sincerely grateful for backup information which flows forth from several of you. It is highly valued for the physical boost it gives our publisher, etc. It is hard to work with such controversial material which is constantly under attack and the confirmation is immeasurably precious. Thank you very much, indeed. Burnt Offerings and Bloodstained Sands. Today goes off to press the above titled book. I believe it is one of the most useful tools for understanding the mechanism by which this world has been put into sleep and brainwashed. I have much more information to give on the matter regarding the ancient Hazar projection of world control as well as the Vatican/papal intent of world domination. Yes, you read what you thought you did. Dear ones, there is nothing on your globe left untouched by the hand of worldly greed. Desire for power and yes, evil. Once mankind understands that fact, then and only then, can he begin to set things to right. As he breaks out of the blob of blindness he will be able to sort that which is in goodness from that which would only control and use him. Then he can reach out into freedom in intelligent actions of response to the cause and not simple and slash or violent reaction to that which strikes him. Even in this war, as example, if you understand even one thing which was priorly not known to you, you must look differently at that which is coming down on your heads. For instance, you must remember something which most of you knew not, your own USA sold and allowed sales of bacteria, high-tech items in unlimited abundance to Iraq, Syria, and all other hostile and terroristic nations thus, your own troops go off to face death in the Gulf at the wrong end of all those weapons which you supplied to your enemy. I remind you after the August 2nd invasion and troop placement in Saudi Arabia the Department of the Commerce of the US allowed shipment of a Cray supercomputer to Iraq, through Brazil, which is only used for the perfection of hydrogen bombs. Further, do not anger at me I do not make the news, I simply tell you that which and, you go look it up. At any rate, I would suggest that you check with America West for the journal mentioned herein should be available in about 2.5 to 3 weeks. If you don't know what is being done to you, you can't have any way to counter it for if you have no goal toward which to work you cannot even begin proper journey. Money, taxes, and government debt. This is perhaps the hardest human puzzle for individuals to understand for the wrong ideas have been foisted upon you for so long that you must retrain your entire thought processes regarding the above issues. I get hundreds of requests to simplify it again and again. Further, ones ponder how to integrate God, cosmic beings, and human money exchange that is easiest of all to simplify. God responds to that which you request and require and Caesar has nothing save that which he has stolen from God therefore, you will always find God where you are. Now, as to the other subjects, we have covered them in great detail in the journals dealing with these specific issues and I can only urge you to investigate them and study them carefully. However, thousands of new readers are coming forth and time is in great shortage for action so I must give you a bit of input in repetition. Perhaps I can even define more clearly for our old participants. You are totally blasted and mind-boggled daily by the media and pulse beamed at night while you sleep relentlessly. Part of the bombardment is total confusion regarding the subject of taxes and government debt. If you people understood money, despotism could not reign as legitimate government, as you have allowed to occur. You must realize that there are 2 kinds of what you recognize as money. We will stick to the US operation but the same is applicable all over the globe for the intention and actions are underway, now, bringing into the marketplace the one world currency until such time as a totally cashless society is perfected through this new world order of which Mr. Bush speaks so often. There is what is recognized as constitutional money which is measured in weights of gold and silver brought into existence by human production and used as a medium of exchange and a store of value. It no longer exists in a constitutional capacity. Then there is modern money which is created out of notes in unlimited amounts by the Federal Reserve, which is not a federal agency but rather, a private bank corporation, along with other commercial banks. As a carryover from constitutional money, the people assume that modern money is also a medium of exchange and a store of wealth. The tip-off that modern money had a sinister purpose came when the people were forced to accept it via legal tender laws. The second clue came when Gresham's law worked perfectly, that is bad money, new money, drove constitutional money, gold and silver, out of circulation. And it only took a few months for gold and silver money to disappear after 1964. Simply stated then, constitutional money as described in Article I Section 10 is production out of the precious metals of the earth, whereas modern money is non-production created by a monopoly oligarchy to regulate and own all human action and production. In other words, modern money has one central purpose. It is used to expropriate wealth. Dictionary definition of expropriate is to take or transfer the ownership of wealth from one owner to another. The conclusion is that modern governments, whether communist or democratic, use modern money, non-production, to expropriate or steal your production and your savings. Yes, the same money system operates the world over. The dollars that you have in your pocket were created at no cost. Their sole purpose is to take your production and savings without payment. Please blank your mind and forget everything else and answer this question. If the government and its bankers or the bankers and their government, non-producers of wealth, can take your labor and your savings without payment, who is your master? Modern money expropriates wealth. Dear ones, it is a great illusion to contemplate freedom under a world slave system where all production and wealth flows to the money creators. The reason that the illusion of freedom works decade after decade is because of government police power to regulate. Governments and central bankers create economic cycles pumping money, credit, and then withdrawing so that the money creators don't self-destruct. And essential to the survival of the system is the police power to reduce consumption, i.e. income tax. Then what conclusions can be established? Government gets all wealth and production for nothing because it pays with money, credit, that costs nothing. Of all the contrivances for cheating the working classes of mankind, perhaps none is so effectual as that which deludes them with paper money. Quoted from your own Daniel Webster and Project's Wisdom. This means that government deficits do not and cannot exist. Another quote, the Federal Reserve in cooperation with the federal government has the inherent power to create money, almost any amount of it. This power makes technical bankruptcy out of the question. The National Debt, published by the Federal Reserve of Philadelphia. This in turn means that there is no money of account in the United States. No government official, including the IRS, will answer the question, what is current as money? They refuse because there is no money of account, only a credit system. The Federal Reserve System works only with credit. This means, then, that the income tax system, which is constitutionally unlawful at best, was not designed to collect taxes. In a credit system there can be no money going to Washington as taxes. What you think of as taxes is not money but credit. Therefore, when the IRS reduces your credit in your bank account it goes out of existence. It does not go to Washington to support the government or pay its bills. Why would government need your credit when it can create any amount? What then is the so-called income tax system for? Let us have a little hint of truth from one, Beardsley Rummel, speaking to the American Bar Association in 1946. Mr. Rummel, by the way, was chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. He stated that taxes for revenue are obsolete. His thesis was that given 1. Control of a central banking system and 2. An inconvertible currency, a sovereign national government is finally free of money worries and need no longer levy taxes for the purpose of providing itself with revenue. Please read this last statement as many as 5 times and then again if you didn't get it. In that same speech Mr. Rummel outlined the purpose of taxes. Please remember that modern taxation is a system of reducing consumption by reducing credit. It is not a system to support government. Quoting further from Mr. Rummel, federal taxes can be made to serve 4 principal purposes of a social and economic character. They are: 1. As an instrument of fiscal policy to help stabilize the purchasing power of the dollar. Note please, how does one stabilize a unit of credit, the dollar? By reducing credit, by reducing consumption and calling it income tax. Therefore, the purpose of the IRS is to help stabilize or regulate the credit system. The credit system would not work without regulation, and the IRS is the regulator. Hence, friends, its awesome power. 2. To express public policy in the distribution of wealth and of income, as in the case of the progressive income and estate taxes, this should be most painfully clear as to its intent. 3. To express public policy in subsidizing or in penalizing various industries and economic groups. 4. To isolate and assess directly the costs of certain national benefits, such as highways and social security. The conclusion must be that income taxes or any other taxes do not have anything to do with paying government expenses, but is a system of credit distribution as determined by government. Does this not make all the recent income tax hokum in Washington one big charade? Do you get the picture? Are you so intellectually dead that you cannot understand and decipher government propaganda? What is really going on in Washington is that the politicians and bureaucrats are bickering over how to regulate consumption with the credit system, under pretense of how to pay government expenses and reduce government debt with more income taxes. Can you see that if governments should refrain from regulation of your consumption and their counterfeit, the worthlessness of the money would become apparent and the fraud upon the public could not be longer concealed? This means that the volume of money, credit, regulates its value. Whoever controls the volume of money, credit, in any country is absolute master of all commerce and industry. And who do you think controls it all in your country? Well, the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago said that the actual control rests with the central bank, the Federal Reserve. And so it does the banker cartel elite. This in turn means that the central banks of the world are counterfeiting and you are forced to take it by the force of legal tender laws. The Federal Reserve is an omnipotent, benevolent counterfeiter, no more and no less. Which means that no matter what a national government calls itself, either communist or capitalist, all have the same money system, i.e. credit system, which guarantees a world economic slave system of production for use and not for profit, meaning that the credit money system limits production for profit as far as the people are concerned. Amassing of wealth is limited by the income tax system and inheritance taxes. This means that as more and more production and wealth is transferred to the government and bankers via money, there must be greater restriction of consumption. Money, credit, would keep its value if there were fewer people bidding against each other. This brings up a most relevant and important point. Quite simply, the Fed wants you dead and they plan for you to expire when you retire so as to cut consumption. There is much to help with that task in point. There is poison, fluoridated and chlorinated water and cancer, AIDS, etc., to eliminate you and your consumption. If all people live to be 100 on your placement, a government banker counterfeiting system would collapse from too much non-production and consumption. It cannot and will not be allowed. If you understood money, you would know why government funds research and controls and limits disease and cancer cures. Consumption of the people is a major problem for the money creators. The greedier the money creators get, the greater their problem of regulating consumption. They can only reduce consumption so much. This is, further, why the same cartel money creators and regulators also regulate the judicial system of injustice and the medical/pharmaceutical systems of legal murder. Oh yes, you will find the same names flowing throughout the daily listings of corporations and government management. Now, at some point with the above in view, the underground barter takes over. Which means that government propaganda must resort to class and racial conflict to divert attention from the system. In the current government deficit income tax charade, you have witnessed classic politics of envy and soak the rich syndrome. But the classification of rich is a bit more obscure than politicians would wish you to note. How can you even talk about freedom and constitutional government and completely ignore the system of slavery at the hands of the money creators? The distinction between free men and slaves is whether or not they are paid for their labor. There is no provision in the United States Code for paying either debts or taxes with legal tender, government counterfeit. The sole function of legal tender, modern money, is to get both labor and wealth without payment. And so, what do you have remaining with which to work? Very little. Very little, indeed. Therefore, if you would preserve any of your assets, you must work within their own rules of management, and even at that you might very well have it confiscated. It will be confiscated just as quickly as the blink of an eye any day now. I can only repeat that which I have given you prior to this, in detail. All of the executive orders are now in place and active, awaiting appropriate timing to pounce and garner from you. I am not in the business of giving fortunes and business strategies except as requested by one's asking, what in the world do we do now, with the intent of survival for purposes of service to fellow man and God? I can only suggest that you consider placing your assets through something like the established Phoenix Institute, whereby gold can be purchased, borrowed against and held for collateral by one of these central banks, for they will be last to have confiscation of collateral, although even that is possible. Gold will be confiscated probably, even from safe deposit boxes, just as in 1933. Your assets will be completely controlled as to bank withdrawals and money, currency, exchanges, etc. There is no perfection remaining, Chellis, it is a matter of possibly saving something and perhaps all. If you handle it through Nevada corporations and get it out of your name and into one or more, as appropriate, of your own corporations, you might very well save it all, but the sword is coming down heavy and very, very soon. If you can at all be represented as wealthy, your assets will become worthless almost instantly. Please, understand, I can only tell you how it is and allow you insight as to methods we have studied and found practical and workable. Please see privacy in the fishbowl and spiral to economic disaster. You must understand that you are now into the time of chaos and the changing of all that you recognize as freedom. The beast is upon you and protection is all but nil. We can only make suggestions, what you do with them is totally up to your own discretion and choosing. However, I must remind you that whatever you do, you must keep silent lest you give away your own stores and ability to function. A wagging tongue will be the most costly weapon used upon self in these times of living under the magnifying glass and gun. If you have it, they will take it, depend upon it. Again, if you are interested in this information, I will ask that ones at America West direct your calls pertaining to same. As purely a favor unto me, ones will outline a plan for you, but these ones are not in business to tend of your business and take this time in order to serve as best they can in this time of transition and change. My blessings and appreciation unto them, for they do great service, for the avenues of protection of assets is being closed hour by hour upon you blessed people who have remained in trust of a system which has been corrupted and totally destroyed, while the treacherous leaders have played their games of world conquering, while you have paid for it in so many ways they defy the counting. May you find some measure of assistance in these suggestions. Insanity and schizophrenia. Let us speak to the subject of the advancement toward the cashless society now under planning and action. The establishment's inexorable march toward this cashless society is full of contradictions that border on schizophrenia as diagnosed by the wondrous medical profession. It is even confusing to the psychopolitical participants. This is especially true of that increasingly popular substitute for cash in everyday transactions, that wondrous credit card. Do you realize that about 40% of you nice American do not have a credit card, And remember, some 3 million of you are homeless to boot. But of the 60% remaining who do, most have multiple cards, including bank cards like your Visa and MasterCard, travel and entertainment cards like American Express and Diners Club, and department store, gasoline company, airline, and telephone credit cards. The typical American with a credit card has at least 7 to 8 cards in his wallet or purse. Those adult Americans without credit cards are mainly the poor, the very elderly, young adults just out of high school or college, the incarcerated, and those wise and discriminating individuals who prefer to deal in cash or barter, for reasons of patriotism, religion, or common sense, or to protect their privacy or avoid harassment. Bankers and others in the credit industry refer to the credit card market as a mature market. But banks must grow or die, and, in their absolute need to lend more money into existence, seek to gain an increased market share of the credit card industry by marketing their plastic money to those they think are a good credit risk, most of whom already have plenty of plastic rectangles. Pre-screening. And herein, everything that you consider private is no more. Credit mongers are enamored of a device called pre-screening. If you own an expensive, late-model car, live in a nice neighborhood, have an account with a major brokerage house, are a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or even a teacher, some purveyor of plastic money may have rented a mailing list with your name on it, checked your name against a credit bureau file for loan delinquencies and other derogatory information, and, if you passed, asked you to apply for one of the wondrous new rectangles of power already reserved in your name. When the prospect, you, replies, the credit monger then buys a full credit report on the applicant. The pre-screening process is so accurate that 95% of those who respond are accepted, but there is a hitch in the get-along. Responding to concerns about the invasion of privacy, the wondrous and thoughtful Federal Trade Commission, FTC, ruled that, under the Fair Credit Reporting Act, FCRA, a pre-screen represents a series of consumer reports obtained for the purpose of extending credit, a permissible purpose under the FCRA for outsiders to see the consumer's credit reports. So when the issuer does a pre-screen, says the FTC, it is forced to extend credit to everyone who survives the screen. After all, that was the purpose for which the screen was supposedly performed. Any further credit review would run counter to the act. So, always with clever manipulation and loopholes in mind, the industry is responding by renting lists screened against demographic data shown to have a high correlation with ability to pay bills, and doing credit checks only after the customer has applied for a card. Now, you are wondering why Hayton would dawdle about in such trivia as credit cards. Well, Chelis, it is like this: every time you ask how to manage, we must give thought to all of the consequences. One consequence of credit and buying in any form or market is that you leave a payer trail of exactness beyond the recognized. For instance, when one's bought luxury items prior to year-end to cut tax costs, the information was fed directly into the revenue collectors' data banks, and now that money will be needed in major sums to facilitate this nice new war, the big boys know exactly where to go first to collect those nice taxes. The government now knows who has money and will be after it shortly. You can place bets on it. Contradictions of the system. You are moving into a cashless society, and therefore many details appear to be overlooked in the issuing of credit, and it is not for me to tell you how to manage your bankruptcies and such, but, don't overlook corporations and strategies, for that which is touted is not necessarily so. More and more heavy credit users are going bankrupt, which would seem a great disservice to obtaining more credit and to those banks which extend credit with those dandy plastic pieces. Not so, foolish Keela who uses logic. If a person owes on one credit card, he may well owe on others. Thus, creditors step up high-pressure collection efforts. Only so much blood can be squeezed from the stone of the typical overextended consumer, so the all-out war begins to get the payments. But not to worry, more and more consumers are filing for bankruptcy year after year. Propaganda put forth by credit mongers would have you believe that you will never again be able to get a credit card, a car loan, or a mortgage, or even rent an apartment, if you go bankrupt. The truth is exactly the opposite. Many bankrupts obtain one or more new credit cards within weeks of filing bankruptcy. How? Simple logic: having had his bad debts discharged and yet probably still having a nice secure job, a bankrupt can't file a new bankruptcy petition for 7 years. So in this respect, bankrupts are a better risk than the just laid off advertising executive who had a 6-figure salary and credit card balances to match but is now unable to pay his bills. Remember, the credit monger still must extend new loans, or he will go bankrupt himself. I use this as example of the endless circle of chase the tail, and allow you to look at the total obsession with credit and how you will be absorbed into the system even without your realizing it. You must play the game better than the others if you are to gain some measure of security, and it is harder and harder to manage. I can only give you that which appears workable in practical application. Dharma, close this Keela, for it grows long for digesting. Thank you for your attention, and you, Dharma, for your service. Hayton to clear, please. Chapter 5. Rec number 2. Hayton. Thursday, February 7, 1991, 2:57 p.m. Year 4 Day 175, Supreme Court Tax Ruling of January 8, 1991. I have had many inquiries for explanation regarding this tax ruling, for it is impactful indeed. There is more pressing and urgent material which I must cover before handling that subject in great depth. However, I will touch on some highlights in the interim. This is indeed a ticklish case in point with several outstanding observations. Prior to the non-filing, Mr. John Cheek had filed tax forms which automatically put him in the status of a voluntary taxpayer and on the active rolls of the IRS. This is exactly where most of you ones will find yourselves usually. In addition, there will be visible funds garnered for self by failure to report and file the agreed upon proportion of taxes. In this instance, the only obvious factor is that you no longer have common law courts but rather, admiralty rulings. Therefore, the secret word, if you will, is civil versus criminal proceedings. To legally try the man in any manner whatsoever, required that he be tried as a criminal which he, indeed, was not. Once brought before a criminal court, the man was entitled to a jury hearing, etc. Now, please note that in rendering the court decision, Supreme Court, the following is put to record. While the Supreme Court held that Cheek was entitled to his day in court, and that a trial judge had no right to, in effect, prejudice a jury or refuse to allow it to consider all evidence, Cheek's claim that the income tax law is unconstitutional was unsound. In fact, the court's brief listed several arguments sometimes used which the panel said have not been, or ever will be, considered objectively reasonable. Hayton, note the words unsound, not unlawful, and objectively reasonable not incorrect or unconstitutional, and herein lies a most important point in discussion. Mr. Cheek was being considered on the basis of incarceration of a criminal offense, and actually the income tax reasonability or constitutionality was not that which was under consideration. The latter statements and the 7 points given forth in the brief were opinions of personal interpretation and did not, in fact, bear on the case in point, which was criminal incarceration for Mr. Cheek's action or inaction. 1. The belief that the 16th Amendment to the Constitution was improperly ratified and therefore never came into being. 2. The belief that the 16th Amendment is unconstitutional generally. 3. The belief that the income tax violates the taking clause of the 5th Amendment. 4. The belief that the tax laws are unconstitutional. 5. The belief that wages are not income and therefore are not subject to federal income tax laws. 6. The belief that filing a tax return violates the 5th Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, and 7. The belief that Federal Reserve notes do not constitute cash or income. Again, take careful note to the next, however, the Supreme Court did not say that the Internal Revenue Code could not be challenged on these grounds, even though it characterized them as being frivolous. Nor did the court say that one cannot be a non-taxpayer. The court noted that Cheek was free to pay income taxes and then utilize the mechanisms provided by Congress to present his claims of invalidity to the courts. In short, the justices ruled that while a defendant's views on the validity of tax statutes were not relevant to a criminal charge of willfully attempting to evade payment, it was wrong for a trial judge to instruct a jury to disregard a defendant's reasoning for such avoidance. Now the reasonable thing to do is, as I have told you over and over again, to use discretion and use it properly. The prime point to remember in a confrontation over legislative and constitutional laws is that the one with the gun gets to make the laws and they become legal even if unlawful. The facts are that Mr. Cheek had no alternative in retrospect other than to pay the taxes with penalties, and then he can press it into further litigation if he chooses. The facts of the matter are that Mr. Cheek won on the case which was actually brought before the Supreme Court, and that was whether or not it was legal to incarcerate him for non-payment of taxes. All of the flowery presentation of the 7 points are to scare you into following the rules as laid forth by the cartel controllers. Whether a case can now be won on other grounds is strictly according to how the case is put into presentation and who has the biggest gun to the head on the day of hearing. You call that highway robbery with gun to head? Yes, exactly, but you see, you no longer have a justice system. You will note that the deciders of his fate did not dare push too far. They could intimidate him into causing him to fork over the funds, but still had to admit that he has still a right to hearing on the merits of the case in point regarding legality, etc., of the income tax laws. I have further urged you to be most careful in your own intent. If all you wish to do is avoid taxes, there is quite a difference in avoiding and evading like 15 years. You had better really believe in what you are doing on constitutional grounds and know that which you do and speak, and then you won't end up in such blunders. I believe if you ponder the case carefully you will be able to see that it was truly a victory and not a lost case as it at first appears. Now, however, that the executive orders overriding your constitution are in place, you will have to take care to simply have no income for them to rob. When it is stated, Cheek said he now agrees he was required to pay federal income taxes, and he has now paid these assessments, along with substantial penalties. But Cheek maintained that he should not have been prosecuted as a criminal. It means exactly that he realized he is required, right, wrong, or indifferent he is required, and thusly did so or be in contempt of court. The secret is out when you read the careful wording of the response in point. Cheek's attorney said that the court's opinion confirms the fundamental idea that even though his beliefs may appear ridiculous to a judge, Mr. Cheek is entitled to have a jury decide whether or not he believed it. For you who wonder what in the name of law are we talking about, let me briefly explain. A January 8 ruling handed down by the U.S. Supreme Court is viewed as at least a partial victory by those critical of the Internal Revenue Code and the way it is applied to the vast majority of citizens and taxpayers. The High Court, by a 6-2 margin, found that a defendant in a dispute over payment of income taxes has the right to expect that a jury will consider evidence whether the defendant had a good faith belief that he was not violating any of the provisions of the tax law. This is a vital ruling, because many federal courts have held that failure to pay all taxes demanded by the government is bad faith or evil intent. This despite Supreme Court decisions over the past 20 years that have defined criminal intent as the voluntary, intentional violation of a known legal duty. This ruling stems from a case, Cheek vs. United States. John L. Cheek, a 48-year-old pilot with American Airlines, was convicted in 1988 of 6 counts of willfully failing to file a federal income tax return and of 3 counts of willfully attempting to evade income taxes. You see, the government must prove willfulness if it is to win criminal prosecution. However, typical of your injustice system, during Cheek's trial the judge issued several instructions to the jury which essentially steered jurors into finding Cheek guilty. The pilot repeated to the Supreme Court what he had told the lower court. He had not acted willfully. After long study of the Internal Revenue Code and discussions with groups opposed to the income tax system, he believed that his wages were not income, and, thus, he was not a taxpayer within the meaning of the code. He said to the court, "This country is founded on certain beliefs, and just because you disagree with the IRS on interpretation of the law does not make you a criminal." The Supreme Court held that the trial judge in Cheek's case had erred when he instructed the jury to disregard evidence of Cheek's understanding that, within the meaning of the tax laws, he was not a person required to file a return or to pay income taxes and that wages are not taxable income. This latter statement comes from one of your inalienable rights to earn by your own labor, etc. This entire matter only provides you with guidelines as to where you are in total destruction of your Constitution and Bill of Rights. Justice is no longer an issue for you no longer have a court system of justice. The very wording of the opinion rendered, however, indicates a total conspiracy to bring you under control through total brute police force and casting aside the Constitution which has protected your rights as free men. Further, it is all but impossible to pull away from the elected system if you have a regular job with all of the constraints of actual police force upon you in every reporting format available for their use against you. Would it not be wise to join with the groups who are working to regain your rights and repeal the 16th Amendment? Surprisingly enough, you are making headway. For instance, some of the states who had voted in favor of a constitutional Congress have rescinded, so the nation is blinking a bit awake. Hold fast and act with wisdom. Handle assets wisely, and through the use of corporations with intent to do business with integrity, you can find some measure of protection within the laws of the land according to your rulers. Remember that Big Brother has the big stick and you must really do some homework. So be it, and thank you for your inquiries. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now, Dharma, may we turn our attention to a topic of such great importance that we shall do very little other work until we have gotten the information out in segments as quickly as possible. I am going to utilize material as confirmation of that which I have already given forth for your consideration and receive denial upon denial. Perhaps through the mouths of ones upon your place who have lived the horror, you can begin to hear truth of circumstance of the Antichrist upon your doorsteps. I shall simply utilize second-person language and then urge America West to make available the book in point for your availability. The material in reprint herein is directly from a book written by Jack Bernstein, an American Jew who emigrated from the U.S. to the Promised Land of Israel following the Six-Day War in 1967. After 6.5 years of living there, he married and, much the wiser, returned to America. He has left forever what he refers to as the Marxist, racist land and is forcibly separated from his wife and children. Mr. Bernstein relates the shocking truth of how Israel has become, in his words, a land of terrorism and violence. You who continue to confuse and call as one the Zionist Hazars with the Jews of God's people are in great error. Further, the most blatantly sad point of all is that it will always be the Jews of God who will pay the highest penalty and suffer the most greatly from the deception. I can only present it as given, for I do intend to give you a historical background on the 13th tribe who called themselves Jews, but this is so much more timely and important for you who continue to deny my information and actually take physical violent action against my scribe and publisher. These ones were, in God's own words, deceivers and liars from the beginning, and there is no truth in them. You cannot fix that which you fail to see is wrong. I can only present it to you again, in a different format from human input, and pray that you will see and hear before the curtain falls forever upon your prison. Before you who have already decided not to read this material cast it aside, I ask that you read this following note from Mr. Bernstein regarding the Association of Pro-American Jews. In America, nearly all Sephardic Jews and a large portion of the Ashkenazi Jews deplore the subversive acts of the Zionists. But, fear of the vicious Zionist Jews has kept most decent Jews silent. Because Zionist meddling in America's internal and external affairs has become so great, we pro-American Jews cannot sit idly by and allow these Zionist Jews to destroy America, the country that has given us freedom and opportunity. We pro-American Jews must unite and help stop our Zionist brethren. United, we pro-American Jews can be an effective force in stopping the Zionist destruction of America. Write or call me and add your support. All communications will be held confidential. Jack Bernstein, Chairman, Association of Pro-American Jews, P.O. Box 825 Fairfax. VA 22030. The Zionist Network and the Zionist-oriented Jewish international bankers have had, and still have, such a great influence on world affairs and the economic and political affairs of America that a continuing source of information about their activities is necessary. There are many good publications available which expose Zionist past and present involvement in world and in America's affairs. But the youth of America, their parents and grandparents, are too busy to read anything lengthy, especially when it comes to politics. So, we have started issuing a very short, easy to read, easy to reproduce, letter that is sure to interest all concerned Americans. To receive copies of the Behind the Zionist Curtain letter, just send a self-addressed, stamped envelope to our Washington office, letter, P.O. Box 825 Fairfax, VA 22030. The book in point is called The Life of an American Jew in Racist Marxist Israel, by Jack Bernstein as told to Len Martin, The Noontide Press, Publishers, P.O. Box 1248 Torrance, California, 90505 ISBN 0-9394882-01-0. I herein ask that Mr. Green do whatever is required to get these books available to you readers. Remember that the material was written in 1984 and I do not take the time herein to check into validity of addresses, etc. As you might know, the information and book have been squelched and all manners of means have been attempted to stop the information from reaching you the public. Well, the wrongdoers are right up against God now, and the battle may get quite a bit rougher before the final trumpet blows. Count on it. And so in honor to Mr. Bernstein. Before Israel became a state in 1948, Jews worldwide were filled with Zionist propaganda that Israel would be a homeland for all Jews, a refuge for persecuted Jews, a democratic country and the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. Jack is an Ashkenazi Jew who spent the first 25 years of his life in the United States, the country that has given all Jews freedom and the opportunity to prosper, and prosper they did, to the point that one portion of the Jews, the Zionists, gained a position of political and economic dominance in the U.S. and control 2/3 of your Congress. Remember that this material was written in 1984, and how much farther do you think things might have worsened in the intervening 7 years between then and now? To fully understand the story, it is important that you understand what Zionism really is. Zionist propaganda has led the American people to believe that Zionism and Judaism are one and the same and that they are religious in nature. This is a blatant lie. Judaism is a religion, but Zionism is a political movement started mainly by East European, Ashkenazi, Jews who for centuries have been the main force behind communism/socialism. The ultimate goal of the Zionists is one world government under the control of the Zionists and the Zionist-oriented Jewish international bankers. Communism/socialism are merely tools to help them accomplish their goal. Bernstein was a victim of Zionist propaganda. After the 1967 war, the Jews were filled with pride that our homeland had become so powerful and successful. Then too, they had been filled with the false propaganda that Jews in America were being persecuted. So, between 1967 and 1970, approximately 50,000 American Jews fell for this Zionist propaganda and migrated to Israel. Bernstein was one of those suckers, as he put it. After being filled with all that false Zionist propaganda, he felt that he would have a better chance to succeed in the new Jewish state. There was an added enticement, the spirit and challenge of pioneering and of helping his fellow Jews. Dual citizenship. He had no emotional conflict with leaving the U.S. because he was still able to keep his U.S. citizenship and could return to the U.S. at any time. You see, Jews are allowed to be citizens of both Israel and some countries. The U.S. is one of those countries. The U.S. government allows a Jew to be a citizen of both the U.S. and Israel. German Americans cannot be citizens of both the U.S. and Germany. Italian Americans cannot be citizens of both the U.S. and Italy. Egyptian Americans cannot be citizens of both the U.S. and Egypt, but a Jewish American can be a citizen of both Israel and the U.S. This is a good example of the power the Zionist Jews have over the U.S. government. Arrival in the Jewish paradise. Before leaving for Israel, a Jewish friend of Jack's had made arrangements for him to stay a few days with her sister and aunt. After arriving at Lod Airport just outside of Tel Aviv, he took a bus to the home of this person. When he saw the young lady, Fazia Dabul, it was love at first sight. He began calling her Ziva, which was her Hebrew name. Ziva is a Sephardic Jewess from Iraq who, like himself, had fallen for the Zionist propaganda and had migrated to Israel. She was employed as a hairdresser. The kibbutz. After visiting with Ziva and her aunt for 2 days, he left to spend 6 months at Kibbutz Ein HaShofet, one of the well over 150 such communes then operating in Israel. Since then, many more have been started, especially in the territory taken from the Palestinian Arabs. A kibbutz is a farming and sometimes industrial venture. It is important to explain that Israel's kibbutz system is a Marxist idea brought to Israel by the Ashkenazi Jews who migrated to Israel mainly from Poland and Russia. These Jews are part of that bunch of Jews known as the Bolsheviks. Before 1917, they were the force that laid the foundation for the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 in Russia and the start of communism. Russia is now known as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Again, he wants to point out, even emphasize, that it is some of that same bunch of Ashkenazi, communist/socialist Jews, Bolshevik, Jews who migrated to Israel, gained control of the Zionist movement and have dominated the government of Israel since its beginning in 1948. Now, back to the kibbutz. Prior to 1967, most of the work of the kibbutzim was done by Jews, but, since the 1967 war, the work has been done by Arabs who are paid a very low wage, and by volunteers from overseas. Members of the kibbutz, all Jews, share all things equally. They receive clothing, food, and a small allowance. All profits from the venture go into the kibbutz account for future use. Each of these kibbutz are affiliated with one of Israel's Marxist parties ranging from socialist to hardcore communist. The kibbutz Jack was in was not hardcore communist. Yet, he was happy to leave after 4 months, 2 months earlier than originally planned. During the time he was working on the kibbutz, he carried on a courtship with Ziva. She was one of the reasons he left the kibbutz. After only 4 months they were to be married. Marriage created problems. The marriage ceremony was held in the Sephardic synagogue. The ceremony was simple but beautiful. Ziva and Jack were very happy, but their marriage created serious problems. You see, Ziva is a Sephardic Jewess and Jack is an Ashkenazi Jew. For an Ashkenazi Jew to marry a Sephardic Jew is frowned upon in Israel by the ruling Ashkenazis. To understand why this is the case, you must realize the difference between the Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews. The powerful Zionist propaganda machine has led the American people to believe that a Jew is a Jew, one race of people, and that they are God's chosen people. We will deal with the God's chosen people lie later. First, it is important for you to understand that Jews are not one race of people. There are two distinct groups of Jews in the world, and they come from two different areas of the world: the Sephardic Jews from the Middle East and North Africa, and the Ashkenazi Jews from Eastern Europe. The Sephardic is the oldest group, and it is they, if any, who are the Jews described in the Bible because they lived in the area described in the Bible. They are blood relatives to the Arabs. The only difference between them is religion. The Ashkenazi Jews, who now comprise over 90% of the Jews in the world, had a rather strange beginning. According to historians, many of them Jewish, the Ashkenazi Jews came into existence about 1,200 years ago. It happened this way. At the eastern edge of Europe, there lived a tribe of people known as the Khazars. About the year 740 AD, the Khazar king and his court decided they should adopt a religion for their people. So, representatives of the three major religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, were invited to present their religious doctrines. The Khazars chose Judaism, but it was not for religious reasons. If the Khazars had chosen Islam, they would have angered the strong Christian world. If they had chosen Christianity, they would have angered the strong Islamic world. So, they played it safe. They chose Judaism. Now, I want you to understand that I, Hayton, am presenting this as Jack relays it, and there are some exceptions I take with the tale, but it matters not in content of perception. It wasn't for religious reasons the Khazars chose Judaism, it was for political reasons. Sometime during the 13th century the Khazars were driven from their land and they migrated westward, with most of them settling in Poland and Russia. These Khazars are now known as Ashkenazi Jews. Because these Khazar, Ashkenazi, Jews merely chose Judaism, they are not really Jews, at least not blood Jews. Throughout their history, these Polish and Russian Ashkenazi Jews practiced communism/socialism and worked to have their ideas implemented in these countries. Now remember that these Khazars were originally Nordic, Mongol, and Russian in bloodline. By the late 1800s, significant numbers of these communist/socialist Jews were found in Germany, the Balkans, and eventually all over Europe. Because of their interference in the social and governmental affairs of Russia, they became the target of persecution by the Tsars. Because of this, migration of these communist/socialist-oriented Jews began. Some went to Palestine, some went to Central and South America, and a large number of them moved to the U.S. Political Zionism is born. In 1897, the first Zionist Congress was held in Basel, Switzerland. At this Congress, it was decided to work toward the establishment of a Jewish state, and a search for land on which to build this Jewish state began. Great Britain offered the Zionists land in Africa. This the Zionists rejected. They wanted Palestine. At the time, Palestine was inhabited by 500,000 Palestinian Arabs and a few Palestinian Jews who are blood related and who had lived together in peace for centuries. With Palestine as their choice for a homeland, European Ashkenazi Jews began migrating to Palestine. As was explained earlier, most were communist/socialist oriented, with some of them being radical Bolshevik communists whose aim is world domination. So when you think of Jews, especially as related to Israel, keep in mind that there is a great difference between Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews. They are not one united people. They are divided socially, politically, and especially, racially. Now, back to Ziva, a Sephardic Jewess, and Jack, an Ashkenazi Jew, and their lives in the so-called democratic country of Israel. Sephardic Jews second-class citizens. For the first 3 years of their marriage, it was necessary for them to live with Ziva's aunt. This was because of the critical housing shortage in Israel and because of racism. Housing is allocated as follows. Ashkenazi Jews who have lived in Israel for many years are given first choice. Second in line are Ashkenazi Jews from Europe, especially if they are married or marry an Israeli-born Ashkenazi Jew. The next favored are Ashkenazi Jews from the U.S., especially if they marry an Israeli-born Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews have the next choice of whatever housing is left. At the bottom of the list are Muslims, Druze, and Christians. Opportunities for employment follow the same pattern. Ashkenazi Jews get the choicest jobs, Sephardic Jews next, and Muslim, Druze and Christians fill the menial jobs with a great many unemployed. Even though Jack was an Ashkenazi Jew from the U.S., he was placed lower on the list for housing because he had married a Sephardic Jewess. Being denied housing was his second experience of the intense racism that exists in Israel. From the very beginning of his arrival in Israel, many slurs were yelled at him. The American Jews are merely being tolerated. Because Israel, to survive, must depend on gifts of American taxpayers' money, donations from American Jews, and sale of worthless Israeli bonds in America, there is jealousy among the elite Israeli Ashkenazi Jews toward American Jews, even if the American Jews are Ashkenazi. Many times Jack was told, "Go home, and, we want your money, but not you." However, there was a portion of the American Jews who were welcome and given favored treatment. They were the card-carrying communist Jews. Of the 50,000 American Jews who, like Jack, had migrated to Israel between 1967 and 1970, about 20%, 10,000, of them were Marxist-oriented, with a great number of them actual card-carrying communists. They were welcomed by the Israeli authorities and local Ashkenazi and were given favored treatment, housing, jobs and social life. It must be noted that, besides coming from the U.S., a great number of communist Jews were migrating to Israel from Chile, Argentina, and South Africa. Of the 50,000 who had migrated during that time, 80% of them eventually returned to the US. The 20% who remained were those who were card-carrying communists, or sympathetic to Marxism. 3 Faces of Israel. From what you have been told thus far, you must have the idea that Israel is a Marxist, socialist/communist country. This would be correct. But Israel has 3 faces: communism, fascism, and democracy. The Ashkenazi Jews who migrated to Israel from Russia brought with them the ideology of socialism/communism and have put into practice much of that ideology. The Ashkenazi Jews who migrated to Israel from Germany, while sympathetic to communism and supported, tend to favor the practices of Nazi-style fascism. During World War II, in Germany these elite Zionist Ashkenazi Jews worked closely with Hitler's Gestapo in persecuting the lower-class German Jews and delivering them to concentration camps. Now living in Israel, these elite Zionist Jews, who were well trained in Nazi-style fascism and favor it, have imposed many facets of fascism on Israel. To give the impression that Israel is a democracy, members of the Knesset, Israel's Congress, are elected an odd type of election. This is where Israel's so-called democracy stops. It doesn't make any difference which party wins an election, the Likud or Labor. The elite Zionist Jews rule in a dictatorial manner, giving favors to the elite clique and brutally suppressing any dissent. In the Zionist/communist scheme of world domination, it is Israel's role to continually stir up trouble in the Mideast. Since wars are a big part of the scheme of aggression, it is only natural that, from early childhood on, Israeli youth are trained mentally and physically for war. For instance, Israel has its equivalent of Hitler's youth group. It is the Gadna, and all high school and junior high students are required to participate, boys and girls. Like Hitler's youth group, the youth in Israel's Gadna are dressed in khaki uniforms. They take training and engage in paramilitary exercises. Even at play, guns and thoughts of war are present. When on a picnic, instead of taking along baseball or soccer equipment, they take submachine guns and assault rifles and practice shooting and playing military games. Once graduated from high school, all young boys are required to serve 3 years in the army, 2 years for girls, or 4 years in the Navy or Air Force, 3 for girls. Ultra-Orthodox religious Jews are exempt from military service. Once out of the service, a number of the ex-service people join the Shin Bet, the equivalent of Hitler's Gestapo. Like the Gestapo, they engage in repressing anyone who acts or speaks out against the Marxist/fascist government of Zionist-dominated Israel. Like the Nazi Germany, all people in Israel are required to carry identity booklets called Teudat Zahut in Hebrew. One day Jack changed jackets and forgot to take out his ID booklet when he went downtown in Tel Aviv. A police officer approached him and asked for the Teudat Zahut. He was told that it had been left in the other jacket. Because he didn't have his ID booklet with him, he was taken to the police station. At the police station, the desk sergeant informed him that for not having his ID booklet with him, he could be jailed for up to 16 days without even being taken before a judge. All that was necessary was for the police lieutenant to sign a remand order. Jack asked permission to make a telephone call to his wife and tell her to bring the ID booklet to the station. The sergeant allowed him 2 hours to have the Teudat Zahut produced. Jack called his wife and she brought it, arriving just minutes before the 2-hour deadline expired. If she had been late in arriving, he would have been jailed for 16 days for simply not having his ID booklet on his person. This is only one indication that Israel is a police state and not a democracy. And you are next, America. Concerning Nazism/fascism, please let us clear up a point. Germans are an admirable people even to greatness. But in Germany, the general population were victims of the Nazis who, through cunning and brutality, gained power. In Germany, the average Jews were victims of the Zionist elite who worked hand in hand with the Nazis. Many of those same Zionist Jews who, in Germany, had worked with the Nazis, moved to Israel and joined hands with the Zionist/communist Jews from Poland and Russia. It is the 2 faces of communism and Nazi-style fascism that rule Israel. Democracy is merely an illusion. Regarding the tie between the elite Ashkenazi Jews and the Nazis, take a look at the word Ashkenazi. Look again, Ashkenazi. Don't you think that is somewhat coincidental, to say the very least? There is great confusion regarding the relationship of fascism to communism. Fascism is National Socialism. Communism is International Socialism. Economy of Israel. Economically, Israel has long been bankrupt. Of course, this could have been predicted because Israel's economic structure is based on socialism. Whenever a government of a state and its citizens spend more money than the value of the goods produced, economic bankruptcy will result. If it were not for aid from America, Israel's economy would have collapsed long before now. Israel is a welfare state in every sense of the word. It is America's most favored welfare recipient at the cost of even your own. While America's farmers, small businessmen, and laborers are struggling to survive, the U.S. government, dominated by Zionist Jews, is draining the pockets and purses of American taxpayers to support Israel's socialist economy and war machine. Since the Israeli government knows, and the favored Zionists know, that the Zionist pressure in America will ensure that America will keep sending them massive amounts of money, the Israeli government spends money like the proverbial drunken sailors. This practice leads to inflation and eventually to an economic collapse. Comparing Israel to drunken sailors is unfair to sailors. Sailors spend their own money, Israel spends money it gets from America. Because Israel is a welfare state depending mainly on American aid for survival, it is on a downhill slide. In 1982, Israel's inflation rate was 130%. In 1983, it was 200%, and in 1984, the year Jack penned the book, it was expected to exceed 400%, and did so. That means a hamburger that cost $1 the prior January would have risen to $5 by the end of December. History shows that no nation mired in economic problems as Israel has become, has ever avoided an economic collapse. Hearken up, America. Only with a massive increase in American financial aid can an economic collapse be averted. Even then, this solution would only be temporary. Nonetheless, you continue to pour in billions and billions in dollars and more in every known weapon and side adventure. Regarding the destructive tendencies of socialism, there are circumstances that allow a country to successfully provide social programs to help its people. It is possible in a country that has sufficient financial resource and where its citizens are deeply religious and considerate of their fellow men. None of this exists in Israel. Even in countries where conditions are ideal, there lingers a dancer. Since the government of the country provides for the needs of its citizens, most of these citizens have a tendency to lose incentive to work hard, and a country with a complacent citizenry is easily conquered. Visitors to Israel. Tourism is one of Israel's main sources of income. The largest group of visitors are American Jews. But there are also many American Christians who want to visit the holy shrines and to see the land of God's chosen people. These Christians come away very impressed and filled with religious fervor. While in Israel, Jews and Gentiles alike are carefully watched so that they do not stray and happen to see the sordid side of Israel, the true Israel. Like in Soviet Russia and other communist countries, visitors to Israel are taken on carefully planned guided tours. They are shown the religious sites, the universities, the lush orchards, the technical accomplishments, the arts, and to stir sympathy, they are taken to visit the Holocaust Museum. But, kept from the eyes of the tourists are the ghettos, the prisons where political prisoners, mostly Arabs and Sephardic Jews, are subjected to the most inhumane forms of torture. The tourists do not see the widespread criminal activities and the corruption and cooperation between organized crime bosses and government and police officials. The tourists do not learn of the true inner workings of Israel's Marxist/fascist government, nor do they see Israel's racism. Jack relates one story of an American tourist who couldn't help telling about the wonderful religious feeling she had from just being in Israel, the Holy Land. He remarked to her, "Just try giving a Bible to a local Jew and you will see how much religion and religious freedom there is in Israel. If seen by the police doing so, you will be immediately arrested." Regarding the Holocaust Museum, Jack comments that he could not help but comment, the Holocaust may not have happened if, and here grows the seeds of truth from the mire of lies. 1. If the Zionist leadership in Germany had not cooperated with the Nazis. 2. If the Zionists, worldwide, had not persuaded various countries to refuse to accept Jews from Germany. The Zionists in America persuaded President Roosevelt to shut the door and not allow Jewish refugees into America before the war when there was still a chance for Jews to leave Germany. It must be added that many people, including Jews, question whether the Holocaust happened as portrayed by the Zionist propagandists, at least not to the extent the Zionists claim. I can most certainly assure that it did not. Dharma, it has been such a long time of writing this day that we must give you some rest. Allow us to close at this point and we shall take up the subject of religion in Israel when we sit to write again. Please, readers, I can only plead with you to read this information in relationship with the writings we have presented prior to this, and many, many things will come into focus for you. I honor all of you for your efforts at finding truth. Good evening, Hayton to stand by, please. Chapter 6. Rec number 1 Hayton. Friday, February 8, 1991, 8:06 a.m. Year 4 Day 176 Today's Watch. There is only one thing I will take time to point out to you in today's watch which may or may not elude your attention. Note that because King Hussein of Jordan has made a statement against the war and total destruction of Iraq, you are planning to withdraw the promised aid to Jordan to assist with refuge costs and the added burden of your own allies swarming into that little country. Can this possibly make you proud as Americans? You spend billions and billions to beef up everyone in the world with weapons of death and destruction in unthinkable manner, and now you would cut food aid to ones who have protected your own endangered people. Why? Let me shock you a whole bunch. This war is to be turned into an entire Middle Eastern Holocaust and come under control of the Zionist iron claws. The Zionists do not only desire a bit of West Bank Palestine or a bit of Lebanon, dear ones, they intend to begin by bringing all of the Arab world from the Red Sea to the Persian Gulf and north to the Tigris/Euphrates rivers and work their way across the world. Surprised to find they already have your new world, and now you will be coming under the iron rule of the New World Order? So be it. You who laugh now will most certainly stop laughing and ridiculing very, very shortly. The intent is to cause uprising of the Holy Lands into an all-out war which cannot be won with sticks and slings. Then when all is in total chaos, the entire mess is planned to be brought under total, widespread control by the nuclear weapons and death weapons of massive destruction so that none dare rise again against the beast. Mark these words, for you will see it come to pass if you allow this horror to continue, and, further, there is no attempt being made at any level of power to stop it. I tell you now that the Soviet/Zionists/Communist Socialists have taken control of your world, your government, and your nation, America. And, as America falls, so shall the world. You can watch it unfold and ensnare you in the web, or you can raise your voice and your demand that it stop it. It's up to you, for you have now been told and shown that which is coming upon you, and few hear and see the totality of the beast playing with you as a tiger plays with a mouse. You say, but there was to be one slain only to rise again and call himself God, and then we would know by the sign. There is no way to slay the leaders, dear ones, They are replicas of the originals and there are dozens to take their places and you will never know. You killed Ronald Reagan and yet, you know not that he was dead. All the signs were there, including the running of your important and critical government by astrologers and still, you missed of it. Dharma a prophet? No, indeed no. She is emotionally in agony for the information which is poured through her hands. She knows not more than any in the reading in her consciousness. But I can tell you how it will be and therefore you may call me, Haton, a prophet, if you wish, for always there will be the prophet who comes before the Christed Master sent forth from the seed of God. The true mark of a prophet is that 100% of the time the unfoldment comes as presented. Ye shall see it happen now, before thine eyes, unless ye take action and change of the projection. Will ye do so? I see no probability of such. Is it possible? Of course all is possible with God. Dharma, allow us to continue now with the unfoldment of Jack Burstein's story and the truth of that which you face, now, in power throughout your world. Religion in the Holy Land. The land on which the present state of Israel has been built, formerly Palestine, was once walked upon by Moses, Jesus, and Mohammed. Since Palestine was the site of many religious events and has many religious sites, it is rightfully referred to as the Holy Land. So, one would think that Palestine, now Israel, would tend to have an air of holiness about it. You see, brothers, evil always usurps that which is most godly in representation in order to make fools of the masses. The ungodly Satan even calls himself Satan to confuse you with God, the Sananda of Egyptian lineage of verbiage. Editor's note, had Emmanuel, Jesus, Christ been born in Egypt, he would have been called Sananda. He, Satan, takes his then recognized label and infiltrates the most holy time of celebration, Christmas, with one he labels Santa Satan/Santa, same letters, even, to confuse you and give your children from tiny infant the cause to expect something worldly and wondrous for nothing and eager to have of worldly, physical things. Oh, dear ones, it has been most subtle and deceitfully disguised in colors of goodness and charade of godness. When Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Jews occupied Palestine, there was a religious aura. But, since the Zionists took over the area and set up the State of Israel, it is one of the most sinful nations in the world where only less than 5% of the Jews are religious. It is interesting to note that those who are strongly religious are Arab Muslims and Arab Christians who make up only a small minority in Israel. Israeli laws suppress all religion. For instance, it is against the law to try and convert a Jew to another religion even if the Jew is an atheist or humanist. A Christian is permitted to preach the gospel in a church building, but for the clergy or anyone to even tell anyone about teachings in the Bible outside the church building will bring a 5-year prison sentence. For a Christian to give a Bible or other religious article to a Jew will also bring a 5-year sentence. Even an act of kindness by a Christian toward a Jew, such as giving a gift of food, can be interpreted as trying to convert the Jew to Christianity and can bring a 5-year prison sentence. This same law of religious suppression applies to those of the Islamic faith who in an act of kindness give a gift of any kind to a Jew. A 5-year prison sentence can result. The treatment of religious Jews is touchy for the ruling Zionists. Worldwide, Jews and non-Jews view Israel as a land where Jews may practice their religion without persecution. Therefore, the Zionists do not dare risk suppressing Judaism for fear of arousing world opinion against them. So, the ruling Zionists merely tolerate the religious practices of the small minority of Jews in Israel. God's chosen people. The American people have been led to believe that Jews are God's chosen people. This myth was begun by a small group of Jews. A few Jewish leaders took excerpts from the Bible and interpreted them to mean that God designated them as chosen people. But, isn't it odd that it is not the religious Jews who claim to be God's chosen people? It is the atheistic non-believing Jews who claim that honor. It is the true religious Jews who take up the journals which we project and bear them to the precious altars, hiding them beneath floorboards and in hollows in the fields. It is the Jewish community of believers in this nation of the U.S. who give the most gracious comfort and encouragement unto my people. Likewise it is the Zionist non-believing Jews who work hardest and violently to destroy the word we bring. God's chosen people no longer reside in the Holy Land, dear ones who receive the lie and now dwell in God's chosen land, the last bastion of freedom on the globe. Leading the cry, we are God's chosen people are the Zionist/Marxist, Ashkenazi, Jews who for political purposes chose Judaism and who don't have a drop of biblical Jewish blood in them. One Israeli religious Jew said it well, at one time we Jews were chosen by God to be his messengers. But, long ago we forfeited that right. Anyone who has read the Bible with an open mind knows that God gave Jews of that time special favors. But, it was in the form of covenants. In these covenants were conditions. The conditions were that God demanded the Jews obey his word. Time after time the Jews broke the covenants. They rejected God and turned to adoring mammon. It doesn't take a biblical scholar to realize that long ago even the real Jews gave up the right of being God's chosen people. In comparing the degree to which the followers of the three practice their beliefs, Jack makes this observation. Judaism. Few Jews, Sephardic or Ashkenazi, are religious. This is true in America, in Israel, and worldwide. Christianity. The Christian religion has felt the influence of Jewish meddling and infiltration, especially in America, resulting in confusion and bickering between the various Christian denominations. This has led to a lukewarm attitude among most Christians toward their religion. There is evidence to prove that Jews, or one of their many fronts, have started many of the Christian denominations and thus dominate doctrine. Islam. Muslims, who follow the teachings of Islam, are by far the most fervent of the three major religions in following their religious beliefs. The Judeo-Christian ethic we hear so much about in America is a big joke, the result of an intense Zionist propaganda campaign. You might well consider this, God said, beware of those who call themselves Jews and are not, for they lie. Could it be, victims of the lie, that the Ashkenazi, Zionist Hazars, Jews are the people to whom God was referring? I suggest you continue to think about this most diligently. I would like to give unto one of my most beloved friends and scribes, Joy, this input herein. This is the information we required regarding religion, churches, and awakening of the minds into service. Now, precious, your material can be utilized in worthiness of its content. Once awakened to truth, man must have a means to contact his own guidance within. May your heart come to peace, Kila, for it has been burdened in feelings of unworthiness which you could not bring into understanding. Blessings are upon you, precious, for all things must come in proper sequence that truth be accepted lest man reject of it. Further, you and my beloved NB, shall have plenty of uses for all those years of researching data for backing up this presentation in fact as recognized by earth historians. So be it, and blessings and benediction be upon the truth and light. Israel stirs perpetual war. In the Holy Land, it would seem that there would be peace if peace would be found anywhere on the planet. Not so, instead, war and preparation for war is ever present and constant. The Israeli military machine is recognized as the fourth most powerful in the world. From the standpoint of the amount of its planes, tanks, and other fighting equipment, plus the fact that they are of the latest U.S. design, along with nuclear stockpiles directly given by you in the U.S. along with others hidden from your attention, such as the Soviet Union in great amounts, does make the military machine of Israel very powerful. But, in the army, serious weaknesses have developed. Before exploring the weaknesses of Israel's army, let us briefly review each of the wars in which Israel has been involved, an average of one every 8 years since it became a state in 1948. 1948 War. Just after Israel had declared itself a state, Palestinians and other Arabs attacked the Israeli army, which had been formed out of the terrorist groups, the Irgun and Stern Gang. The reason for the attack by the Palestinians was to try and regain their homes which, through murder and terrorism, the Zionists had confiscated. The Palestinians had been a peaceful people and were not trained in the art of warfare, while the Ashkenazi Zionist Jews who had migrated from Soviet Russia, Poland, and Germany had more knowledge of tactical warfare. In addition, Zionists had built up a large amount of arms which they had purchased from the US and communist countries and had illegally smuggled into the area. The Arabs were defeated and in the process, Israel conquered more Palestinian territory. 1956 War. Egypt owned the land through which the Suez Canal flows. Egypt's President Nasser declared his intention of taking over operation of the canal from England. This would have hurt England's colonial empire. So England, along with France and Israel, conspired to attack Egypt. With Egypt nearly subdued, America's President Eisenhower stepped in and ordered England, France, and Israel to withdraw. At the time, the United States was still militarily strong enough to back up Eisenhower's order, so England, France, and Israel did withdraw. This was the only time during U.S.-Israeli relations that a U.S. president put the interests of America ahead of Israel's interests. 1967 War. Tension was mounting between Egypt and Israel over territory located between the two countries, the Sinai and Gaza Strip. To help Israel get an unfair advantage, the Soviet Union resorted to trickery. Soviet diplomats in Egypt told President Nasser to threaten war but not attack. This act of treachery enabled Israel to attack while Egypt was off guard and destroy Egypt's military capacity in 6 days. Thus this became known as the 6 Days War. Further, if it had not ended on the 6th day, the Israelis had nuclear weapons already aboard planes and publicly stated to the world that they would be used. It is known openly that it has been the goal of Israel's leaders to take over all the land between the Nile and Euphrates rivers. Besides the Sinai and Gaza Strip, which Israel intended to take from Egypt during the war, they desired the West Bank, which was part of Jordan, and the Golan Heights, which was part of Syria. So during the 1967 war, Israel resorted to trickery. Israel had the technical equipment to intercept radio messages and change these messages, boil them, and then send them on to their destination. During the war, Israel intercepted messages from Egypt to Jordan and Syria and changed the messages, tricking Jordan and Syria into entering the war. The Arab countries were defeated and Israel took a big step toward its goal of conquest by occupying the Golan Heights and West Bank as well as the Sinai and Gaza Strip. Even though Israel's attack on Egypt is called the 1967 war and often referred to as the 6-Day War, it can hardly be called a war. Egypt, the most powerful Arab nation at that time, didn't have a chance to even get into the fight. Trickery on the part of the Soviet Union and Israel, as has been explained, rendered the so-called 1967 war nothing more than a treacherous act of terrorism for which the Soviets and Israel are famous. Now, look closely, jealous at the trickery involved with Saddam Hussein, and perhaps you can pull into focus the events relative to this war you are in at the moment. Hussein was told by your State Department that it was time, and a fine time, to take a portion of northern Kuwait. Even the Kuwaiti rulers were in tune with the action. But you see, it was intended that the trickery work and Saddam was double-crossed, and now you end up in the very war that will accomplish exactly that which the Zionists/Soviet Union, etc. desire to have happen. Your in cahoots leadership sent all your troops into Saudi Arabia, leaving your own country wide open for invasion or whatever else is planned. Usurpation and destruction of your constitutional system of government without recourse of you the people, and no power to defend selves. Your own so-called servant, the president, has told you exactly how it will be. He will dictate, henceforth, all matters and decisions. Further, You the people will pay for the adventure in every manner imaginable, including death of your sons and daughters. The handwriting is clear and decisive. Read it. I have written at length about the following incident, but you must hear it again. Israel's attack on the USS Liberty. During the Six-Day War, one of the most daring acts of treachery was committed. It was the attack on an American ship, the USS Liberty, and you can verify this yourselves, citizens, by America's so-called friend, Israel. During Israel's treacherous attack on Egypt, the USS Liberty, an American surveillance ship, was cruising off the coast of Israel monitoring the progress of the attack. Realizing the USS Liberty was learning and recording Israel's acts of treachery, Israeli leaders decided to get rid of the evidence. Israeli planes and torpedo boats attacked Liberty with obvious intent of sinking it. If the ship was sunk, thus destroying the evidence, Israel then could blame Egypt for the attack, and the Zionist-controlled news media in America would have given the lie as fact with the intent of turning the American people against Egypt. But bravery on the part of the Liberty crew kept the ship afloat. Israel failed in its act of treachery against America, its ally, but during the attack, Israel killed 34 crew members of the Liberty and severely wounded over 170. Israel claimed the attack on the Liberty was a case of mistaken identity. But reports by the surviving crew and other evidence prove that the attack by Israel was intentional. I suggest that we not spend more time on the incident at this time, for details, including the efforts to silence the surviving crew, are documented in a prior journal. Facts about the attack on the USS Liberty were omitted by the Zionist-controlled American news media. All that the Zionists told the American people was that Israel had sunk an American ship, but that it was a case of mistaken identity. An investigation by the U.S. government was silenced and the matter quickly removed from all news sources. This, dear ones, is an excellent example of the tremendous influence the Zionists have over the U.S. government. The identical thing is taking place before your own eyes in every news broadcast you receive and is shown on your video boxes, and they tell you they are doing so. You get no news whatsoever as to what is actually happening in the Middle East. The facade is unimaginable to you who think you support truth and justice. I tell you again, there are no lengths the Antichrist will not pass on in order to gain control of your world. Support the troops? Oh, indeed, indeed. For they are the first pawns to be sacrificed to this beast of Satan. You are the next. 1973 War, the treachery on the part of Zionist Israel and the Soviets that led to the 1967 war embittered the Arab people, and immediately they began arming with the intent of retaliating for this Israeli treachery and to try and take back the land that Israel had taken from them. By 1973 they were prepared. Even though several Arab countries were preparing militarily, they were trying to peacefully work out a solution with Israel. But Israel was assured that their Zionist brethren in America would use their power over the U.S. government to make sure that the U.S. would support Israel. So, Israel's leaders continued to maintain a belligerent attitude. Realizing the hopelessness of further negotiating with Israel's leaders, Egypt, along with Jordan, Syria, and Iraq, attacked Israel, and they were winning. With Israel facing defeat, the powerful Zionists in America pulled the strings of their power over the U.S. government, and the U.S. government officials obeyed their Zionist masters. Massive amounts of U.S. military equipment and arms were airlifted at taxpayers' expense to Israel to bolster the retreating Israeli forces. This U.S. aid enabled Israel to turn the tide and emerge victorious. Yes, Israel was saved, but so much U.S. military equipment was airlifted to Israel at that time that the U.S. armed forces were left in short supply and in a most weakened position. U.S. government officials are so much under the influence of the Zionists that they had alerted the 82nd Airborne Division, near and dear to your hearts, stationed at Ft. Bragg, NC, and U.S. troops stationed in Germany for the purpose of being sent to aid Israel, if necessary. It is pretty sad that to please the Zionist power in America, U.S. government officials are willing to sacrifice the lives of American boys to save Zionist/Marxist Israel. Young men already in the U.S. armed forces and their parents, grandparents, brothers, and sisters are now paying the price for that bit of treachery deliberately dumped on your unsuspecting backs. Dear ones, you can find proof of all these things, for it is known throughout your world to all save you. Israel precipitated wars and attempts to involve the U.S. in these wars, because if necessary, to save Israel in one of their acts of aggression, the U.S. government will bow to the American Zionists and send American boys into sure death through combat. The youngsters have no choice but to fight on the side of Zionist/Marxist Israel and thusly directly for the benefit of the Soviet Union. Now, when your boys and girls die in this Mideast war, you must know that those responsible are the Zionist Jews in America and the weak-spined politicians in Washington, D.C. who bow to their Zionist lords. Look it up and prove it to yourselves, for it is no longer a secret, for the beast loves to boast of his conquests. New York/Moscow/Tel Aviv triangle. Of the things which I have written prior to this, one of the most tenacious objections has been to my presentation of this triangle of power. It is time you look at it through another perspective, and then, go look it up, for proof exists even though efforts to hide same from you are rampant. In Jack's words, at this point, you may be confused. Israel and the Soviets are ideological allies, both follow the ideas of Karl Marx, so both are communist/socialist. Yet, the Soviets supplied military equipment to the Arabs, Israel's enemies, and at the same time, the Soviet Union's enemy, the United States, was arming Israel. I, Hayton, told you at onset of these journals in writing, that you have long been a brother ally to the Soviet Union, and the masses simply tried to assassinate my scribe. You had best put the stones down and get yourselves prepared for that which is now coming down upon your heads. To understand the treachery of which Zionists/Bolshevik Jews are capable and to understand the treachery which took place before and during the 1973 war, we must explain the New York/Moscow/Tel Aviv triangle. To do so, it is necessary to go back a few years in history. A heavy migration of Jews from Russia to America started in 1831. Most of these were communist Jews. So many of these communist/Bolshevik Jews settled in New York City that New York has been referred to as Moscow on the Hudson. It has been pointed out, and with good reason, that decisions regarding communist policies come not from Moscow, but from New York City. The important point herein is the fact that there is a close unbroken tie between the Zionists/Bolshevik Jews in New York City and the Zionists/Bolshevik Jews in Moscow, and extending to include the Zionists/Bolshevik Jews who dominate Israel's government. For goodness sakes, America, the elite government officials stood by and watched the Soviets placing missiles offshore along your coastlines. Those missiles are still in place and aimed at your cities. Yes, you, America. The Zionist power over the U.S. government in Washington, D.C. stems from the Zionists/Bolsheviks centered in New York City. It is from New York that orders go out to the vast Zionist network all over the U.S.-A network that influences the economic and political affairs of not only our federal government, but nearly all, if not all, state governments, and to a great extent the governments of the larger and even medium-sized cities. This power of the Zionists/Bolshevik Jews over the U.S. makes the New York leg of the New York/Moscow/Tel Aviv triangle a tremendous influence over communist policies. In viewing the 1973 war, most people, and it seems most Arabs, are of the impression that since Soviet Russia sold equipment to Egypt and other Arab countries, the Soviets were in support of the Arabs in the 1973 war. This is a false impression. To understand that this is the result of more deceit on the part of Israel and the Soviet Union, you must be aware of the Golda Meir-Stalin/Kaganovich Pact. Golda Meir had been born in Russia, grew up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and in 1921 migrated to Israel. In 1949, Golda Meir became Israel's first ambassador to the Soviet Union. Representing Israel, Ambassador Golda Meir, a Bolshevik Jewess, met with two representatives of the Soviet Union, Kaganovich, a Bolshevik Jew, and Stalin, who had married a Bolshevik Jewess. They made a secret agreement, a pact. Israel's part of the pact. 1. Israel would not allow any Western country, especially the U.S., to build military bases on Israeli territory. 2. Israel would allow an official communist party to function freely in Israel. 3. Israel would not make any agreement to solve the Palestinian problem. 4. Israel would influence world Jewry, especially in the U.S., to have Western powers adopt a policy of favoring Israel over the Arabs. 5. Israel was to continue its Marxist economic policies and prevent any free enterprise tendencies. Soviet Union's part of the pact. 1. The Soviets would institute a pro-Arab policy solely as a camouflage for its true intentions, which was to furnish aid to the Arabs, but never enough to enable the Arabs to destroy Israel. 2. The Soviets would open the gates of Soviet satellite countries to Jewish immigration to Israel. Should this be insufficient, Soviet Russia then would open its own gates to emigration. 3. The Soviets would absolutely guarantee the security of Israel. Both the Soviet Union and Israel would exchange intelligence reports. From the terms of this pact, you can see it was, and still is, the aim of the Soviet Union and Zionist/Marxist Israel to prevent peace between the Arab countries and Israel until all the Arab countries are forced to adopt socialism under Soviet leadership. In the conduct of the 1973 war, you can also see part of this deceitful agreement being utilized, in particular the part about the Soviet Union helping the Arabs but not helping enough to defeat Israel. In planning the 1967 war, Israel was aware that the Arab countries bordering Israel were buying equipment from the Soviets, an Israeli ally. But, because of the Golda Meir-Stalin/Kaganovich Pact, Israeli leaders knew the Soviets would not help the Arabs enough to defeat Israel, that the aid the Soviets were giving the Arabs was only bait to draw the Arab countries into the Soviet trap. Also, Israeli leaders knew that their American Zionist brethren were making sure the U.S. government was supplying enough arms to stop the Arabs, and would send more equipment, even troops if necessary. When the 1973 war started, Jordan, Egypt, Syria and Iraq surprised Israel with their improved fighting capability. The Egyptian army faced what would seem an impossible task in its attempt to penetrate Israeli territory. First, there was the water barrier, the Suez Canal, to cross. Then, they would face a high wall of sand and fine dust which was erected by Israel. Behind that wall was a third barrier, a line of Israeli fortification. These fortifications were stronger than the Maginot Line erected by France before World War II to stop any German invasion of France. Yet, by ingenuity, the Egyptian army crossed the Suez Canal, went over the sand and dust barrier and broke through the heavy fortifications in a matter of a few hours. Israel was in trouble, the Arabs were winning the war. But, as pre-planned if necessary, the U.S. airlifted huge amounts of military equipment and supplies to Israel and, as mentioned before, the U.S. Airborne Division at Ft. Bragg, NC, and U.S. troops stationed in Germany were placed on alert and would have been sent to help the Israeli forces if it became necessary to help Israel win the war. Fortunately for America, American troops weren't needed to help Israel survive. The additional arms were enough. However, the Arab forces were strong enough to stop Israel from taking over more Arab land. In fact, Egypt was able to take back part of the Sinai. Egypt's President Sadat realized that the Soviets had no intention of helping the Arabs win the war, that the Soviets in selling them some equipment were only trying to trap Egypt in the Soviet net. So, Sadat kicked Soviet military advisors and civilian technicians out of Egypt. 1982 invasion of Lebanon. In Israel, most Jews have become tired of Israel's involvement in war and aggressive acts and want peace. It is only the communist faction that wants war. Sadly, it is these communists who are in power in Israel. The 1982 attack into Lebanon by Israel further divided the Jewish population of Israel. Even within the more militant Zionist Jews there is a split. The reason given by Israeli leaders for the attack into Lebanon was to root out the Palestine Liberation Army, PLO, and stop their terrorist attacks into Israel. Many Israelis have dared speak out and condemn this reason as false. They have pointed out that in an effort to achieve peace with Israel, the PLO had for some 11 months refrained from making any attacks on Israel. The real reasons for Israel's attack into Lebanon were: 1. It is the intention of Israel's Zionist/Marxist leaders to carry on perpetual war. The attack into Lebanon was merely another phase of Israel's wars of aggression policy. 2. Water is scarce in the Mideast, especially in Israel. Ever since Israel became a state, it has wanted the waters of the Litani River for use in Israel, and the only way they could get it was to go in and take it militarily. Israeli leaders and the general population figured the war would last only a few days. But the Palestinian and other Arabs fought heroically against the Israeli invaders who had far superior equipment. As the months passed without victory, and as more Israeli soldiers were brought home and buried, dissent within Israel spread. In the Israeli military forces, many members resigned or refused to carry out orders because it would have meant killing innocent civilians. The death of the 250 Marines serving in Lebanon has been blamed on the Arabs. This is as it had been reported by the Zionist-controlled news media in America. But this is not the case, dear ones. In fact, the American Marine base attack was planned by Israeli military personnel, the Mossad. In that case, however, who actually carried out the attack becomes totally immaterial. Israeli personnel planned and instigated the attack. It is common practice for the Zionists/Marxists to plan a covert act and then get someone else to do the dirty work, if at all possible, in order to have no slip-ups in the blaming. By instigating the attack on the Marine base, the Israeli warhawks had hoped the attack would turn the American people against the Arabs and that America could be drawn into the war and further help Israel in its aggression against the Arabs. Fortunately, for once, the American people didn't fall for the trap, but no sanctions came down against the enemy, either, you must remember. A good example of how the Zionists will commit an act of terrorism with the thought of someone else being blamed is the Lavon affair. In 1954, a group of Israelis set off a series of bombings of American institutions in Egypt, including the American embassy. They expected that Egypt would be blamed for the bombings and cause a break in the U.S.-Egyptian relations. Fortunately, Egyptian authorities caught the Israeli agents in the act of setting one of the bombs and the whole Israeli plot was exposed. Most Americans are not even aware of the treacherous Lavon affair because the Zionist-controlled U.S. news media were prevented from making any reference to it, just as they somehow failed to report any facts surrounding the Israeli shelling of the USS Liberty. And you think you are getting news this day, February 8, 1991? You get nothing but propaganda while they build you into a frenzy of bloodthirsty masses. Well, Israel has stirred up the war of wars for you ones and you have fallen for the bait, hook, line, sinker, and rotten fish. You will pay for this heinous war in every way possible, death to taxes. At some point you will no longer be able to tell the difference, or, is it already too late? Let us leave this writing, for there is other for you to do, Dharma. I suggest that the ones coming into availability of this information sit and carefully consider the contents. You in the community who call yourselves the Christian community who attempt to drive away the publisher had best reconsider your stance, for you show the one whom you serve and it is not the Master Christ nor God. You, who attack relentlessly these ones who serve God, note that there shall come a day very soon now when the community shall rise up against you who threaten an effort to prevent truth from flowing, for man is not stupid, man is simply uninformed of the truth of things, and when he finds the truth of it there is nothing that shall stop him in his clearing of the dregs of evil from the places of leadership, be it government or pulpit. You will remember, you of the perverters of truth into the sordid service of Satan, man is a fragment and reflection of God Creator, and he will come into remembering, and your day of lies shall be ended, for truth shall be the tool that will give man again his freedom. You can begin your countdown, Satan, for your days of rule upon the planet are numbered on the hands of God, and evil shall not prevail. So be it, and the word is given forth that man can again find of his balance and truth of journey and purpose. May the light give forth vision and not blindness. Salut. Jai Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 7. Rec Number 1 Hayton. Saturday, February 9, 1991, 8:16 a.m. Year 4 Day 177 Today's Watch. Good morning, Hayton present to continue with our subject under discussion. I shall relinquish war comment other than to remind you that you get no news, and that which you are seeing is indeed not what is happening. You are being softened for the kill, not Saddam. I have inquiries regarding information published recently regarding my response as to what to do with assets now. I must ask you once to read carefully that which I give you and do not take things out of context. I ask Dharma to repeat that which I gave you for consideration. The key word is consideration, for there are no actions of perfection in this game plan as the news tightens. However, ones have responded by saying that I indicated it is all right and prudent to be in mutual funds which are in U.S. Treasury bills. Number 1, that is not that which I said. I quote. In summation of the above points, I can only again urge you to get liquid, Get out of debt if you can, for whatever you owe on can be captured. Reduce all exposure to banks, S&Ls and insurance companies. While you are reducing that involvement, make sure you are in a quality institution. Avoid the stock and corporate bond markets. Avoid all money market funds except those in U.S. Treasury bills. We are speaking herein of market funds which deal only in U.S. Treasury bills, and this is applicable while you are phasing out of all such involvements. I have told you from onset that probably the U.S. Treasuries will be the last to fold and can be utilized as temporary shifting modalities. I do not wish to indicate that perfection will be achieved through heavy investing in such. You are headed for a collapse of the monetary system, and with it will come whatever the government desires to do with those funds. Remember that the government can legally do anything it wishes under executive emergency regulations, and, at best, you will likely not be returned money in a cash-in situation when the boom comes down. You ones must realize that there are no good turns to ensure even keeping anything, for the elite have worked for over a century to bind you into this corner. Further, I can only give you some possible avenues of assistance, and treasury bills should, but may not be, as valid as any paper you can have. I can further assure you that there will be a time when gold is confiscated and that which is loose will be taken. Therefore, I can only repeat that which I see as a possibility of some measure of safety. Nothing will be safe. Gold in amounts which can be hidden on or about your property, not safe deposit boxes, etc., may be safe if not located, but at some point it may well become illegal to be caught with any gold at all. Therefore, I go back to the only possibly advantageous route of saving anything: invest in gold through a valid organization where money can be borrowed against the asset of the gold itself. This should be done through one of the cartel banks, because the government will delay taking collateral from its own resource up front. Get the funds you have into service while there is still opportunity. Allow use of that money now, in order to have some investment in good product if and when the call comes. I repeat, the plan is to render the public totally defenseless and without assets in any form of wealth. You can see it happening in everything they do. Watch as they deal with the upcoming budget proposals. Your president is asking for some $15 billion for the war. Dear ones, IT is already costing you over $1 billion per day, and, therefore, that adds up to a minimum of $365 billion anyway. I add it. Further, he tells you that it will be a long war. The short war left 2 weeks after Congress agreed to support the war. There has been most careful planning as to how to separate you from anything you have, so, please, do not expect to clean up in the situation as you may be being told by investment brokers you will not. However, some of you who take care and follow along in utilization of your funds into gold as collateral for operating money for building and good projects may well keep your assets and even gain from the investment. It is simply the best that we can give you as possibility. I must further clarify something. I highly recommended John King, Sr., and his approach to this depression of deflationary circumstance, and is urging certain steps to cover and protect assets, etc. Do not interpret my sanction of his work with that of any other now dealing with the estate of that great man. I must personally tell you that I disagree with a major portion of that which is being presented in the Future Economic Trends, and give no sanction to its contents nor to the group now publishing same. It is my opinion that the information is both misleading and biased to give business to the producers of the material. The ultimate reminder which I can give unto you is the following: you are in the time of chaos, and there is no perfection left in that world in which you dwell. I can only offer, to the best of my ability, that which projects to be a good course of action. Keep in mind that which I gave you a few days past on credit vs money. You have no assets other than that which the government allows through the private Federal Reserve Central Bank, and it is all credit and debit. There is no backing for money. Therefore, you only have whatever you have through the good graces of that which they allow you to hold as credit. When they wish to close that credit down, they will do it in the blink of an eye, and, object as you will, there will be nothing you can do about it. I can only suggest that you put your credit and assets to work as quickly as possible. The intent is still to run the market up to $30 to $3,500 and gold to a minimum of $1,000 per ounce before the final dropping out. Will they pull it off? Probably, but changes occur daily and possibly it will not happen. What have you now with which to work? Things are so manipulated that the only hope you have is to utilize the methods being utilized by the elite to hold onto their assets through legal means before they close the legal means, which will be soon now. If you act now as I suggest, you will probably save your assets in full and make gains. If you simply sit on it in paper or Federal Reserve notes, you will lose it. There are no guarantees and no simplistic answers. We can only give you that which is the best calculated action in this circumstance. The best that can happen is that the world straightens out, the markets stabilize and grow, and you make bundles in whatever you have in mind. If so, by taking the action I have outlaid for you, you can only win-win. The government intends you the people to lose, no more and certainly no less. Look at that which they do. So be it. Dharma, allow us to move on to the subject in point: Zionist Israel. Weakness in Israel's military. I wish to finish this portion of writing at the sitting if at all possible, Dharma, for we are so pressed in our duties. I do not wish to slight any inquiry, but I must move on lest we end up without giving forth urgent information in this critical time. I believe that once reading and studying carefully that which we give, you will find that things will fall into properness. Please, readers, do not take things out of context or bend the statements to fit that which is your business adventure, for you will be doing a great disservice unto your clients. Further, for you readers, M.R. Green of America West is the publisher of this material. He is in the same circumstance in which you find yourselves. He is perhaps better informed than are you, but not so if you have studied all the journals. He, and the staff at America West are overworked and burdened in unquestionable manner. They publish much material which has naught to do with the Phoenix journals, and they do the best they can to answer your inquiries, provide you with backup material resources which I request be made available for you and will refer you to persons who can assist you with that which I suggest. They publish and distribute some materials with which I take great exception and pronounce total fraud in information. Would you expect the management of Bantam Books or the Smithsonian Library to be fluent in all information in all publications? Please, readers, use intelligent discretion. They can help you. They may well give you incorrect assumptions according to their own perception of the material and, frankly, even Mr. Green has not read all of the material, so cannot possibly speak as last or total authority, nor would he wish the responsibility of your believing that to be fact. Mr. Green has been an extremely successful business person in many facets of production, and thusly he was chosen to publish and represent this material, no more and no less. You must find your own truth within the pages and realize that anyone you speak with at the America West offices can only offer you their opinion and perception of the material. Thank you. Now, back to Israel. There is no doubt that Israel has a powerful military, for it is the best and most technical that America can offer and buy and build. The base of Israel's military power is the massive amounts of the latest equipment supplied by the U.S. and paid for by you, the American taxpayer and contributor. However, some serious weaknesses are noted in Israel's military. It is in the makeup of the personnel that weaknesses emerge. This is due to several reasons. Because Israel has continuously been involved in war or preparing for war, the cream of Israel's youth are leaving Israel, or they find some excuse to not serve in the armed forces beyond the required. The Israeli army is so short of manpower that it is openly recruiting anyone who will serve and is making a concerted effort to enlist homosexuals who are openly accepted in Israel. The open acceptance of homosexual and homosexual behavior, there is a great difference, also makes it a desirable place for Jews practicing these habits to seek citizenship. As far back as 1976, an Israeli army officer testifying before the Knesset, Israel's Congress, said, in effect, if we do not recruit homosexuals, we will not have enough manpower to fill the ranks. Is Hayton a bigot against homosexuals? No, I care not what your sexual preference might be. I am against the physical aspects of homosexual behavior. What man does with his deviant desires is the test of the man. It is not lust which damages a human, but that action taken regarding the lust. Ask any homosexual person what it is they actually petition for. They will tell you it is the right to practice the same physical privileges as heterosexuals. Well, I have bad news for the lot of you. You practice almost totally incorrect heterosexual activities, also. Heterosexuality vs. homosexuality is not the point in discussion herein. Also, Israel has had to resort to hiring foreign mercenaries for the ranks and many for the intelligence service. Another weak point is the growing ill feeling between Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardic Jews in the Israeli army. This has developed because nearly all of the officers are Ashkenazi Jews, and most of the lower ranks who must do the fighting and dirty work are the Sephardic Jews. Due to the shabby treatment of Sephardic Jews by the Ashkenazi Jews in the army, a mutiny by Sephardic Jews is a strong possibility if the heavy iron fist ever weakens. It is further reason that a major war could not be postponed for much longer. A warning. The Marxist Zionists who rule Israel and the Marxist Zionists in America have been trying to trick the U.S. into a Mideast war on the side of Israel, and they have now done it in a major way. They almost succeeded when U.S. Marines were sent to Lebanon in 1982. The blood of the 250 American Marines who died in Lebanon is dripping from the hands of the Israeli and American Zionists. But, you must recall from prior information given you that also, in 1982, the Zionist/Bolshevik element in your American government and military planned to execute a first-strike nuclear war against the state of Russia on the 17th of September. The Mideast crisis was set up as a distraction which didn't come off as planned, and, now, you are back at it with the Soviet Union still having the power to cut you to shreds and plan to do so when it is convenient and appropriate. If more Americans are not made aware of the truth about Zionist/Marxist Israel, you can be sure that, sooner or later, these atheists who claim to be God's chosen people will trick the U.S. into a Mideast war against the Arabs, which cannot be reversed as already appears to be the case. In the past the Arabs have been America's best friends, and yet, now, more American citizens will die because of these clever, murderous Zionists, who, incidentally, have been responsible for pushing America into World War I, World War II, the Korean War and the Vietnam War. While Zionist international bankers and other Zionist Jews were busy counting their profits from those wars, American mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters were mourning the loss of their sons and brothers. Are you among the ones who will now be mourning the loss of your own dear ones? This, because of Zionist treachery. Do you simply close your eyes and minds more tightly at these words? So be it, for it is your choice, but what choice does your beloved one have in the desert of Saudi Arabia? Ponder it while you hang ribbons and proclaim worthy death decrees death for who? Anyone at home hanging the ribbon is obviously not the one who plans to die for anything, and certainly not the ones who staged this war in the White House, Congress, and military. This war is against you. Crime in Israel. Since Israel, Palestine formerly, is the land where Moses, Jesus and Mohammed once walked, it would seem the inhabitants of this land would have respect for this holy land and for the religious sites that exist. Nearly all Arab Muslims and Arab Christians do have respect, even reverence, toward the holiness of the land, but only a very tiny minority of the Jews have the same respect. 95% of the Jewish population are atheists or secular humanists and are not held back by the Ten Commandments or any other restraint on sinful human behavior. When the Zionists/Bolshevik Jews won control of the Holy Land, every form of sin began seeping into that land. Within a few short decades this Holy Land became a modern-day Sodom and Gomorrah. Drug trade, drug abuse, illegal weapons sales, prostitution, gambling, labor racketeering, murder, extortion, blackmail, insurance fraud, loan sharking and corruption of government officials and police. Israel has a highly organized crime syndicate headquartered in Bat Yam near Tel Aviv. Many members of the crime syndicate are ex-convicts and ex-commandos from the Israeli army, and they are highly skilled in the use of weapons and explosives. The crime syndicate in Israel operates openly because of corruption in government and police circles. Some of the police and government officials are paid off by the crime syndicate, and some officials are actively associated with the crime operation. The average American has no way to hear of this, the real side of Israel, because the Zionist-controlled press, radio, and TV in America keep silent about it. But, in Israel, some newspapers report the fact for a while until they are silenced. For instance, right in the middle of page 1 of one of the Hebrew-language newspapers in 1982, believe me, it doesn't slip through these days, was an article that said in effect, what the Italian mafia couldn't accomplish in 40 years, the Israeli mafia accomplished in 5 years. It has developed the largest illegal drug exporting ring in the Mideast, selling drugs mainly to Germany and the US. They have even set up a distribution network within Germany and the US. Except for a few religious Jews who have emotional religious ties to the holy sites in Israel, and lower-class Jews who can't afford to leave, all other decent Jews have left or are planning to leave. One big reason is the sin permeating virtually every phase of Israeli society is too much for decent Jews to endure. Oh yes, the big confrontation will be at the approximate location of Armageddon, for it has become the very seat of evil. You didn't know that? Of course not. Satan and his workers make very, very sure that you do not know that. They will effort to kill every God being in order to keep you from knowing this information. Israel's arms industry. Since terrorism, violence, and war is the way of life in Israel, it is only natural that manufacturing of military equipment and arms has become Israel's main industry and export. During the first few years of its existence, Israel acquired its military needs from the US and from communist countries. But gradually, with US assistance, Israel developed its own arms industry. Zionist domination of the US government has led to an Israel First policy. This Israel First policy has severely crippled the US economy and undermined all stability within the nation. Instead of manufacturing certain military materials in the US and thus providing jobs for American workers, factories were set up in Israel with US financing and technical assistance to manufacture these products. The US has also helped Israel set up factories to produce electronic equipment, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, home appliances, etc., all products that could have been produced in the US. While Israel profits from these Help Israel ventures, American workers are left standing in unemployment lines, and this is worsening this day, my friends. The actual sword of death swings above all of your industry this day. America, even the automobile industry, faces total shutdown today. Manufacturing of certain war materials has become so great that it has become Israel's main export. This war-threatening country, which has been portrayed as the only barrier to communism in the Mideast, sells its war products to anyone who has the money, including repressive dictatorships, fascist or communist, just as does the same element in the US, Germany, etc. Israel not only sells weapons made in Israel, but also sells weapons supplied to Israel by the US. Your military troops in Saudi Arabia don't even know who is the enemy, because basically you have supplied all the equipment through this route to everyone. It is well known publicly that weapons used by Soviet forces in Afghanistan were made in America, and you paid for and built, for the Soviets, the roads and highways upon which to run the equipment. This is not even effort at secret keeping any longer. They just now tell you there were secret negotiations going on toward peace and glasnost, and it was done to further the cause of peace, and they wanted no blundering in the efforts for world order. Most of the miserable weapons of horror were made in the US and reached destinations through Israel. Also, it is now known that weapons used by Cuban forces in Angola were made in America and shipped through Israel. It is ironic that the US is in a life and death struggle against the spread of communism. This, too, becomes an obvious lie, for secretly you're Zionist-dominated. US government intentionally allows military equipment to be shipped to communist forces via Israel in a constant flow. Remember Iran Gate? Israel's racist policies. You will recall that Jack Bernstein's real trouble began in Israel when he, an Ashkenazi Jew, married a Sephardic Jewess. Anti-Sephardic treatment by Ashkenazi Jews is even official government policy. This racism runs very deep in Israel and sharply divides the Jewish population. As for instance, he tells this story: one day, I entered a cafe in Tel Aviv. The place was crowded and I sat down on the only seat available. Also sitting at this table were 5 Sephardic Jews from Morocco. They learned that I was studying the Hebrew language, so they were helping me with my studies when a blue-eyed, Nazi-type Israeli police officer walked into the cafe. He ordered me to get away from those kushim. Kushim in Hebrew means niggers. I replied, after I finish eating. The officer drew his service revolver and said, "You move now." "You had better listen to him," the cafe owner advised. So, I got up. Standing close to me, the officer pointed his gun right at my face and ordered, "Throw your coffee and pastry on the floor." With a gun pointed at me, I didn't argue. I threw the coffee and pastry on the floor. Then he said, "Get out of here and don't come back." Later, I learned that I was lucky. He could have arrested me if he had wished, and he could have even shot me under vague Israeli laws. The Sephardic Jews were then ordered under the gun to clean up the mess on the floor. In the US, if anyone complains of police brutality or misconduct, there is an investigation, but not in Israel. The person registering a complaint can expect police reprisal in the form of a beating, at the least. America is changing into exactly that type of police force in America. You are simply in the early stages of complete police control. The police are under a crash training course for their jobs ahead and they love it. Besides being denied decent housing and decent employment because of marriage to a Sephardic Jewess, ones involved in such relationships are targets of the most offensive of racial slurs in a constant barrage. It is as bad or even worse than the earlier days of America when there were interracial marriages. There are open attacks of physical violence simply because an Ashkenazi Jew marries a Sephardic Jew, and you see, there is perceptually no difference in race. Of course, there is difference, but you are not allowed that information. However, it is most obvious to anyone in the setting and circumstance. The Zionists know exactly what they are doing. Another quote from Bernstein. I was born in the United States, attended public schools, worked in various parts of the U.S. and served 2 years in the U.S. Army. Not even once was I persecuted or had racist remarks made to me because I was a Jew. It is ironic that, once in Israel, the so-called paradise for all Jews, I, a Jew, suffered because of racism. The Zionist-controlled news media in America has kept from the American people the news that Israel is intensely racist. Most Ashkenazi Jews in America are not aware of the racism in Israel. In fact, few Americans even dare express their own objection to the Zionist factor controlling your every facet of life. You refuse to speak out because you fear being labeled anti-Semitic, and you do not even know that which is meant by the term. Even those Jews who have visited Israel are not aware because they are carefully kept from witnessing racist incidents. However, Sephardic Jews in America, bless them, have spread the truth about the practice of racism against the Sephardic Jews in Israel. Knowing of this, Sephardic Jews have not been among those Jews who migrated to Israel from America. You must, by now, realize that few Jews practice Judaism. Most Jews are atheists, or they follow humanism, which is an anti-God religion. So the portrayal that Jews are a religious people who look to Israel as a fulfillment of biblical prophecy is a myth as projected. They most certainly are the major players in the fulfillment of biblical prophecy, but it isn't that which they project unto you, the blind lambs to the slaughter. Communism in Israel. The Zionist-controlled news media in the U.S. has led the American people to believe that Israel is the only barrier holding back communism in the Mideast. This would be humorous if it did not have such serious implications for the United States. From what has been said so far, you should now realize that Israel is basically a Marxist country mixed with some Nazi-type fascism. In addition, Israel is the only country in the Mideast that allows communist parties to operate. There are 3. Ironically, it is the Arab countries which forbid communist parties to operate. The exception is North Yemen, which, through treachery, was taken over by the communists. Remember also, that Yemen was the outstanding nation on the UN Council to vote against this war. Funny thing, they were about the only ones who could not be bought off with Zionist promises of your money. Some of the Arab countries buy military equipment from communist countries because they can't get enough from elsewhere to offset the huge amounts the US provides Israel, but that is about as far as the connection goes. But watch out, China loves to do business with these nice Arabs, and China practices a different type of communism. It would behoove you to pay attention to that difference, for the prophecies say, when the Chinese armed armies reach 200 million, the cycle is closing. The Chinese, as referred to now, have over 500 million. The Soviet Union began to allow a good number of Jews to leave if they would promise to go to Israel, and Israel welcomes these communist-oriented Jews. It is wide open now, and you Americans are paying additional billions of dollars to house them in Israel, in the land of the Palestinians. A funny thing has been happening, however, prior to now. It must be noted that once out of the Soviet Union, many, if not most, Soviet Jews go directly to the US instead of Israel. Do you not find that interesting? It must further be noted that hundreds of thousands of Jews have left Israel since its founding. Some sources put the number at over 1 million. Some of those Jews requested to go back to the Soviet Union rather than live in Israel. Life for these Jews is far better in Soviet Russia. The latest scientific developments that the US provides Israel is channeled right on through to the Soviet Union to hide the flow. The main center through which this scientific information passes is Israel's Weizmann Institute in the town of Rehovot, about 40 kilometers south of Tel Aviv. We have written about this sweet little enterprise prior to this. Perhaps I should suggest, and herein do so, that you get a copy of the journal, The Mossad Connection. Around a third of the Knesset belong to one of Israel's communist, socialist or other Marxist-oriented parties. That, dear ones, should put to rest the lie about Israel being the only barrier against communism in the Mideast. They are the bastion of communism in the Mideast. Only you who pay the bills do not know this. The fact is, it is the Arab countries that form the barrier that has stopped the spread of communism in the Mideast. This is no longer true of the ruling Arabs in the coalition, for they have been duly purchased and are now under control of the Zionists/U.S. bankers. Israel is one leg of the New York/Moscow/Tel Aviv triangle, which is behind the communist movement worldwide, and they plan to take the world. Terrorism and violence. At the first Zionist Congress, which was held in 1897 in Basel, Switzerland, one of the goals set was to create a Jewish state in the land of Palestine. At that time, only a few Jews were living in Palestine, and they were nearly all native Sephardic Jews who are blood related to the Arabs. These Palestinian, Sephardic, Jews and the Palestinian Arabs were living in peace as they had for centuries. After the Zionist Congress in 1897, European Ashkenazi Jews began migrating to Palestine and buying land wherever they could. Yet, by 1920 Jews owned only 2% of Palestine. By 1948, when Israel declared itself a state, These invading Jews had increased their land ownership, but it was still less than 6%. To accommodate the increasing European Jewish migration, the Jews needed more land, but the Palestinian Arabs refused to sell. So, to get more land from the Palestinians, these communist-oriented European, ask Nazi, Jews resorted to the one thing at which they are most adept: terrorism. Their first major act of terrorism against the Palestinians was at the Palestinian village of Deir Yassin. During the night of April 9, 1948, two Zionist terrorist gangs, the Irgun and the Stern gang, attacked and massacred over 250 men, women, and children. Menachem Begin, leader of the attack on Deir Yassin and later Prime Minister of Israel, had this to say: the massacre was not only justified, but there would not have been a state of Israel without the victory at Deir Yassin. The massacre at Deir Yassin caused other Palestinians to flee their homes in fear. Zionist terrorists drove trucks with loudspeakers through the streets and over the roads of Palestine, warning Palestinians that what happened at Deir Yassin would happen to them if they didn't leave. These Zionist terrorists were not bluffing. For example, they killed 60 Palestinians at Balad es-Sher Sheikh. They blew up 20 homes in Sasa, killing over 60 women and children. They killed a large number of women who were working in St. Simon Monastery in Jerusalem. They massacred 250 at Lydda. They killed 200, mostly old people, in the village mosque in Et-Dawaimet. They killed 51 workers as they returned from their fields at Kafr Qasim. Christian inhabitants of Kaba Baraim were expelled from the village and the village destroyed. The village cemetery was desecrated, including the smashing of 73 crosses. During the few months when these and other acts of terrorism were taking place, 300,000 Palestinian Christians and Muslims were forced to leave their homes or be killed by the terrorist groups, which were made up of European, communist-oriented Jews. It was these same Marxist-oriented Jews who were soon to become the ruling elite of the State of Israel. From the beginning, and to the present, these terrorists, Marxist-oriented Zionists, have ruled Israel. After Israel declared itself a state on May 14, 1948, Israeli terrorism continued in an effort to push more Palestinians from their homes. Since 1948, over 400 Christian churches and Muslim mosques have been destroyed by these Zionist terrorists, and it continues to this hour. At this point, Americans, it behooves you to take note that in the United States, the destruction of religion by the Zionist Jews is well underway. In Israel it has been accomplished. This includes all Christians, Jews, Muslims, and whatever God truth you hold precious. Zionists simply eliminate opposition. To accomplish their goals, the Zionists will let no one stand in their way. During World War II, the Zionist leadership cooperated with the Nazis by delivering lower-class Jews to the concentration camps. So, it is not surprising that they sank the ship Patria carrying 252 Jewish immigrants whom the Zionists feared would oppose Zionism in its blossoming stage. In another incident, 760 Jewish lives were lost when the Zionists sank the ship Struma for the very same reason. Innocent Jews of blooded truth are the first and most heinously devastated in every instance. Even well-known world figures are not immune to Zionist terrorism and violence. In 1948, in an effort to bring about a peaceful settlement in the Israeli/Palestine area, the United Nations sent Count Folke Bernadotte of Sweden to mediate. Count Bernadotte favored a partition of the area, a portion of the land for Jews and a portion for Palestinians. This angered the Zionists, who wanted all the land. In a brazen show of disregard for diplomacy, justice, and common decency, the Zionists eliminated Count Bernadotte, and I have previously told you of this murder. He and his driver were assassinated while riding down the streets of Jerusalem, killed by none other than Begin and his gang of terrorists. Tens of millions of people have been killed since the Zionist/Bolshevik Jews, backed by the Zionist-oriented Jewish international bankers, took over Russia. In the Mideast, these same Zionist/Bolshevik Jews use the very same tactic: to root the Arabs from their land. They have killed untold thousands of Arabs and rendered hundreds of thousands homeless. The question always arises: how many Arabs will they kill when the Zionists/Bolsheviks gain control over the Mideast and when they gain physical control over America? You are just about to find out that answer: America. They already have control of almost every phase of American life. When the Zionists succeed in imposing gun control, which is in the near and immediate plans, on the American people, there will be nothing to stop them from complete takeover of all America, and right now you sit defenseless as a duck stuck in a mudslick. Disaster ahead. What will happen? Well, you see what is happening. However, Israel cannot continue as is, either. Israel's Marxist/fascist policies, wars of aggression plus racism, has led Israel to the brink of disaster in many ways. So, in anticipation of Israel's collapse, corrupt Israeli leaders and other Jews in positions of power have already been charged with embezzling mammoth amounts of American taxpayer money given to Israel and Jewish donations, and deposited this money into foreign accounts. Further, they have very clever methods for reinvesting these criminal funds through the banking manipulations. They have made billions of dollars off the SNL and banking fiascos, which you, in addition, pay for. It must be kept in mind that because of Israel's policies, the free countries of the world have turned against Israel and against the US for supporting it. This has hurt Israel and especially the US. If Israel as it now exists simply collapsed and ceased to exist, the world might somehow survive the operating disaster. Unfortunately, the New York/Moscow/Tel Aviv triangle will not allow Israel to die quietly nor quickly. As the collapse of Israel draws near, in one way or another one of two courses of action by the New York/Moscow/Tel Aviv triangle was and is necessary. Israel would trigger a large-scale Mideast war, a large war which Israel could not win alone. Then the New York leg of the New York/Moscow/Tel Aviv triangle would end is using its power over the US government to send US military forces to tend and protect Israeli interests. It has not been expected that the Moscow leg of the triangle would become militarily involved, for it would ruin the rest of the charade being played upon the world. Moscow would merely sit back and allow the US to weaken itself in helping Israel fight the Arabs, watching for opportunity to knock as all defenses are withdrawn from national US. Just as planned, and as is now underway, the intent is at some point during the war, when the US military is deeply involved and the US citizens demoralized and defenseless, the Zionist-oriented Jewish international bankers will make their move. That is in the immediate future, America. You are planning the most heinous ground war ever witnessed upon your earth, and with it will come the doomsday machine down upon your heads. These Zionist bankers, bad news aside, own the Class A stock of the US Federal Reserve operations and the central bank. In this position of power, these Zionist bankers can, and will, trigger an economic collapse of total devastation in America. It is going to be worse than the crash of 1929 by any measure you choose, and you are already in it. These same ones deliberately caused the '29 crash and the depression which followed. Since the money system currently used in the US is backed by nothing, the paper dollars and tin coins now in use will be totally worthless. In the resulting state of confusion and in an effort to obtain food and other necessities, the American people will accept the new state's constitution, which has already been written and is now in practice in every manner as if. This will place the American people under the dictates of one world government run by the Zionist-oriented international bankers and Zionists/Bolshevik Jews, and they announce it to you and you simply bow and applaud this new world order. The direction planned for the war in the Mideast is carefully planned, orchestrated, and the outcome known and assured by the New York/Moscow/Tel Aviv triangle of the Antichrist. You are in for some very hard times, America and world. This is not a selective beast. It intends to eat you all and destroy all that it cannot use. Some of you, like the Americans and the Americas, are just plums for the eating. So who will the main losers be? The world, of course. The American people. The Arab people. The Sephardic Jews and that portion of Ashkenazi Jews who are for justice and freedom. The winners would be the Zionist international bankers and the Zionist/Bolshevik, communist/socialist, Jews. The other course action is a backup plan in case the American taxpayers would say, that's enough. But you haven't, and you are even succumbing to the thrust to stop your demonstrations against the war. The cost of supporting bankrupt Israel is draining increasing amounts of money from the American taxpayers. You even up the ante to pay the Israelis every time they shoot down one of their own missiles sent up for your benefit and sympathy. Yes, that is exactly what I said. You are being made the fool, and you are allowing it to pour all over you like the muck from the swamplands. What can you do in America to stop this? I honestly do not know, for you missed your opportunity to turn it around. You just shouted that I am of Satan and tried to kill my scribe. Many have worked around the clock for months and months to awaken you in time to stop this madness, and you have ridiculed and put them down and continue to blindly move as the horde of blinded sheep to slaughter. Just since we began to put this document to paper, there have been renewed attempts to silence this word, but I assure you, it is no longer so easy to simply annihilate God's hands. Mostly we, further, protect her from the knowledge of the attempts and simply keep her under close surveillance within our shields and restrict all activities and comings and goings of even close friends who become the unwitting dupes of the assassins. The Christian community where she dwells threatens her life and that of her family. In the town where our publisher has his business, the Christian community threaten their lives if he prints one more word of this material. Where are you, America? Where have you come on your road of godly truth, America? So be it, for it is certainly not over, my friends, until God wins. Stakes in the game: freedom or slavery. In deciding the course of action to be taken to stop the Zionist/Bolshevik warlords, 2 points are the keys for consideration and will be restated and emphasized one more time. One leg of the Zionist/Bolshevik Jews is based in New York City. It was from this base that financial and organizational aid was given to carry out the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. No, I shall not go into all that history at this point. I have given it in detail in the prior journals, item by item. My responsibility to God and brother is give the information, yours is to tend of it. This revolution enabled the establishment of the second leg of the Zionist/communist power, Moscow. If it were not for the continued support by the New York Zionists/Bolshevik Jews and their nationwide network, communism would have collapsed long ago. But the various facets of power held by these Zionists in America have enabled them to trick the American people into supporting communism. Please don't tell me about the United Nations and resolutions and all that other deception. You bought at great price the votes of the councils in the amount of billions of dollars. The United Nations is the one major tool of operation for the One World Control Group of Plan 2000. There will be no international rule through the UN-. You will simply be suppressed by total police force through that entity. Communism would not have gotten a start, and most problems faced by you Americans today would not have developed if the news media would have kept the American people informed about the actions of the Zionists/Bolsheviks. However, these Zionists/Bolshevik, communist, Jews are clever and know that information and truth is the ultimate weapon against them. Before they began their acts of subversion in America, they gained total control of the major newspapers and especially the news services which supply national and international news to the smaller daily newspapers. Since they controlled, and still control, the major news media outlets, including radio and television, they have been able to distort or omit the truth about their subversive acts. They also control all major publishers, and any who object are simply shut down. The bookstores are in their final days prior to total closure. They are going bankrupt by the thousands, and materials such as these journals are forbidden. But I promise you, truth will find its river and flow like breath of fresh air across this world, for it is the promise of God that man would come into knowing of this which has come upon him, and allow him to come back again into truth and faithfulness to God, and give him knowledge from which to choose his divine destiny. So be it. Exposure of truth is the only solution remaining to you. Henry Ford, Sr., who also got caught up in the entanglement of this movement, wrote in 1920, "If the American people ever become aware of the truth about this coterie of Jews, it would be the solution." What he meant was that if the American people ever learned the truth, they would take whatever action necessary to stop this bunch of Zionists/Bolsheviks. Many individuals and groups are in the process of doing all in their power to inform the American people about these Zionists and the danger they present to America and to the free world nations, but it is far too little to be effective, and misinformers and disinformation projectors are put into every group to confuse the issue. It is necessary that every person become aware and quietly and energetically help to spread the information. Who might these be? Starting, of course, would be you. Then, obviously, every average American who wishes to preserve his freedom and save the lives of his loved ones involved on the wrong end of the guns in a foreign land, Arab Americans who wish to remove the thorn of oppression in the Mideast, people from the captive nations of Europe who wish to rid their homelands of the Bolshevik scourge, Ethiopian Americans, and other Afro-Americans who have seen their homelands taken over by the Bolshevik/communists, and Chinese Americans, Vietnamese Americans, Korean Americans, and other Oriental Americans who have felt the heavy hand of communist oppression. Now for some shockers, if you haven't been reading the journals all of the nations of Great Britain, i.e. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, etc. You are in it and more tightly bound than even the Americans. In fact, the only place for the impact to be effective in any measure at all is through America, and it is on the brink of collapse. Since all of you are fighting the same destructive enemy, it would be more effective if all joined hands in a cooperative effort and quit quibbling and saying, "I just don't believe it could happen to me, here. It has happened to you there." The ones who will individually suffer the most will, as always throughout history, be the Jewish people wherever they are. Why do I again give forth this information? Because you are in the closing time of the prophecies and desperation upon your planet. Unless the cause of the problems has been identified, the problems cannot be confronted and much less solved. Your problem, world, is that you are up against the Antichrist and you missed of his identification, for he acted in deceit and lies. Will you awaken now? It remains to be seen, doesn't it? In closing, I give honor. This is not new information, nor did one, Jack Bernstein, by any means bring it forth first. He did, however, dare to speak out against what could be considered his own people, and then he did a most daring thing which I would share with you readers. I will simply ask that the challenge laid down by Jack Bernstein be reprinted herein. Quote, "The contents of this work, his story, are expected to bring a strong reaction from the Zionist Jews. I am well aware of the tactics that you, my Zionist brethren, use to quiet anyone who attempts to expose any of your subversive acts. If the person is a Gentile, you cry, 'You're anti-Semitic,' which is nothing more than a smokescreen to hide your actions. But, if a Jew is the person doing the exposing, you resort to other tactics. First, you ignore the charges, hoping the information will not be given widespread distribution. If the information starts reaching too many people, you ridicule the information and the person or persons giving the information. If that doesn't work, your next step is character assassination. If the author or speaker hasn't been involved in sufficient scandal, you are adept at fabricating scandal against the person or persons. If none of these are effective, you are known to resort to physical attacks. But, never do you try to prove the information wrong. So, before you start your efforts to quiet me, I offer this challenge. You Zionists assemble a number of Zionist Jews and witnesses to support your position, and I will assemble a like number of anti-Zionist, pro-American Jews and witnesses. Then, the Zionists and anti-Zionists will state their position and debate the material in this material as well as related material, the debate to be held on public television. Let's explore the information and let the American people decide for themselves if the information is true or false. Isn't that a fair challenge? Certainly, you will willingly accept the challenge if what I have written is false. But if you resort to crying, lies, all lies, and refuse to debate the material, you will, in effect, be telling the American people that what I have written are the true facts. Jack Bernstein. I think you readers can guess the way it has gone since 1984. Attempts against his life, shutdown of the publication, ridicule, accusations, and all the things listed above. I come with the seal of God to tell you, Hayton, that this is truth, and it is you of the nations and citizens of the world who will pay the price for the heinous enslavement of your world and species. We go through the same threats and attempts. Herein, prior to closing, I give unto my own receivers some truths which have brought pain in incredible measure unto them from ones who claim to be their greatest supporters. It has again surfaced, and ones at ASSK have sent forth more letters and discountings of our information. Now, note, that none there have read the information, and it is most foolish, but they claim plagiarism of others' material. There is interesting content in this simple accusation. If you disclaim truth as plagiarism, does it not stand to reason that that which was plagiarized is somehow a lie? I can further assure these ones who tout such that God needs not plagiarize, especially from his adversaries. The ones at ASSK and Sister Thedra tell you, again and again, that they have naught to do with these Phoenix journals this directly through Sanat Kumara and Sananda. If they have not read the documents, how can they project untruth? Further, perhaps we need a more discerning reader's audience. The one closest authority who writes the most flowerful forewords to the publications of that group is one, Donald Keyes, who was an original organizer and avid projector of the One World Government and United Nations. To set the minds of the ones at ASSK to rest, I, in the name of Sananda of God, Atan God, and the command of hosts, we very gratefully ask that you readers not annoy ASSK with any more petitions as to information whereby you might find truth, for there is no truth within them. Any of our materials which still bear reference is from early time when these ones wished to publish the journals themselves, and they then broke their contracts and agreements. We apologize to any who have been offended, for the information has since been removed as reference. Now, I have a last word on the incident. Beware. Our material has also been removed from many of the New Age channels' allowed reading lists. God never asks you to do other than read everything you can get your eyes on, for his truth will stand alone forever. Into infinity will it stand. Beware of those who claim lies and plagiarism of their work, for they tell the truth of it in the accusation. Truth cannot be plagiarized. It is that simple. Truth is truth, and in these closing days of chaos and transition, in readiness for the coming again of God, any who withhold truth from his fellow man to garner unto self is not in the service of God of divine creation. We plead with you to copy, share, send and shout this word from the rooftops, for we are come in advance to prepare a place for the coming again of God upon your place, and fulfill his promise unto you as a planet and species. Beware the false prophets who would deny you truth, for they shall reap a painful reward. God is not in human format at this time upon your globe. He is in your galaxy, however, and we are come to prepare his arrival. No one in this place nor in service unto his command at this time claims to be the Christos. Ours is to bring the word as promised by God, no more and no less. So be it, and may truth be the light which illumines thine path in his holy presence. Dharma, the path is filled with obstacles and testing and painful disappointments, as slings and arrows are shot with deadly accuracy at thine hard place. Others in this work are even more pained by the truth of that which comes to the front in confrontation. The ones in the service of the Dark Brotherhood always must show their colors and wear the clue as required by higher law. The clues are abundant, so do not turn of thine head for a moment, lest ye be sucked in by these one who are actually thine enemy and the enemy of God and truth. What they shout at you in accusation is merely a reflection of that which they know themselves to be. Truth will stand its own testing. Salut. Jai Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 8. Rec number 1 Sananda / Hayton. Sunday, February 10, 1991, 8:50 a.m. Year 4 Day 178 Today's Watch. In the beauty of the morning I come to commune. Who would tarry with me? Who will deny me? I come again in humble cause to gather our Father's people unto the security of his wings. I am the Son of Man as called in the ancient days. That means not the son of earth human. I come from higher universal man, creator of human. I am again sent to your placement to gather that remnant of human who turns unto the laws and covenants of the Great Spirit, who experiences within each and all. I come again as representative from the source of creation to reclaim that which is in destruction. I am Sananda. May the light of creation / creator shine round about you in this day of chaos and wallowing in the blood of nations, for only through coming again into the balance and harmony of God, Wakantanka / Tunkanchila God / creation, will you be lifted up out of the mire of the destruction you bring upon selves in your blindness. The moment of evil is upon your place and has seeped into thine very joints to eat away your very beings. I have been called by many names: Jesus, given unto Emmanuel of Galilee; by one you called Paul, Christ, which is only a designation of beingness; the pale prophet, given by those natives who labeled that which was seen, and lo, many others, but my Creator calls me Sananda. One with God, and I await to witness that which you will in this time of transition, for the preparation is underway and the time nigh at hand for the confrontation and reclamation of God's kingdom and people. Beware, the sorting is underway, and that which ye choose this day may well be thy last choice. Beware, also, the darkness of the moon on this transition of the day into that which ye label Ash Wednesday, for ye are lost in the lies projected unto you and miss of the signs which trumpet God's coming. Behold the light, and ye shall be given into radiance of understanding. Fear not, ye of my flock, for no harm shall come upon thee. Amen. I am Sananda, and I am nigh, lo, even unto thine doorstep. Salut. Hear me, O ye with hands that serve our Father in truth, although ye tremble, hold fast unto the lifeline, and ye shall be lifted up with the wings of eagles, and the phoenix of God's realms. Bend thine hearts and minds unto truth, and ye shall be secured. I am come to bring your beings home to source and show the way of the journey. We must bend the backs unto the task and silence thine lips from all that is unholy, and give justness unto brother, for it is not to be that all will be lifted up. Those ones and things of evil shall not be brought into the kingdom of God's holy places. And you do not know that which is holy. I am Sananda, and I come nigh to bring you home. I rest my hand upon my children and hold you in that hollow which shall see your journey through this experience of learning that which is godly and balanced with and within creation. How many will graduate into the Father's lodges? We shall see, and most short shall it be until the trumpet sounds upon the lands. Soon, the blood shall pour forth upon the sands and stain the hourglass in passing, and my people shall witness truth. May the glory that is your heritage not be lost in the moment of that truth, for you who stand strong in God shall not faint by the way. So be it, and may peace rest within thine hearts. To my beloved little crow, is it not time, son, for your presence and words to begin to come forth? Our little fledglings need the support of the voice of the ancients, for this little golden eagle, our sparrow who sings the word in the midst of the fray, is weary and sorely tested in human bombardment. My tribe has stood the testing, they who serve my hosts who come on silver clouds. We soon enter the time of darkness as the season changes into the next segment and the pain of the confrontation befalls humanity. The beast is clever and changes moment to moment, but he soon reaches the point of no return and the battle shall be engaged. The world is inhabited by reproductions of programmed evil with density of darkness and no lighted souls to traverse the heavens, for they are birthed of the whore of Babylon who rests her feet upon the heads of God's precious creations and laughs at the blindness of the lambs. Man realizes not that he walks and serves that which bears no soul essence within the breast. He follows reproductions of genetic fabrications in blindness. He realizes not that simply through truth and confrontation with that truth shall the evil replicas fall to the wayside. So be it, for the play must be finished and human must choose the path he will tread and that which he will follow. Will he open his eyes and see, his ears and hear? We shall see. Creator awaits the choosing, but not much longer in the ways of your counting the passing of perceived time. Ye cannot purchase of thine passage, ye must recognize of the ticket and accept the gift, and most will find it too obscure to be seen as they continue to await that which is not. So be it, and Selah, for the word is given, the truth presented, and ye shall be given soon into the final choosing. Have ye served thine own creations of thine loins and wombs in truth, justice, and godness, or do you leave them to perish in the bloodbath and firestorm of Babylon? We shall see. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I humbly thank you and bow to the wisdom of your message, for ye have learned well your lessons, O Kila, and son of highest son/man. I, and mine, serve you in humble respect and reverence for that which you are and have become in the perfection of your experience. May our service be honorable and our task be filled in perfection of that which we have been sent forth to fulfill. I, Haton, bow in humble honor of service, and as your teacher, may I bestow a father's adoration of recognized attainment unto the bench of justice. Salom, we no longer meet the enemy in ignorance, for we see that which he is, and he is but a sham filled with lies from the beginning, and he shall be smitten down by the word of truth which you bring forth upon the lands and the flocks of Creator. That which is perceived by the eye is, after all, only light reflected in glory of perception. Yeah, the truth shall most surely bring freedom upon the lands, for the evil cannot touch the soul of men, only that which is of human mechanism. So be it, and so shall it be in the passing of experience. I bend my knees unto your perfection in behalf of tribes from the 7 tribes of the universe. You shall stand tall and strong as the bear and radiant as the sun, and the beast shall be caused to inhabit the abyss of his own construction. So shall it come to pass, and we only ask that our service be in as near perfection as that which is possible upon this dense and limited placement. Haton in service. Allow us, scribe, to place the pointer of insight upon the lies which pour forth through that conduit of lies, the media. The lies become so blatant that it astounds that even the dense of dense cannot see, but in many ways the entire masses have been mesmerized by the hypnotic repetition of the robotoids who have been placed in your command to control you. Much is measured as to action by that which is projected unto you and accepted by the masses, then the next and more heinous action is lodged against you, and slowly you accept the poison and sword without exception, and you bring the suicide and murder upon self and silence the godly for standing against the evil. And so it has come to pass thusly, upon your place. Do you not see that the pit is filled, and it is the removing of the godly that is left to fulfill? Do you not see that only the ending is at hand, and yet were misled as to how it would be experienced? Do you not see that you have created your own pit? We are now in readiness to reclaim all who would change into truth and leave the pit of thine own digging. However, the remainder of the play shall be accomplished, for so is it written, and you are most determined to experience all of it as you have been given to perceive it. As we move along through the shroud of lies, however, many will open their eyes in wonderment that they had missed of it for so long, and we welcome them aboard. You can change of it if ye will. So be it, and Selah. Look at that which the evilmongers give you to feed upon today as example. Do you all recall the first Scud missiles which supposedly fell on Tel Aviv? Remember one, which was non-intercepted, fell into the street and only injured some 2 people, and 1 man died of heart failure? Do you clearly remember? Then, Chelis, how is it that a Scud came to Tel Aviv, on the Sephardic section of Tel Aviv, last night, supposedly from Iraq, was intercepted, and simple debris caused destruction of 500 homes and destroyed an international center as well? The lies are so blatant and tremendous that you cannot fail to accept them, for your minds will no longer hold relative comparison. You are being constantly and hideously hypnotized from the bombardment of repetition from those projected waves of pulsed radiation. How do you counter this barrage? You ask God to keep his shield about you, for, as in any exorcism, the beast will not stand in the confrontation of Christ's perfection. Knowledge will ensure your freedom no matter how much you stare at the very mechanism which would entrap you. If you look with eyes of truth through God, you see that which they do not tell and show, more clearly than any human being could conjure for your perception. Saddam Hussein has sat solidly upon his missiles while you have squandered your own. To make issue and point, the Zionists/Bolsheviks Antichrist have given you visions of destruction, always upon the ones they choose to annihilate anyhow, the Jews of godness, to garner your sympathy and your money and laugh at you as you stumble in confusion, clinging to any bait they toss at you even while telling you exactly that which they do. Your top military leaders go forth to the front. They basically go nowhere. How is it that your military hierarchy are still in Washington in the war room? They cannot get very far from Camp David is why. Look at the evil cover-up, even calling the camp of evil replication, David. Ah, you of the lie, must awaken soon lest you pain and scar your souls in agony for that which will come upon your blinded insight. Do you not see, even, why they have placed a black in the slot of military leader? To mesmerize the blacks into believing they are not the expendables in first order. The Zionists hate the Negroid races with a passion beyond reason. You of the minority groups have been targeted for forfeiture on the sands and the battlegrounds of the city streets to ensure the pure elite survival. I suggest you all go back and read the early journals regarding the Plan 2000, and if you want confirmation read the book The Plan, etc. We have given at least a dozen titles prior to now. Even a robotoid who comes within the lighted places of God truth, shall be given soul by that grace abounding. An awakened humanity can see the robotic replicas as produce satanic instruction. For instance, compare that one Cheney and that one Powell as they meet with their brother, the 30th replica of Bush on the morrow. All have been wined, dined, and exchanged at Camp David whilst you believe them to be studying the military situation in Saudi Arabia. The flaws in the replicas are so obvious that you do not even have to look carefully. These one are programmed to tell you exactly that which will pull you into the beast's claws as dead ahead as a machine can move. Every day in every speech the facts become seen as you are gradually mesmerized into the violence you will face. Every day they give you a bit more to expect of the increased expectation of bloodshed. They tell you truth in the very face of the lies when the defense secretary tells you now that the size of Saddam's army was underestimated and also the quantity and quality of his weaponry. You see it in all the publicity and charade of over 56,000 sorties. Can you imagine that many bombs? 50,000. And still, they tell you that Iraq is about as strong as in the beginning. This is to ready you for the most massive destruction and death scene ever brought upon your planet at the hands of your own allowance. Beloved ones, these men you perceive to be leading you are replicas and incapable of either compassion or change of programming. They have one goal in sight and are programmed to move unfaltering to that goal even if frequent replacement is required. The global control of your planet, in place, and operable, by the turn of the millennium. These robotoids have no manner of control by which to function differently, and unless you stop their march to doom, so shall it come to be. Doubles, robotoids, and replicas. How is it that you find this difficult to accept? These genetic/holographic DNA/RNA replicas have been in the perfecting for well over 4 decades. All that is required is a holographic fragment, literally, one cell, and a replica can be reproduced. Then all that is required is downloading of the memory data and programming of the manufactured entity. I have spoken of this procedure prior to this and will not take precious time to repeat and repeat for those who simply do not wish to go back and effort at gaining the information. You see, I, Hayton, care not in the least whether or not you believe me nor if you understand the mechanism by which it works. You are willing victims of the lie and you will awaken or sleep on it is up to you. Our commission is to outlay the truth unto you, yours is to confirm and acknowledge or not. As you wish. There are technical advances upon your planet, already in use by the elite, which would boggle your senses. Robotoids are simplistic in relative comparison. They are comprised totally of physical matter manifested into what you perceive as physical coalition of these physical matter particles coalesced according to the DNA/RNA holographic blueprint, whereby the recreation will be a projection of that which is being copied at the time of replication. The most obvious clue to replication is that the new entity will always be fresh and more youthful than that which you will have seen just prior to replacement. This is why you must have control of all your media in order to pull off the subterfuge. Even under strict control of photography and makeup technicians, the replication will often differ, usually in reversal of character habits or muscle actions. I.e., there will be a reversal of a lopsided smile, thusly, talking out of the other side of the face, so to speak. The reversal of these traits is all but impossible to eliminate. So, too, are features which do not respond to stress changes, as will a haggard or fatigued face pattern. Therefore, the structure and location of the ears, nose foundation, and eye socket location must be perfected from viewing to viewing through cosmetic illusion and can never be exactly duplicated. The whole ability to fool the public is the absolutely accepted absurdity of such a possibility of scientific achievement and your lack of attention. Do you not note that often, even as with Bush, that Barbara is programmed to note that the reason George appears different and weary is that he is getting very little rest, as he must ponder. You once pick it up, give sympathy to poor Mr. Bush and beat his drum more loudly for all his pressures. No, the replicas simply showed the deviations from the prior entity. The replicas become weaker with each reproduction and do not stand up under stress. Further, any outstanding negative traits of personality in the original will become exaggerated and unpredictable in actions. There will be wide memory gaps and erratic personality projections. If you once would pay attention, you could rapidly bring the subterfuge to a halt and the truth would flow across the land like a blinding light. However, you once prefer to persecute the bringers of the truth of it and allow the replicas to continue to hold your very existence in their mechanical hands. Your most effective block to insight is that which is thrust upon you from the pulpits of the churches, who tell you to turn away from this or that material, for it is of Satan. Phew. They have just effectively caused you to be allowed no insight to the truth of it. You react like obedient puppets and cast stones at the truth bringers and bow unto the puppet master who just ensured your allegiance to his continued evil projections. All you really have to do is listen to what those so-called teachers of Christ and God tell you about the 10 Commandments laid forth as laws. Refresh your minds. For instance, thou shalt not kill. That, dear ones, does not mean thou shalt kill only sometimes, etc. Thou shalt not commit adultery. That doesn't mean that thou shalt do so if your hormones tingle and lust strikes you. Thou shalt have no other gods before me doesn't mean on Sunday morning when you must decide whether or not to contribute to the preacher. And have all other gods before thee except God all the rest of the time. And so on it goes. You have allowed the rewriting of the laws and accepted them, and, when you are told that cosmic brothers come in service to Satan and you are going to be whisked away through the suffering of a savior with no consequence for your own behaviors, you lap it up like the starving beast at the water trough. God gave you the graceful gift of thought and reason. Through freedom of choice you follow like puppets tied. Upon the strings to be manipulated and dangled as the worm upon the hook. Ye who feel smug as ye cast down your brother and neighbor had best bend in pleading for forgiveness of that one you damage, for the truth is at hand and ye shall reap that which ye sow. Blessed be the black man, and brown man and red man who stand against these enemies, for in God's houses there is no such thing as judgment of skin, for that is of the physical, and such does not exist in the higher experience of God's kingdoms of light. Physical man has pronounced these limits upon you of various groups, and you have allowed of it through the generations. There is a revival coming, brothers of all colors, and it is coming soon, indeed. God created all inequality, man has pronounced the inequality, and you have believed him in his evil misinformation. Ye shall not slay God's representative again, O man of earth. You are at the gate of choice, the time of confrontation, and you will be in the choosing, for none shall escape of it. Stand to the side, Dharma, so we will leave this now, for man to ponder carefully, for the crimes upon man are about to begin in fullness. I petition for mercy that you might be given into the seeing and hearing, for I know of that which is nigh, and if ye change it not, it is worse than any can conjure for your nightmares. Orgo Series Hayton, Commander of IGFC. To clear, please. Good morning. Chapter 9. Rec number 1 Hayton. Monday, February 11, 1991, 7:42 a.m. Year 4 Day 179 Today's Watch. Good morning. In the light of another gifted day upon your world, enjoy them, Chalice, for the explosions of the generations shall mar the silence of the universe, and yet, we must work on until man understands how, who and why his world has been turned topsy-turvy. A couple of brief references to things I have said and which have been rebutted, should lead off, and then I shall not make comment on the day's non-news, for we have more urgent information and confirmation of that which I have already given unto you. First, I would like to quote something to you and thank readers who send confirmations where and when they come into attention. It is through the sharing of truth, logic, and proof of same that man shall come into his consciousness of that which is. Handwriting on the wall. We are taxed in our bread and our wine, in our incomes and our investments, on our land and on our property, not only for base creatures who do not deserve the name of men, but for foreign nations, compliant nations who will bow to us and accept our largesse and promise us to assist in the keeping of the peace, these mendicant nations who will destroy us when we show a moment of weakness or our treasure is bare, and surely it is becoming bare. We are taxed to maintain legions on their soil, in the name of law and order by the Pax Romana, a document which will fall into dust when it pleases our allies and our vassals. We keep them in precarious balance only with our gold. Is the heart blood of our nation worth these? Were they bound to us with ties of love, they would not ask our gold. They take our very flesh, and they hate and despise us. And who shall say we are worthy of more? When a government becomes powerful, it is destructive, extravagant, and violent. It is a usurer which takes bread from innocent mouths and deprives honorable men of their substance, for votes with which to perpetuate itself. So be it. I know you know who wrote this. Horatio Hornblower. Benjamin Franklin? Patrick Henry? Neville Chamberlain? Nope, Cicero in 54b.c. How about this one? This is from the Canadian Intelligence Service, Flesherton, Ontario, Canada, regarding a racial program for the 20th century, setting forth the communist policy. An extract from Israel Cohen's 1912 book entered into the U.S. Congressional Record for June 7, 1957, page 7653. We must realize that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By propounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the whites, we can mold them to the program of the Communist Party. In America, we will aim for subtle victory. While inflaming the Negro minority against the whites, we will endeavor to instill in the whites a guilt complex for their exploitation of the Negroes. We will aid the Negroes to rise in prominence in every walk of life, in the professions and in the world of sports and entertainment. With this prestige, the Negro will be able to intermarry with the whites and begin a process which will deliver America to our cause. And a nation can survive its fools, and even the ambitious. But it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gates is less formidable, for he is known and he carries his banners openly. But the traitor moves among those within the gate freely, his sly whispers rustling through all the alleys, heard in the very halls of government itself. For the traitor appears no traitor, he speaks in the accents familiar to his victims, and he wears their face and their garments, and he appeals to the baseness that lies deep in the hearts of all men. He rots the soul of a nation, he works secretly and unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of a city, he infects the body politic so that it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to be feared. And also less than the terrorists, for when you reach the point whereat a parent will murder his child, you have reached beyond the limits of even the evil. The traitors of America and of you the people are within. Now, this too, was written by Cicero in 54 AD. Was Cicero a prophet? No, he observed, just as we are doing here in the fall of a great people and empire, he only saw beyond the lies. Let us turn to the biggest rebuttal of current denial back unto our workers. There is no such thing as robotoids, and gene splicing is really just a rumor, and we denounce you for what you are, Hayton, a liar. Dharma, reprint the documents regarding same, please. President's Commission for the Study of Ethical Problems in Medicine and Biomedical and Behavioral Research. Suite 555, 2000 K Street, NW, Washington, D.C. 20006. 202-653-8051. November 16, 1982. The Honorable George Bush President, President's Commission, United States Senate. Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. President, on behalf of the President's Commission for the Study of Ethical Problems in Medicine and Biomedical and Behavioral Research, I am pleased to transmit Splicing Life, our report on the social and ethical issues of genetic engineering with human beings. This study, which was not within the Commission's legislative mandate, was prompted by a letter to the President in July 1980 from Jewish, Catholic, and Protestant church associations. We embarked upon it, pursuant to subheading 1802A.2 of our statute, at the urging of the President's science advisor. Some people have suggested that developing the capability to splice human genes opens a Pandora's box, releasing mischief and harm far greater than the benefits for biomedical science. The Commission has not found this to be the case. The laboratory risks in this field have received careful attention from the scientific community and governmental bodies. The therapeutic applications now being planned are analogous to other forms of novel therapy and can be judged by general ethical standards and procedures, informed by an awareness of the particular risks and benefits that accompany each attempt at gene splicing. Other, still hypothetical uses of gene splicing in human beings hold the potential for great benefit, such as heretofore impossible forms of treatment, as well as raising fundamental new ethical concerns. The Commission believes that it would be wise to have engaged in careful prior thought about steps such as treatments that can lead to heritable changes in human beings or those intended to enhance human abilities rather than simply correct deficiencies caused by well-defined genetic disorders. In light of a detailed analysis of the ethical and social issues of the subject issues beyond the purview of existing mechanisms for federal oversight, the Commission suggests several possible means, in the private as well as the public sector, through which these important matters can receive the necessary advance consideration. The Commission is pleased to have had an opportunity to participate in the consideration of this issue of public concern and importance. Respectfully, Morris B. Abram, Chairman. *****. Morris B. Abram is one of the most influential and highest-ranking members of the American Zionists' ranks. He is even more influential than are the direct speakers in your Congress such as Salars, Lantis, Lugar, Biden, etc., obey Israel first and mandatory and instant war in the Middle East. You ones just don't have any way to know that which goes on, and when a study is finished it is usually marked top secret and buried, or simply buried and never allowed mention again. If it comes up again it is always discarded as having been already investigated. How many of you, for instance, are aware of the Keating 5? Okay, what has been decided? Alright, so all except Cranston will get a letter of reprimand. What about Cranston? Oh, well, he is going to get further reprimand in spite of his convenient cancer of his prostate. Well, let us just say that Cranston has a convenient set of sallops. I'll leave you to look that up. Now, how many of you realize that Cranston was one of the high-ranking members of the Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee? He was even chairman of the Security Subcommittee. How better to rip off you the people than to chair the very committee which bears all information and makes the rules? Mr. Keating knew exactly where and to whom to go for his massive crime for which you the people will pay the bill. Mr. Cranston, it seems, in deference to new illness had to resign his position and didn't even have to testify at the hearings regarding misadventures. Where are you, America? Robotoids and genetic doubles, I repeat, have been around and steadily being perfected for 4 decades of public use right before your eyes. They are a product of the Soviet Zionists and have been your puppet masters for a long, long time. A new twist of sick humor, perhaps the puppet pulling the human strings. Now, get ready for the really bad news. You claim that I mislead you, that the President only spoke of rendering executive order power in order to do something for Mr. Cheney regarding reserves, etc., but it never was actually put into action. Dharma, another copy job please. Executive Order. National Security Industrial Responsiveness, the White House. Office of the Press Secretary. Executive Order. National Security Industrial Responsiveness. Hayton, and this is just a little one. For immediate release January 9, 1991. By the authority vested in me as President by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including 50 U.S.C. App 468, 10 U.S.C. 4501 and 9501, and 50 U.S.C. 82, it is hereby ordered as follows. Section 101. Policy. The United States must have the capability to rapidly mobilize its resources in the interest of national security. Therefore, to achieve prompt delivery of articles, products, and materials to meet national security requirements, the government may place orders and require priority performance of these orders. Hayton, now what you will probably miss is that this represents a press release for public consumption, and these are the new USC numbers which are simply a follow-on in the record for invoking Executive Order number 11490. The point is to allow you the public to fail to note that anything took place and feed it to you in bits and pieces through official press releases as the proper time arrives. Did you not hear your President Bush, this morning, tell the press in response to questions of intent, I will take the proper action when I deem it proper solely and without exception, and I will inform you as I deem it appropriate for you to be given information. So be it. Sector 102. Delegation of authority under 50 U.S.C. App 468. A. Subject to paragraph B of this section, the authorities vested in the President, under 50 U.S.C. App 468, with respect to the placing of orders for prompt delivery of articles or materials, except for the taking authority under 50 U.S.C. App 468, c, are hereby delegated to 1. The Secretary of Agriculture with respect to all food resources. 2. The Secretary of Energy with respect to all forms of energy. 3. The Secretary of Transportation with respect to all forms of civil transportation, and 4. The Secretary of Commerce with respect to all other articles and materials, including construction materials. B. The authorities delegated by paragraph A of this section shall be exercised only after 1. A determination by the Secretary of Defense that prompt delivery of the articles or materials for the exclusive use of the armed forces of the United States is in the interest of national security, or 2. A determination by the Secretary of Energy that the prompt delivery of the articles or materials for the Department of Energy's atomic energy programs is in the interest of national security. C. All determinations of the type described in paragraph B of this section and all delegations made prior to the effective date of this order under the Defense Production Act of 1950, as amended, and under its implementing rules and regulations shall be continued in effect, including but not limited to approved programs listed under the Defense Priorities and Allocation System, 15 CFR, Council of Foreign Relations, Part 700. 2. The Secretary of Energy with respect to all forms of energy. 3. The Secretary of Transportation with respect to all forms of civil transportation, and 4. The Secretary of Commerce with respect to all other products and materials, including construction materials. B. The authorities delegated in paragraph A of this section may be exercised only after the President has made the statutorily required determination. Sector 103. Delegation of authority under 10 U.S.C. 4501 and 9501, and 50 U.S.C. 82. A. Subject to paragraph B of this section, the authorities vested in the President under 10 U.S.C. 4501 and 9501 with respect to the placing of orders for necessary products or materials, and under 50 U.S.C. 82 with respect to the placing of orders for ships or war materials, except for the taking authority vested in the President by these acts, are hereby delegated to 1. The Secretary of Agriculture with respect to all food resources. 2. The Secretary of Energy with respect to all forms of energy. 3. The Secretary of Transportation with respect to all forms of civil transportation, and 4. The Secretary of Commerce with respect to all other products and materials, including construction materials. B. The authorities delegated in paragraph A of this section may be exercised only after the President has made the statutorily required determination. Sector 104. Implementation. A. The authorities delegated under sections 102 and 103 of this order shall include the power to redelegate such authorities to departments and agencies, officers, and employees of the government. The authorities delegated in this order may be implemented by regulations promulgated and administered by the Secretaries of Agriculture, Defense, Energy, Transportation, and Commerce, and the Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, as appropriate. B. All departments and agencies delegated authority under this order are hereby directed to amend their rules and regulations as necessary to reflect the new authorities delegated herein that are to be relied upon to carry out their function. To the extent authorized by law, including 50 U.S.C. Ap 486, 10 U.S.C. 4501 and 9501, and 50 U.S.C. 82, all rules and regulations issued under the Defense Production Act of 1950, as amended, with respect to the placing of priority orders for articles, products, ships, and materials, including war materials, shall be deemed, where appropriate, to implement the authorities delegated by sections 102 and 103 of this order and shall remain in effect until amended or revoked by the respective Secretary. All orders, regulations, and other forms of administrative actions purported to have been issued, taken, or continued in effect pursuant to the Defense Production Act of 1950, as amended, shall, until amended or revoked by the respective Secretaries or the Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, as appropriate, remain in full force and effect, to the extent supported by any law or any authority delegated to the respective Secretary or the Director pursuant to this order. C. Upon the request of the Secretary of Defense with respect to particular articles, products, or materials that are determined to be needed to meet national security requirements, any other official receiving a delegation of authority under this executive order to place orders or to enforce precedence of such orders, shall exercise such authority within 10 calendar days of the receipt of the request, provided, that if the head of any department or agency having delegated responsibilities hereunder disagrees with the request of Secretary of Defense, such department or agency head shall, within 10 calendar days from the receipt of the request, refer the issue to the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, who shall ensure expeditious resolution of the issue. D. Propose department and agency regulations and procedures to implement the delegated authority under this order, and any new determinations made under sections 102, b. 1, or 2, shall be coordinated by the Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency with all appropriate departments and agencies. Sector 105. Judicial Review. This order is intended to improve the internal management of the executive branch and is not intended to create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law by a party against the United States, its agencies, its officers, or any person. Hayton, and the check is in the mail, and we will just make a correction or two in the Constitution at the Constitutional Convention. Signed, George Bush, the White House. January 8, 1991. Hayton, please note a discrepancy in the projection of 468 and transposition of 486. This is not an error in your copy, it is the way in which it is presented to you the public. Protocols of the meetings of the learned elders of Zion. One more time, Chelis. I don't know how to get this information across to you, but you will get it one way or another, or you are not going to pull yourselves out of this quagmire. Dharma, we are going to take a break and then we will begin the tedious task of dictating the protocols, again, but this time in full, exactly as translated from start to finish by Victor E. Marsden from the Russian scripts. This man became a victim of this revolution and spent time in prison for his efforts to inform the people. So it goes with the ones who have given all to give you truth. I give great honor to this man. Marsden lived in Russia for many years and was married to a Russian lady. As Russian correspondent to the Morning Post, his fearless description of the events in 1917 incurred the anger of the Soviets. He was arrested and thrown into the Peter Paul prison. When he was finally allowed to return to England after 2 years, his health had been seriously affected. One of his first tasks as soon as he was able was this translation of the protocols, which necessitated many hours' work at the British Museum. He later became the Morning Post special correspondent in the suite of HRH, the Prince of Wales, on his Empire tour. But within a few days of his return from the tour, he died after a brief illness, undisclosed, of course. Professor Nilus. This is the person to remember. Professor Sergei Nilus was a priest in the Orthodox Church in Russia. He published the first Russian-language edition in 1905. In his introduction he says that a manuscript had been handed to him about 4 years before by a friend, who vouched that it was a true translation of an original document stolen by a woman from one of the most influential and highly initiated leaders of Freemasonry, at the end of a meeting of the initiated in France, that nest of Jewish Masonic conspiracy. Nilus adds that the protocols are not exactly minutes of meetings, but a report, with a part apparently missing, made by some very powerful persons. In January 1917, Nilus had prepared a second edition, but before it could be put on the market the Revolution of March 1917 had taken place and Kerensky ordered the whole edition to be destroyed. Later Nilus was arrested by the Bolshevik Cheka, imprisoned and tortured. He was exiled and died in Vladimir on January 13, 1929. So be it, and, again, may ye be given into the hearing and understanding of that which is being given unto you, for it is the direct protocols as given forth from the Antichrist to his people for the final taking control of planet Earth. If ye know not thine enemy, how can ye stand against him? Salut. Hayton to stand by, summon me when you are ready to continue. Thank you. Georgo C. Hayton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 10. Rec number 2 Hayton. Monday, February 11, 1991, 4:13 p.m. Year 4 Day 179 Victor E. Marsden. As preface to the segment regarding the protocols, let us speak of the translator, Victor E. Marsden. The author of this translation of the famous protocols was himself a victim of the revolution. He had lived for many years in Russia and was married to a Russian lady. Among his other activities in Russia he had been, for a number of years, Russian correspondent of the Morning Post, a position which he occupied when the revolution broke out, and his vivid descriptions of events in Russia will still be in the recollection of many of the readers of that journal. Naturally, he was singled out for the anger of the Soviets. On the day that Captain Cromie was murdered by Jews, Victor Marsden was arrested and thrown into the Peter Paul prison, expecting every day to have his name called out for execution. This, however, he escaped, and eventually he was allowed to return to England, very much of a wreck in bodily health. However, he recovered under treatment and the devoted care of his wife and friends. One of the first things he undertook as soon as he was able was this translation of the protocols. Mr. Marsden was eminently well qualified for the work. His intimate acquaintance with Russia, Russian life, and the Russian language on the one hand, and his mastery of a terse literary English style on the other, placed him in a position of advantage which few others could claim. The consequence is that you have in it an eminently readable work, and though the subject matter is somewhat formless, Mr. Marsden's literary touch reveals the thread running through the 24 protocols. The summary placed at the head of each is Mr. Marsden's own, and will be found very useful in acquiring a comprehensive view of its scope. It may be said with truth that this work was carried out at the cost of Mr. Marsden's own life's blood. He told the writer of the preface that he could not stand more than an hour at a time of his work on it in the British Museum, as the diabolical spirit of the matter which he was obliged to turn into English made him positively ill. Mr. Marsden's connection with the Morning Post was not severed by his return to England, and he was well enough to accept the post of special correspondent of that journal in the suite of HRH, the Prince of Wales, on his Empire tour. From this he returned with the Prince, apparently in much better health, but within a few days of his landing he was taken suddenly ill, and died after a very brief illness. May this work be his crowning monument. In it he has performed an immense service to the English-speaking world, and there can be little doubt that it will take its place in the first rank of the English versions of the protocols of the meetings of the learned elders of Zion. I remind all of you readers that if you simply sit down and consider this Jewish material, you are grossly in error, for the Zionists have all but destroyed the very substance of the Jews. If you are not aware of this information, be patient, for it was never intended that any of you have this information, but the time is at hand for the pressing of information upon you ones who have been subject to lies projected year after endless year, and it is time for the unveiling of the prophecies and the players put into perspective. We will present the introduction as given, 1922, for it is most explanatory. Of the protocols themselves little need be said in the way of introduction. The book in which they are embodied was published by Sergei Nilus in Russia in 1905. A copy of this is in the British Museum bearing the date of its reception August 10, 1906, so I suggest you not allow anyone to tell you this is a hoax and that this group or the protocols do not exist. All copies that were known to exist in Russia were destroyed in the Kerensky regime, and under his successors the possession of copy by anyone in Soviet land was crime sufficient to ensure the owners being shot on sight. That fact is in itself sufficient proof of the genuineness of the protocols. The Jewish journals, of course, say that they are a forgery, leaving it to be understood that Professor Nilus, who embodied them in a work of his own, had concocted them for his own purposes. Mr. Henry Ford, in an interview published in the New York World, February 17, 1921, put the case for Nilus tersely and convincingly thus. The only statement I care to make about the protocols is that they fit in with what is going on. They are 16 years old, and they have fitted the world's situation up to this time. They fit it now. And, indeed, they still do with more direct impact than ever before. The word protocol signifies a précis gummed onto the front of a document, a draft of a document, minutes of proceedings. In this instance protocol means minutes of the proceedings of the meetings of the learned elders of Zion. These protocols give the substance of addresses delivered to the innermost circle of the rulers of Zion. They reveal the concerted plan of action of the Jewish nation developed through the ages and edited by the elders themselves up to date. Parts and summaries of the plan have been published from time to time during the centuries as the secrets of the elders have leaked out. The claim of the Jews that the protocols are forgeries is in itself an admission of their genuineness, for they never attempt to answer the facts corresponding to the threats which the protocols contain, and, indeed, the correspondence between prophecy and fulfillment is too glaring to be set aside or obscured. This the Jews well know and therefore evade. The presumption is strong that the protocols were issued, or reissued, at the first Zionist Congress held in Basel in 1897 under the presidency of the father of modern Zionism, the late Theodor Herzl. There has been published a volume of Herzl's diaries, a translation of some passages of which appeared in the Jewish Chronicle of July 14, 1922. Herzl gives an account of his first visit to England in 1895, and his conversation with Colonel Goldsmid, a Jew brought up as a Christian, an officer in the English army, and at heart a Jew nationalist all the time. Goldsmid suggested to Herzl that the best way of expropriating the English aristocracy and so destroying their power to protect the people of England against Jew domination, was to put excessive taxes on the land. Herzl thought this an excellent idea, and it is now to be found definitely embodied in Protocol 6. The above extract from Herzl's diary then is an extremely significant bit of evidence bearing on the existence of the Jew world plot and authenticity of the protocols, but any reader of intelligence will be able from his own knowledge of recent history and from his own experience to confirm the genuineness of every line of them, and it is in the light of this living comment that all readers are invited to study Mr. Marsden's translation of this terribly inhuman document. And here is another very significant circumstance. The successor to Herzl as leader of the Zionist movement, 1922, Dr. Weizmann, quoted one of these sayings at the send-off banquet given to Chief Rabbi Herzl on October 6, 1920. The Chief Rabbi was at the point of leaving for his Empire tour, a sort of Jewish answer to the Empire tour of H.R.H., the Prince of Wales. And this is the saying of the sages which Dr. Weizmann quoted: a beneficent protection which God has instituted in the life of the Jew is that he has dispersed him all over the world. Jewish Guardian, October 8, 1920. Now compare this with the last clause but one of Protocol 11, God has granted to us, his chosen people, the gift of dispersion, and from this, which appears to all eyes to be our weakness, has come forth all our strength, which has now brought us to the threshold of sovereignty over all the world. The remarkable correspondence between these passages proves several things. It proves that the learned elders exist. It proves that Dr. Weizmann knows all about them. It proves that the desire for a national home in Palestine is only camouflage and an infinitesimal part of the Jews' real object. It proves that the Jews of the world have no intention of settling in Palestine or any separate country, and that their annual prayer that they may all meet next year in Jerusalem is merely a piece of their characteristic make-believe. It also demonstrates that the Jews are a world menace, and that the Aryan races will have to domicile them permanently out of Europe. Who are the elders? This is a secret which has not been revealed. Remember, this is written in 1922. They are the hidden hand. They are not the Board of Deputies, the Jewish Parliament in England, or the Universal Israelite Alliance which sit in Paris. But the late Walter Rathenau of the Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft has thrown a little light on the subject, and doubtless he was in possession of their names, being, in all likelihood, one of the chief leaders himself. Writing in the Wiener Freie Presse, December 24, 1912, he said, 300 men, each of whom knows all the others, govern the fate of the European continent, and they elect their successors from their entourage. Shudder now, Chalice, for it adds up, does it not? Yeah, even unto the numbering. A 15th century protocol. The principles and morality of the latter-day protocols are as old as the tribe. Here is one from the 15th century which Jews can hardly pronounce a forgery, seeing that it is taken from a Rothschild, journal. The Revue d'études juives, financed by James de Rothschild, published in 1889 two documents which showed how true the protocols are in saying that the learned elders of Zion have been carrying on their plan for centuries. On January 13, 1489, Kemmerer, Jewish rabbi of Als in Provence, wrote to the Grand Sanhedrim, which had its seat in Constantinople, for advice, as the people of Als were threatening the synagogues. What should the Jews do? This was the reply. Dear beloved brethren in Moses, we have received your letter in which you tell us of the anxieties and misfortunes which you are enduring. We are pierced by as great pain to hear it as yourselves. The advice of the grand satraps and rabbis is the following. 1. As for what you say that the king of France obliges you become Christians, do it, since you cannot do otherwise, but let the law of Moses be kept in your hearts. 2. As for what you say about the command to despoil you of your goods, the law was that on becoming converted, Jews gave up their possessions, make your sons merchants, that little by little they may despoil the Christians of theirs. 3. As for what you say about their making attempts on your lives, make your sons doctors and apothecaries, that they may take away Christians' lives. 4. As for what you say of their destroying your synagogues, make your sons canons and clerics in order that they may destroy their churches. 5. As for the many other vexations you complain of, arrange that your sons become advocates and lawyers, and see that they always mix themselves up with the affairs of state, in order that by putting Christians under your yoke you may dominate the world and be avenged on them. 6. Do not swerve from this order that we give you, because you will find by experience that, humiliated as you are, you will reach the actuality of power. Signed VSSVFF, Prince of the Jews, 21st Caslu, November, 1489. In the year 1844, on the eve of the Jewish Revolution of 1848, Benjamin Disraeli, whose real name was Israel, and who was a damned, or baptized Jew, published his novel, Koningsspy, in which occurs this ominous passage. The world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. And he went on to show that these personages were all Jews. Now that Providence has brought to the light of day these secret protocols, all men may clearly see the hidden personages specified by Disraeli at work behind the scenes of all the governments. This revelation entails on all white peoples the grave responsibility of examining and revising often their attitude towards the race and nation which boasts of its survival over all empires. Notes. Agentur and the political. There are two words in this translation which are unusual, the work agentur and political used as a substantive. Agentur appears to be a word adopted from the original, and it means the whole body of agents and agencies made use of by the elders, whether members of the tribe or their Gentile tools. By the political, Mr. Marsden means, not exactly the body politic but the entire machinery of politics. And dear ones, it is so stated in the prophecies of Revelation that the Antichrist would spring from this vast sea of politics. 2. The symbolic snake of Judaism. Protocol 3 opens with a reference to the symbolic snake of Judaism. In his epilogue to the 1905 edition of the Protocols, Nilus gives the following interesting account of the symbol. According to the records of secret Jewish Zionism, Solomon and other Jewish learned men already, in 929 BC, thought out a scheme in theory for a peaceful conquest of the whole universe by Zion. As history developed, this scheme was worked out in detail and completed by men who were subsequently initiated in this question. These learned men decided by peaceful means to conquer the world for Zion with the slyness of the symbolic snake, whose head was to represent those who have been initiated into the plans of the Jewish administration, and the body of the snake to represent the Jewish people. The administration was always kept secret, even from the Jewish nation itself. As the snake penetrated into the hearts of the nations which it encountered, it undermined and devoured all the non-Jewish power of these states. It is foretold that the snake has still to finish its work, strictly adhering to the designed plan, until the course which it has to run is closed by the return of its head to Zion, and until, by this means, the snake has completed its round of Europe and has encircled it, and until, by dint of enchaining Europe, it has encompassed the whole world. This it is to accomplish by using every endeavor to subdue the other countries by an economic conquest. The return of the head of the snake to Zion can only be accomplished after the power of all the sovereigns of Europe has been laid low, that is to say, when by means of economic crises and wholesale destruction effected everywhere, there shall have been brought about a spiritual demoralization and a moral corruption, chiefly with the assistance of Jewish women masquerading as French, Italians, etc. These are the surest spreaders of licentiousness into the lives of the leading men at the heads of nations. A map of the course of the symbolic snake is shown as follows. Its first stage in Europe was in 429 BC in Greece, where, about the time of Pericles, the snake first started eating into the power of that country. The second stage was in Rome in the time of Augustus, about 69 BC. The third in Madrid in the time of Charles V, in AD 1552. The fourth in Paris about 1790, in the time of Louis XVI. The fifth in London from 1814 onwards, after the downfall of Napoleon. The sixth in Berlin in 1871 after the Franco-Prussian War. The seventh in St. Petersburg, over which is drawn the head of the snake under the date of 1881. All these states which the snake traversed have had the foundations of their constitutions shaken, Germany, with its apparent power, forming no exception to the rule. In economic conditions Russia is accomplished by the snake, on which at present, i.e. 1905, all its efforts are concentrated. The further course of the snake is not shown on this map, but arrows indicate its next movement towards Moscow, Kiev, and Odessa. It is now well known to us to what extent the latter cities form the centers of the militant Jewish race. Constantinople is shown as the last stage of the snake's course before it reaches Jerusalem. This map was drawn years before the occurrence of the Young Turk-I.E. Jewish Revolution in Turkey. 3. The term Goyim, meaning Gentiles or non-Jews, is used throughout the protocols and is retained by Mr. Marsden. Protocols of the Meetings of the Learned Elders of Zion. Protocol No. 1. Right lies in might. Freedom in idea only. Liberalism. Gold. Faith. Self-government. Despotism of capital. The internal foe. The mob. Anarchy. Politics versus morals. The right of the strong. The invincibility of Jew Masonic authority. End justifies means. The mob, a blind man political. ABC party discord. Most satisfactory form of rule, despotism. Alcohol. Classicism. Corruption. Principles and rules of the Jew Masonic government. Terror. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Principle of dynastic rule. Annihilation of the privileges of the Goy aristocracy, i.e., non-Jew. The new aristocracy. The psychological calculation. Abstractness of liberty. Power of removal of representatives of the people. Putting aside the fine phrases, we shall speak of the significance of each thought. By comparisons and deductions we shall throw light upon surrounding facts. What I am about to set forth, then, is our system from the 2 points of view, that of ourselves and that of the Goyim, i.e. non-Jews. It must be noted that men with bad instincts are more in number than the good, and therefore the best results in governing them are attained by violence and terrorization, and not by academic discussions. Every man aims at power, everyone would like to become a dictator if only he could, and rare indeed are the men who would not be willing to sacrifice the welfare of all for the sake of securing their own welfare. What has restrained the beasts of prey who are called men? What has served for their guidance hitherto? In the beginnings of the structure of society they were subjected to brutal and blind force, afterwards to law, which is the same force, only disguised. I draw the conclusion that by the law of nature right lies in force. Political freedom is an idea but not a fact. This idea one must know how to apply whenever it appears necessary with this bait of an idea to attract the masses of the people to one's party for the purpose of crushing another who is in authority. This task is rendered easier if the opponent has himself been infected with the idea of freedom, so-called liberalism, and, for the sake of an idea, is willing to yield some of his power. It is precisely here that the triumph of our theory appears. The slackened reins of government are immediately, by the law of life, caught up and gathered together by a new hand, because the blind might of the nation cannot for one single day exist without guidance, and the new authority merely fits into the place of the old already weakened by liberalism. In our day the power which has replaced that of the rulers who were liberal is the power of gold. Time was when faith ruled. The idea of freedom is impossible of realization because no one knows how to use it with moderation. It is enough to hand over a people to self-government for a certain length of time for that people to be turned into a disorganized mob. From that moment on we get internecine strife which soon develops into battles between classes, in the midst of which states burn down and their importance is reduced to that of a heap of ashes. Whether a state exhausts itself in its own convulsions, whether its internal discord brings it under the power of external foes, in any case it can be accounted irretrievably lost. It is in our power. The despotism of capital, which is entirely in our hands, reaches out to it a straw that the state, willy-nilly, must take hold of, if not it goes to the bottom. Should anyone of a liberal mind say that such reflections as the above are immoral, I would put the following questions. If every state has two foes, and if in regard to the external foe it is allowed and not considered immoral to use every manner and art of conflict, as for example to keep the enemy in ignorance of plans of attack and defense, to attack him by night or in superior numbers, then in what way can the same means in regard to a worse foe, the destroyer of the structure of society and the commonwealth, be called immoral and not permissible? Is it possible for any sound logical mind to hope with any success to guide crowds by the aid of reasonable counsels and arguments, when any objection or contradiction, senseless though it may be, can be made, and when such objection may find more favor with the people, whose powers of reasoning are superficial? Men in masses and the men of the masses, being guided solely by petty passions, paltry beliefs, customs, traditions, and sentimental theories, fall a prey to party dissension, which hinders any kind of agreement even on the basis of a perfectly reasonable argument. Every resolution of a crowd depends upon a chance or packed majority, which, in its ignorance of political secrets, puts forth some ridiculous resolution that lays in the administration a seed of anarchy. The political has nothing in common with the moral. The ruler who is governed by the moral is not a skilled politician, and is therefore unstable on his throne. He who wishes to rule must have recourse both to cunning and to make-believe. Great national qualities, like frankness and honesty, are vices in politics, for they bring down rulers from their thrones more effectively and more certainly than the most powerful enemy. Such qualities must be the attributes of the kingdoms of the Goyim, but we must in no wise be guided by them. Our right lies in force. The word right is an abstract thought and proved by nothing. The word means no more than, give me what I want in order that thereby I may have a proof that I am stronger than you. Where does right begin? Where does it end? In any state in which there is a bad organization of authority, an impersonality of laws and of the rulers who have lost their personality amid the flood of rights ever multiplying out of liberalism, I find a new right to attack by the right of the strong, and to scatter to the winds all existing forces of order and regulation, to reconstruct all institutions and to become the sovereign lord of those who have left to us the rights of their power by laying them down voluntarily in their liberalism. Our power in the present tottering condition of all forms of power will be more invincible than any other, because it will remain invisible until the moment when it has gained such strength that no cunning can any longer undermine it. Out of the temporary evil we are now compelled to commit will emerge the good of an unshakable rule, which will restore the regular course of the machinery of the national life, brought to naught by liberalism. The result justifies the means. Let us, however, in our plans, direct our attention not so much to what is good and moral as to what is necessary and useful. Before us is a plan in which is laid down strategically the line from which we cannot deviate without running the risk of seeing the labor of many centuries brought to naught. In order to elaborate satisfactory forms of action it is necessary to have regard to the rascality, the slackness, the instability of the mob, its lack of capacity to understand and respect the conditions of its own life, or its own welfare. It must be understood that the might of a mob is blind, senseless, and unreasoning force ever at the mercy of a suggestion from any side. The blind cannot lead the blind without bringing them into the abyss. Consequently, members of the mob, upstarts from the people even though they should be as a genius for wisdom, yet having no understanding of the political, cannot come forward as leaders of the mob without bringing the whole nation to ruin. Only one trained from childhood for independent rule can have understanding of the words that can be made up of the political alphabet. A people left to itself, i.e., to upstarts from its midst, brings itself to ruin by party dissensions excited by the pursuit of power and honors and the disorders arising therefrom. Is it possible for the masses of the people calmly and without petty jealousies to form judgments, to deal with the affairs of the country, which cannot be mixed up with personal interests? Can they defend themselves from an external foe? It is unthinkable, for a plan broken up into as many parts as there are heads in the mob, loses all homogeneity, and thereby becomes unintelligible and impossible of execution. It is only with a despotic ruler that plans can be elaborated extensively and clearly in such a way as to distribute the whole property among the several parts of the machinery of the state. From this the conclusion is inevitable that a satisfactory form of government for any country is one that concentrates in the hands of one responsible person. Without an absolute despotism there can be no existence for civilization which is carried on not by the masses but by their guide, whosoever that person may be. The mob is a savage and displays its savagery at every opportunity. The moment the mob seizes freedom in its hands it quickly turns to anarchy, which in itself is the highest degree of savagery. Behold the alcoholized animals, bemused with drink, the right to an immoderate use of which comes along with freedom. It is not for us and ours to walk that road. The peoples of the Goyim are bemused with alcoholic liquors, their youth has grown stupid on classicism and from early immorality, into which it has been inducted by our special agents, by tutors, lackeys, governesses in the houses of the wealthy, by clerks and others, by our women in the places of dissipation frequented by the Goyim. In the number of these last I count also the so-called society ladies, voluntary followers of the others in corruption and luxury. Our countersign is force and make-believe. Only force conquers in political affairs, especially if it be concealed in the talents essential to statesmen. Violence must be the principle, and cunning the make-believe the rule for governments which do not want to lay down their crowns at the feet of agents of some new power. This evil is the one and only means to attain the end, the good. Therefore we must not stop at bribery, deceit, and treachery when they should serve towards the attainment of our end. In politics one must know how to seize the property of others without hesitation if by it we secure submission and sovereignty. Our state, marching along the path of peaceful conquest, has the right to replace the horrors of war by less noticeable and more satisfactory sentences of death, necessary to maintain the terror which tends to produce blind submission. Just but merciless severity is the greatest factor of strength in the state, not only for the sake of gain but also in the name of duty. For the sake of victory, we must keep the program of violence and make-believe. The doctrine of squaring accounts is precisely as strong as the means of which it makes use. Therefore it is not so much by the means themselves as by the doctrine of severity that we shall triumph and bring all governments into subjection to our super-government. It is enough for them to know that we are merciless for all disobedience to cease. Far back in ancient times we were the first to cry among the masses of people the words liberty, equality, fraternity, words many times repeated since those days by stupid poll parrots who from all sides around flew down upon these baits and with them carried away the well-being of the world, true freedom of the individual, formerly so well guarded against the pressure of the mob. The would-be wise men of the Goyim, the intellectuals, could not make anything out of the uttered words in their abstractness, did not see that in nature there is no equality, cannot be freedom, that nature herself has established inequality of minds, of characters, and capacities, just as immutably as she has established subordination to her laws. Never stop to think that the mob is a blind thing, that upstarts elected from among it to bear rule are, in regard to the political, the same blind men as the mob itself, that the adept, though he be a fool, can yet rule, whereas the non-adept, even if he were a genius, understands nothing in the political. To all these things the Goyim paid no regard, yet all the time it was based upon these things that dynastic rule rested. The father passed on to the son a knowledge of the course of political affairs in such wise that none should know it but members of the dynasty, and none would betray it to the governed. As time went on the meaning of the dynastic transference of the true position of affairs in the political was lost, and this aided the success of our cause. In all corners of the earth the words liberty, equality, fraternity brought to our ranks, thanks to our blind agents, whole legions who bore our banners with enthusiasm. And all the time these words were cankerworms at work boring into the well-being of the Goyim, putting an end everywhere to peace, quiet, solidarity, and destroying all the foundations of the Goya states. As you will see later, this helped us to our triumph. It gave us the possibility, among other things, of getting into our hands the MasterCard, the destruction of the privileges, or in other words of the very existence of the aristocracy of the Goyim, that class which was the only defense peoples and countries had against us. On the ruins of the natural and genealogical aristocracy of the Goyim we have set up the aristocracy of our educated class headed by the aristocracy of money. The qualifications for this aristocracy we have established in wealth, which is dependent upon us, and in knowledge, for which our learned elders provide the motive force. Our triumph has been rendered easier by the fact that in our relations with the men whom we wanted to have always worked upon the most sensitive chords of the human mind, upon the cash account, upon the cupidity, upon the insatiability for material needs of man, and each one of the human weaknesses, taken alone, is sufficient to paralyze initiative, for it hands over the will of men to the disposition of him who has bought their activities. The abstraction of freedom has enabled us to persuade the mob in all countries that their government is nothing but the steward of the people who are the owners of the country, and that the steward may be replaced like a worn-out glove. It is this possibility of replacing the representative of the people which has placed them at our disposal, and, as it were, given us the power of appointment. Now, I am going to close the segment at this point, but I ask that you who discount this, and or are Jews, pay attention. Do you know these things? Do you have a ticket on the Zionist train to glory and wealth, or are you perhaps listed among the Goyim who will lose it all unto the clever manipulators? Ponder it, for the curtain is falling and few are counted among the attendees at the final point of world control. If you haven't been a part of the planning to this point, I suggest you listen to these messages most open-mindedly, indeed. Good evening. Thank you for your service. Haton to stand by. Clearing, please. Salut. Chapter 11. Rec number 1 Haton. Tuesday, February 12, 1991, 8:10 a.m. year 4 day 180 today's watch. Okay, dear ones, Haton present to tell you to start holding your breath because fireworks are upon you if Primakov takes back to Russia that which is in his portfolio. The Allied military has played the hand given them freely to limits unacceptable by even the most godless. I remind you of something herein: Russia despises beyond all sanity the elite Hazars, the Zionists, and Zionist West, and loathes that which the Soviet Union has become. Oh, there will be smiles and handshaking and other notable media-fed charades, but it is but to ready you for the Big Bang. Herein, the Big Bang theory is appropriate. The coalition forces have targeted and destroyed hundreds of thousands of innocent people and destroyed ancient churches and mosques which are irreplaceable beyond that which any Russian has ever considered allowable. You see, it has been the Zionist control over the Russians which has brought them to their knees. This is not going to be a nice report going home to Russia. I'll tell you something else which might incense you a bit. When the enemy marches into your nation, they will pronounce it liberation. If some balance is not brought into play immediately, this is a week to watch, indeed. You are coming upon the 3.5-year crossover, and by the end of the week you will be at the most evil point of the moon cycle, the dark of the moon, when forces move into battle to gain cover from darkness. You will, further, please be patient with my lack of personal attention unto you ones in this location, for I am most occupied. You see, I will be retrieving into safety many of my own people off that battlefield. When man petitions unto God in sincere petition, he will be removed into safety. There was a bit of refreshing truth on today's facade of foolish kibitzing. A reporter stupidly asked a Marine what he was thinking as a shell blew up right in front of this squad. He calmly said, "I was thinking that one should have gone to college." You have allowed your evil leaders to both take your country and send your babies off to do the work of Satan himself. Little comfort in that sand pile, I can most assure you. So be it. I ask that my ones continue steadily, without panic, to do your preparations as best you can, for God does not give you a pathway and no way to travel it. That will be accomplished which is intended, and you will wait upon the Lord, for you cannot see the situation as can be observed from this distance, viewing both ends of the journey. Relax, get your comforts along with your necessities, for if you have coffee and no cream and it was truly the cream you liked, you will not enjoy of the coffee. If you can be in the affording of same, depending upon use of appliances, etc., get good ones which will last the duration. Oberly, I urge you to not wait too long to replace furniture, for instance, for although it will be a while before you cannot get it, you will find that as we settle into a pattern for the long haul, we will need to again utilize the dwelling for groups larger even than you have previously gathered. That is for later, however, for there are several reasons that we are having no meetings at this time. Dharma is in constant danger, as is the dwelling. And ones must come into balance without my presence, for the sorting is hard and strength must be the coping mechanism. My presence is in the written word, and if ones do not avail themselves of the word, they are not intended to participate. Purely and simply fact. This is not a place of being, for in simply being there is no adequate contribution, and thus there is slowing of the load to be carried. Usually those who will just be are not of the training in specific technology to fill the roles attendant to the various projects. Participants. Yes, directors usually not. I do appreciate beyond measure those who understand, even if not on the surface of it, the purpose, and are willing to continue and serve as necessary while we are in the preparations. I speak directly to Audrey, for our most precious need will be a placement for our beloved ones who need care, and only God knows exactly how things will go once the collapse of the house of cards comes down. Neither is there longer time to have one simply flow into this place in drifting effort to find shelter and participation. Addictions and other habits which prevent the following of God's laws with full intent will not be acceptable, for this is not a hospital for the healing and caretaking of seekers. Can they participate? Of course, but not a moment must be given into their care from the ones who bear the load of this transition and projection of the word of truth, for we are all but out of time in your manifestation as it is this day. Eustace Moulin's works. As collateral reading, I ask that Mullen's Rape of Justice, Murder by Injection and The Curse of Conan be available and offered by America West. These books go hand in hand with the journals in truth and historical value unto the moment. I do not wish Dharma to need put duplication to print, for we are overworked to the point of exhaustion. I salute all of Eustace's books, but the above are the ones which will support this particular journal to the fullest extent. I honor this man for his willingness to serve, for he understands not that his was truly a directed journey of writing. Ones who serve in the most giving manner rarely realize that they are so chosen and are most humble in the spotlight of their service. Each feels himself to be too human and too unworthy to directly serve God, and yet, if you were not human you could not serve in this mission at all. Ponder it. As to other material, get the entire listing of the journals. They're no more advantageous way to place your funds, for you will lose of the funds at any rate. Or, make a demand that your library get several sets so that they can be shared. I realize it is hard to convince your neighbor of truth, but that will get easier and easier as this horrendous prison cell comes down on you the people. Don't worry about it. If you are informed, you are doing that which is asked of you, and the river will take its proper course in the flowing. Let us now continue on with the protocols. Please realize as you read these that they are being copied from a presentation 3/4 of a century past and more than hundreds of years in the constant updating. These are the guidelines, blueprints, of Satan for his people against you of God's people. They are the instruction for the Antichrist forces unto the day of Armageddon. It is nigh unto the time of the conclusion of this play in which you participate, and there are myriads of surprises awaiting you. Nothing of evil shall pass into the places of God. That may well mean, dear ones, that which is of God shall be lifted out of the pits of evil, and the evil be left to devour itself upon the carcass of that which limited, oppressive, and already is a state of hell. God and ye of God, do not need nor desire that which is of evil, and you will trust in Creator to sort and tend of his flocks. So be it, and Selah. Prior to the next writing regarding the protocols, however, I will take opportunity to enlighten my people on that which is taking place in the market and with gold, since that is the subject next undertaken. The reason I have urged you ones who would tend of God's stores, to invest in something like our Phoenix Institute in a loan circumstance instead of contribution is that it is the only way we see that a portion of any assets can be somewhat secured. I remind you of the plan that is to raise the market's yours to at least 3,500 and then collapse it after you have foolishly invested in efforts to make bundles of money in profit. It is now a game set up for payoff only to the elite. Any who garner anything within the populace, they have other manners for claiming it. Gold is not rising, and even though oil fluctuates on the market, the prices are dropping at your pumps. Beware, this is a confusion factor at work. Gold, however, is different. Elite ones are selling gold right now, as are many of the involved nations such as Saudi Arabia, the Soviets, etc., so the price is deliberately kept at relatively low prices. Then it will shoot up again under total manipulation. The reason, however, that the ones who usually convert to gold are already informed that the gold acquisitions will probably be confiscated by the government, and therefore it is not a good investment. Further, it can be assumed that at some point anyone caught trading in gold will be prosecuted. Therefore your best investment is in commodities for barter and the use of gold as collateral for loans whereby projects can be undertaken for production of goods, housing, building, and frankly media productions in privately controlled studios. I repeat, the last gold to be stolen by the government will be the gold held within the cartel banks as collateral. At least that is the plan at present. If too many participate, then the plan will simply be changed to benefit the elite. At present, however, it is secure, and the big boys of Satan need the facade of business as usual to continue to delude you. I can only give you that which is best at the moment, and it is up to you that which you do. However, I note many of you sitting on large sums of wealth which is intended to be reduced to worthless at any moment. They now have the governmental authority to confiscate everything. Do not be naive to the point of thinking that the elite do not know that which they allow Phoenix to accomplish, for you see, in many ways you serve their needs by utilizing their laws. They must have the appearance of business as usual, and, dear ones, they need the production and projects as badly as do you. They will simply take the projects at appropriate time for their further use, but you are no great problem to them at present and are, in fact, an asset. They are perfectly happy to allow you ones to build and point at you with pride and say, look, we allow you to flourish. Well, God has his plans, also, and you who participate in God's plans shall find it working most effectively as we move along. But you haven't much more time to be in decision, for there comes a point beyond which the inflow is of no value to our people and only becomes a problem in the handling of the assets. Be prepared, you who would hoard your government-allowed assets to be declined secured contributions in the not-too-distant future. You can hopefully secure some of your assets, or you can plan to lose them. The choice is up to you. We can only offer that which is given unto us to share. Protocol No. 2. Economic wars, the foundation of the Jewish predominance. Figurehead government and secret advisors. Successes of destructive doctrines. Adaptability in politics. Part played by the press. Cost of gold and value of Jewish sacrifice. It is indispensable for our purpose that wars, so far as possible, should not result in territorial gains. War will thus be brought onto the economic ground, where the nations will not fail to perceive in the assistance we give the strength of our predominance, and this state of things will put both sides at the mercy of our international agentur, which possesses millions of eyes ever on the wealth and unhampered by any limitations whatsoever. Our international rights will then wipe out national rights, in the proper sense of right, and will rule the nations precisely as the civil law of states rule the relations of their subjects among themselves. The administrators, whom we shall choose from among the public, with strict regard to their capacities for servile obedience, will not be persons trained in the arts of government, and will therefore easily become pawns in our game in the hands of men of learning and genius who will be their advisors, specialists bred and reared from early childhood to rule the affairs of the whole world. As is well known to you, these specialists of ours have been drawing to fit them for rule the information they need from our political plans, from the lessons of history, from observations made in the events of every moment as it passes. The Goyim are not guided by practical use of unprejudiced historical observation, but by theoretical routine without any critical regard for consequent results. We need not, therefore, take any account of them. Let them amuse themselves until the hour strikes, or live on hopes of new forms of enterprising pastime, or on the memories of all they have enjoyed. For them let that play the principal part which we have persuaded them to accept as the dictates of science, theory. It is with this object in view that we are constantly, by means of our press, arousing a blind confidence in these theories. The intellectuals of the Goyim will puff themselves up with their knowledge, and without any logical verification of them will put into effect all the information available from science, which our agenter specialists have cunningly pieced together for the purpose of educating their minds in the direction we want. Do not suppose for a moment that these statements are empty words. Think carefully of the successes we arranged for Darwinism, Marxism, Nietzscheism. To us Jews, at any rate, it should be plain to see what a disintegrating importance these directives have had upon the minds of the Goyim. It is indispensable for us to take account of the thoughts, characters, tendencies of the nations in order to avoid making slips in the political and in the direction of administrative affairs. The triumph of our system, of which the component parts of the machinery may be variously disposed according to the temperament of the peoples met on our way, will fail of success if the practical application of it be not based upon a summing up of the lessons of the past in the light of the present. In the hands of the states of today there is a great force that creates the movement of thought in the people, and that is the press. The part played by the press is to keep pointing out requirements supposed to be indispensable, to give voice to the complaints of the people, to express and to create discontent. It is in the press that the triumph of freedom of speech finds its incarnation. But the Goyim states have not known how to make use of this force, and it has fallen into our hands. Through to press we have gained the power to influence while remaining ourselves in the shade. Thanks to the press we have got the gold in our hands, notwithstanding that we have had to gather it out of oceans of blood and tears. But it has paid us, though we have sacrificed many of our people. Each victim on our side is worth in the sight of God 1,000 Goyim. Hayton, oh, dear Dharma, I understand your weakness and desire to leave this document. Please, Kila, we must go on, for we are finally coming to the ability to present this to hearing ears for the first time upon your planet. God shall give you that tenacity necessary to give forth our word. I stand present with you and I protect you with the shield of light that cannot be penetrated by anything of the physical. Protocol No. 3. The symbolic snake and its significance. The instability of the constitutional scales. Terror in the palaces. Power and ambition. Parliaments talkeries, pamphlets. Abuse of power. Economic slavery. People's rights. Monopolist system and the aristocracy. The army of masonry. Decrescendoins of the Goyim. Hunger and rights of capital. The mob and the coronation of the sovereign lord of all the world. The fundamental precept in the program of the future Masonic national schools. The secret of the science of the structure of society. Universal economic crisis. Security of ours, i.e., our people, Jews. The despotism of Masonry, the kingdom of reason. Loss of the guide, Masonry, and the great French Revolution. The king despot of the blood of Zion. Causes of the invincibility of Masonry. Part played by secret Masonic agents. Freedom. Today I may tell you that our goal is now only a few steps off. There remains a small space to cross, and the whole long path we have trodden is ready now to close its cycle of the symbolic snake, by which we symbolize our people. When this ring closes, all the state of Europe will be locked in its coil as in a powerful vice. Hayton, if you cannot see it, Chelis, then I pity you as a people beyond that which is comprehensible. The constitution scales of these days will shortly break down, for we have established them with a certain lack of accurate balance in order that they may oscillate incessantly until they wear through the pivot on which they turn. The Goyim are under the impression that they have welded them sufficiently strong, and they have all along kept on expecting that the scales would come into equilibrium. But the pivots, the kings on their thrones, are hemmed in by their representatives, who play the fool, distraught with their own uncontrolled and irresponsible power. This power they owe to the terror which has been breathed into the palaces. As they have no means of getting at their people, into their very midst, the kings on their thrones are no longer able to come to terms with them, and so strengthen themselves against seekers after power. We have made a gulf between the far-seeing sovereign power and the blind force of the people, so that both have lost all meaning, for like the blind man and his stick, both are powerless apart. In order to incite seekers after power to a misuse of power, we have set all forces in opposition one to another, breaking up their liberal tendencies towards independence. To this end we have stirred up every form of enterprise, we have armed all parties, we have set up authority as a target for every ambition. Of states we have made gladiatorial arenas where a host of confused issues contend. A little more, and disorders and bankruptcy will be universal. Babblers inexhaustible have turned into oratorical contests the sittings of parliament and administrative boards. Bold journalists and unscrupulous pamphleteers daily fall upon executive officials. Abuses of power will put the final touch in preparing all institutions for their overthrow, and everything will fly skyward under the blows of the maddened mob. All people are chained down to heavy toil by poverty more firmly than ever they were chained by slavery and serfdom. From these, One way and another, they might free themselves, these could be settled with, but from want they will never get away. We have included in the Constitution such rights as to the masses appear fictitious and not actual rights. All these so-called people's rights can exist only in idea, an idea which can never be realized in practical life. What is it to the proletariat laborer, bowed double over his heavy toil, crushed by his lot in life, if talkers get the right to babble, if journalists get the right to scribble any nonsense side by side with good stuff, once the proletariat has no other profit out of the Constitution save only those pitiful crumbs which we fling them from our table in return for their voting in favor of what we dictate, in favor of the men we place in power, the servants of our agenter. Republican rights for a poor man are no more than a bitter piece of irony, for the necessity he is under of toiling almost all day gives him no present use of them, but on the other hand robs him of all guarantee of regular and certain earnings by making him dependent on strikes by his comrades or lockouts by his masters. The people under our guidance have annihilated the aristocracy, who were their one and only defense and foster mother for the sake of their own advantage, which is inseparably bound up with the well-being of the people. Nowadays, with the destruction of the aristocracy, the people have fallen into the grips of merciless money-grinding scoundrels who have laid a pitiless and cruel yoke upon the necks of the workers. We appear on the scene as alleged saviors of the worker from this oppression when we propose to him to enter the ranks of our fighting forces, socialists, anarchists, communists, to whom we always give support in accordance with an alleged brotherly rule, of the solidarity of all humanity, of our social masonry. The aristocracy, which enjoyed by law the labor of the workers, was interested in seeing that the workers were well fed, healthy and strong. We are interested in just the opposite, in the diminution, the killing out of the goyim. Our power is in the chronic shortness of food and physical weakness of the worker, because by all that this implies he is made the slave of our will, and he will not find in his own authorities either strength or energy to set against our will. Hunger creates the right of capital to rule the worker more surely than it was given to the aristocracy by the legal authority of kings. By want and the envy and hatred which it engenders we shall move the mobs, and with their hands we shall wipe out all those who hinder us on our way. When the hour strikes for our sovereign Lord of all the world, Satan, to be crowned, it is these same hands which will sweep away everything that might be a hindrance thereto. The goyim have lost the habit of thinking unless prompted by the suggestions of our specialists. Therefore they do not see the urgent necessity of what we, when our kingdom comes, shall adopt at once, namely this, that it is essential to teach in national schools one simple, true piece of knowledge, the basis of all knowledge, the knowledge of the structure of human life, of social existence, which requires division of labor, and, consequently, the division of men into classes and conditions. It is essential for all to know that owing to difference in the objects of human activity there cannot be any equality, that he who by any act of his compromises a whole class cannot be equally responsible before the law with him who affects no one but only his own honor. The true knowledge of the structure of society, into the secrets of which we do not admit the goyim, would demonstrate to all men that the positions and work must be kept within a certain circle, that they may not become a source of human suffering, arising from an education which does not correspond with the work which individuals are called upon not to correspond with the work which individuals are called upon to do. After a thorough study of this knowledge, the peoples will voluntarily submit to authority and accept such position as is appointed them in the state. In the present state of knowledge and the direction we have given to its development, the people, blindly believing things in print, cherishes, thanks to promptings intended to mislead and to its own ignorance, a blind hatred towards all conditions which it considers above itself, for it has no understanding of the meaning of class and condition. This hatred will be still further magnified by the effects of an economic crisis, which will stop dealings on the exchanges and bring industry to a standstill. We shall create by all the secret subterranean methods open to us and with the aid of gold, which is all in our hands, a universal economic crisis whereby we shall throw upon the streets whole mobs of workers simultaneously in all the countries of Europe. Haton, you see, dear ones, your country is still considered a country run and controlled by Europe, and so it is the state of Great Britain. But moreover, understand and don't allow forgetting these protocols are translated from writings of the 1400s, the 15th century, when there was no America known. Recall further, that the nihilist translation was 1905 and this from which we present this material was 1922. Does it begin to come clear why the Russians have so effort to suppress the Jew/Zionists within Russia? You see, Russia has no desire to prevail against American people, but they will go to all lengths to stop the Zionists who have taken control of America in total. So be it, let us continue. These mobs will rush delightedly to shed the blood of those whom, in the simplicity of their ignorance, they have envied from their cradles, and whose property they will then be able to loot. Ours they will not touch, because the moment of attack will be known to us and we shall take measure to protect our own. We have demonstrated that progress will bring all the goyim to the sovereignty of reason. Our despotism will be precisely that, for it will be known how by wise severities to pacificate all unrest, to cauterize liberalism out of all institutions. When the populace has seen that all sorts of concessions and indulgences are yielded it in the name of freedom, it has imagined itself to be sovereign lord and has stormed its way to power, but naturally, like every other blind man, it has come upon a host of stumbling blocks, it has rushed to find a guide, it has never had the sense to return to the former state, and it has laid down its plenipotentiary powers at our feet. Remember the French Revolution, to which it was we who gave the name of great. The secrets of its preparations are well known to us, for it was wholly the work of our hands. Ever since that time we have been leading the peoples from one disenchantment to another, so that in the end they should turn also from us in favor of that king despot of the blood of Zion, whom we are preparing for the world. At the present day we are, as an international force, invincible, because if attacked by some we are supported by other states. It is the bottomless rascality of the Goyim people, who crawl on their bellies to force, but are merciless towards weakness, unsparing to faults and indulgent to crimes, unwilling to bear the contradictions of a free social system but patient unto martyrdom under the violence of a bold despotism. It is those qualities which are aiding us to independence. From the premier dictators of the present day, the Goyim people suffer patiently and bear such abuses as for the least of them they would have beheaded 20 kings. What is the explanation of this phenomenon, this curious inconsequence of the masses of the peoples in their attitude towards what would appear to be events of the same order? It is explained by the fact that these dictators whisper to the peoples through their agents that through these abuses they are inflicting injury on the states with the highest purpose to secure the welfare of the peoples, the international brotherhood of them all, their solidarity and equality of rights. Naturally they do not tell the peoples that this unification must be accomplished only under our sovereign rule. And thus the people condemn the upright and acquit the guilty, persuaded ever more and more that it can do whatsoever it wishes. Thanks to this state of things the people are destroying every kind of stability and creating disorders at every step. The word freedom brings out the communities of men to fight against every kind of force, against every kind of authority, even against God and the laws of nature. For this reason we, when we come into our kingdom, shall have to erase this word from the lexicon of life as implying a principle of brute force which turns mobs into bloodthirsty beasts. These beasts, it is true, fall asleep again every time when they have drunk their fill of blood, and at such times can easily be riveted into their chains. But if they be not given blood they will not sleep and continue to struggle. Stop here, Dharma, and we will take up protocol number 4 when we resume. I do, however, have comments for clearing understanding for some of you who have felt great pain and attacks upon our work. Number 1, you knew it would be near impossible to bring the word forth and yet, we have done so. Next, it must become clear that all efforts would be brought to bear against you and the touting throw the Phoenix journals in the trash for they are of evil and they are only plagiarisms. I believe you begin to see the picture taking form. Satan does not leave anything to chance and will utilize all manners of works to prevent this truth from reaching out unto God's creations, for the truth will destroy him and his workers as well as the lies given forth since the beginning. Our work will stand, Chelis. You who have worked so hard and seemingly against such great odds, see this day our work shall sweep the lands, for the evil itself has given away its own intent and methods of attainment, and thusly, the truth is the way to regain freedom. Will man accept the truth in time? Well, it is not for me to project all is possible with God. All. So be it, and Selah. May the truth within the scrolls of the 7th seal sour upon your stomachs as it did with John, and then perhaps we can vomit out the vial and eat again of the sweetness of God's purpose for his most blessed all his creations. The truth upon the scrolls within the 7th seal are herein being revealed to you who will see and hear. So be it, and Salu. Jai Series Hayton. Chapter 12. Rec number 1 Hayton. Wednesday, February 13th, 1991, 8:01 a.m. Year 4 Day 181 Today's Watch. Curse of Canaan and Other Demons. Dharma, it shall worsen, Kila, so do not become faint of heart, for we have only begun to get to the contents of the scrolls beyond the 7th seal. You would not be sitting to the board if ye were not worthy. Watch what they do as this window of darkness expends itself. As the Russians enter again into the picture and there is talk of peace, the heinous attacks will worsen against the Iraqis. You have now seen it for yourselves. On this day the coalition troops bombed a downtown Baghdad shelter for the people and have killed 1,000 or more women and children. This is the one thing the Iraqis cannot tolerate, for they honor both their women and their children beyond all. It was a dead-on strike which could not have been an error. I remind you again, and again, the Israeli Zionists must have a massive and heinous war to accomplish that which they intend. I am degraded, denied, and my scribe attacked, and yet, ye must have the truth of it, for ye have not listened as the bearers of truth have previously brought it unto you. Will you hear it this time? Mostly not. But some will hear and see, for it ceases to be easily hidden. Further, dear ones, you simply assume that that which was written and sealed within the 7th sealing has not been in accomplishment, for the lies are so great from the cursed of Canaan that you would have no way to sort truth from the lies. The events must be heinous indeed to service the need of the Zionists in the war, for as talk of peace erupts, so does their chance of world domination face possible postponement, and that is not intended to occur, for, to fill the protocols, it requires control by the year 2000. Mr. Shamir has already told you the war will not be ended nor interrupted. If avengement is not attained, we will strike, he says, and, at any rate, we will have our eye for eye, and the strike in revenge will be sudden and in our own time of planning. What more do you need? What does Canaan have to do with anything? You thought Canaan was a biblical place of wondrous and godly placement where Jesus walked and taught. How interesting, and how little history ye ones have been given, for do ye not know that Noah placed the curse upon Canaan? Why? Who was Canaan? Well, I shall ask you, Dharma, to do that which I now suggest all you readers do: get the book, Curse of Canaan, and historically find the truth of it. I shall quote here and there so you might get the trend of thought, and then later, after the protocols are outlaid for you, I shall give you more insight to the fact that Jews and Judeans are not synonymous by any measure whatsoever. Further, you might believe that the Talmud is the book of truth and instructions for the Judeans. No, they are the most hate-filled volume of teachings against the Christ path on the earth at any time. Yiddish. Ah, you think that this is Jewish language? Not so. Since the conquest of the Hazars by the Russians and the disappearance of the Hazar kingdom, the language of the Hazars is known as Yiddish. For about 6 centuries the so-called or self-styled Jews of Eastern Europe have referred to themselves, while still resident in their native Eastern European countries, as Yiddish by nationality. They identified themselves as Yiddish rather than as Russian, Polish, Galician, Lithuanian, Romanian, Hungarian or by the nation of which they were citizens. They referred to the common language they all spoke as Yiddish, also. Note that today in your own American cities there are available newspapers referred to as Yiddish, Yiddish theaters, and many other cultural organizations of so-called or self-styled Jews from Eastern Europe which are identified publicly by the word Yiddish in their title. You see, that which you do is confuse and transpose that which you think to be Hebrew into acceptance that it indicates Yiddish. But back to Canaan. Canaan, grandson of Noah, was of mixed blood and the Zionists, dear ones, hate the Negroid races with a great passion. The curse of Canaan was extended to the land which was named after him, the land of Canaan. The Canaanites themselves, the people of this land, became the greatest curse upon humanity, and so they remain to this day. Not only did they originate the practices of demon worship, occult rites, child sacrifice, and cannibalism, but as they went abroad, they brought these obscene practices into every land which they entered. Not only did they bring their demonic cult to Egypt, but, known by their later name, the Phoenicians, and perhaps you ones will better relate to this term, as they were called after 1200 BC, they became the demonizers of civilization through successive epochs, being known in medieval history as the Venetians, who destroyed the great Byzantine Christian civilization, and later as the black nobility, which infiltrated the nations of Europe and gradually assumed power through trickery, revolution, and financial legerdemain. Ah yes, the reputation of Canaan is to be found in many, many ancient records if you ones will but investigate, although its foul history has been carefully expunged from even more of the historic archives and libraries than were allowed to remain, but you can easily find the historical information or, you can turn to others' research and satisfy yourselves. In 1225 BC, the pharaoh Merneptah, who, because of his victories in the Canaanite region, was known as Binder of Gezer, set up a stele to commemorate his successes. Among the inscriptions placed thereon was this: "Plundered is the Canaan, with every evil, all lands are united and pacified." This inscription did not mean that Merneptah had used every evil to plunder the Canaan, it meant that he had in his sojourn there encountered every evil practiced by this notorious tribe. Now, let us see about racism and who is racist to whom. Ham, father of Canaan, had 4 sons, Cush, who founded the land of Ethiopia, Mizraim, who founded Egypt, Put, who founded Libya, and Canaan, who founded the land of the Canaanites, the area now in contention as the state of Israel. It gets more bigoted, so hold on before you toss this writing aside. In Talmudic, the Talmud being the unholy book of these self-styled Jews, Cushi always means a black person of the Negro race. Cushite is synonymous with black, Yarmid Katan 16b. Stranger yet, is that the Bible, as presently translated, makes no reference to Cush's color. Reference to his descendants, the Cushites, appears only in Numbers and in Samuel, Book 2. Numbers 12:1 reveals that Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Cushite woman he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. Here again, no explanation is given as to why Miriam and Aaron turned against Moses, yet the matter is obviously of some importance, because the same verse emphasized by repetition that he had married a Cushite woman. Also, if you turn to the Talmud, it tells you that Cushite always means black. Further, 2 Samuel contains 7 references to Cushites, but again, no descriptions are given. I am not here going to give much more history on the subject other than to confirm the differences in Jews and Judaism. You see, those who feel I speak against what you accept as the Jew of David's lineage are in error, for I walked, also, among the places of Judea as did the master teacher of Christ's perfection. The Jews of the Zionist tribe are not Jews of Judea, they come from the recognized 13th tribe of the Hazars, and there was no Jewish, as you define the term, blood in them, nor was there any truth in them from the beginning. As we move along after the protocols, if there is room in this volume, I shall give you a historical document written to one Dr. David Goldstein, Doctor of Laws, of Boston, Massachusetts, by Benjamin H. Friedman of New York City, dated October 10, 1954, in which facts are facts and the historic facts revealed provide incontestable evidence that their continued suppression will prove inimical to the security of the nation, the peace of the world, the welfare of humanity, and the progress of civilization. Dr. Goldstein was a convert to Catholicism. I believe you will find it one of the most interesting and comprehensive piece of literature ever read. You will find that, according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, Jews are recognized as Khazars. Hazars, the historic importance of so-called or self-styled Jews in Eastern Europe in the 10th century, then still known as Hazars, Khazars, prior to the conquest of the Khazar kingdom by the Russians in the 11th to 13th centuries. See pages 39 to 47. The rise and fall of the Khazar kingdom between the 1st century BC and the 13th century AD is the key to the solution of the world's 20th century international problems inimical to the nation's security. And so be it for this moment. A letter from a mother to a daughter. This will serve, please, as response to one of my beloved Chelis who is tormented as to directions for her spouse, and her parents stand in judgment of Haton and yet know nothing of Haton save a few expresses taken totally out of context. I am going to reprint the letter herein, observing privacy, but you the public must understand the attacks under which we come, and, through ignorance, you the people shall continue in blindness. It matters not what this child actually does regarding Haton, it does greatly matter that which she does regarding Sananda, Jesus, and Aten, God. From her mother, I truly believe you've got to ask yourself a lot of questions. Even if XXX isn't involved, I hope and pray you'll get into counseling. I have been reading the newsletters from Haton, and the more I read, the more concerned I become about Your ability to judge fact from fiction and absolute lunatic rantings. Besides the hate messages, Zionist, Christianity, this jerk insults the intelligence and is a source of evil. He encourages financial contributions, cleverly disguising them as gold investment. The only way gold is an investment against the disaster he's actually promoting is if you personally have the gold in your possession. A certificate is worthless paper. I've taken time to read all this crap, several issues, and my first reaction was this started out as a tongue-in-cheek diatribe that found a following. I am so appalled that you believe and continue to read his books. To me this is poisonous hatred similar to the KKK. Similar to Hitler, anti-Semitism hate. If Hayton is one person, he may be an Arab. Outer space, and all the enlightened far out peaceful, God-fearing whatever Susan this is at moderate, in the middle, you said your friends feel you are that way, this is quite radical thinking. So we're crystals, etc. The biggest joke of all is that this may be a scam to suck people into sending money to him. He's getting rich similar to Tammy and Jim Baker, Jerry Falwell, scaring people to death by using bits of information gleaned from the news and contorted to his needs. Clever brainwashing. Honey, draw back, put this on hold. Oh I know, it is so imminent, according to H, that it may be too late. Great scare tactics. And, 2, all history is lies so you can't learn from that. And the news is all lies so you can't trust that. And you may have to go against those you love because they aren't enlightened so you wall yourself into Hayton and its message of fear and hate. Words the power they hold for good or evil. Take a step back. You've told me XXX has to agree with you or there is no way you can stay together. I don't agree with you. Dad doesn't. How many people you've talked to about this do agree with you? You've told me you just stop talking to people who won't listen. I'm not talking about the CFR, I am talking about Hayton. I have concerns about the CFR and One World Order and I'm investigating that and have taken some action. Concerns about that we share. Where we split is the books and newsletter of this lunatic, no, very shrewd, manipulator and all his spokespeople, Geo Green, who are actually promoting activity to cause banks to fail or be in crisis. If you don't at least listen to the people who love and care about you, your husband, family, friends, if you shut off all but this dangerous, evil source. You have to live with that day in, day. And that is the end of the material sent to me. Precious, I do not take offense at this writing. It is the concern of a parent for a child perceived to be acting in foolish rashness. It is truly the response of one's misinformed. I claim to be not save that which I am a pre-honor with the host sent in preparation for the coming again of the master teacher upon your placement. I have no interest in your banks, nor your lifestyles for that matter, except to the extent they serve against God's laws and have brought destruction upon a wondrous creation of perfection. I most certainly have no need of your material goods and yet, in response to requests of how to manage even that which is of the world, God will respond if the intent be insincerity. Lunatic rantings. Ah, and so it was said about the Master Emmanuel. Fear and hate? Oh, please reread the messages I am sent forth of the total love of the universe in service only unto holy God of creation. And dear one, if you wish to hold gold, in or without possession do so. I understand not why it appears some sort of coercion or force for all serving within my reaches are burdened to the limits without serving any such thing as monetary holdings for persons. I am sorry for you ones, for I would wish that these things I give unto you were not so. I can only suggest that ones who discount the words of these documents would research their own truth, for they will find mine to be truth. For instance, in the case of the fear instilled regarding the lies given you by your military regarding your troops, try as recently as this week, an article by Jack Anderson and Dale Van Atta entitled, Allied Ground Forces to Face Untold Horrors Near the Kuwaiti Border. Ground war has come a long way since the charge of the Light Brigade, if only the Allied forces had nothing more potent than cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them. The kind of breach that American soldiers must make in Iraqi defenses makes the British Light Brigade suicidal charge look like a game of Pac-Man. An awesome array of millions of mines, barbed wire, deep trenches filled with flaming oil and radio-detonated napalm bombs awaits them. And that's not counting the possible use of chemical and biological agents or the pounding from more than 7,000 Iraqi tanks and artillery pieces, or the guns of hundreds of thousands of foot soldiers. Military officers in the region estimate that Saddam Hussein has sown more than 500,000 mines in belts 2 kilometers wide along virtually the entire Saudi-Kuwaiti border. Intelligence sources estimate that Saddam has a stockpile of 20 million mines purchased in recent years from France, the Soviet Union, China, and even the United States and Kuwait. This is a syndicated column, so you will be able to find it in many resources. I further suggest you obtain a copy of last evening's Frontline on the Public Broadcasting Service network, regarding the guns of G. Bull and about the murder of Bull by the Mossad. What does it take for you Americans to recognize truth? If you do not recognize it from the truth bringers of your citizenry, nor from God, who shall ye believe? Perhaps thine enemy who is ready to destroy you. I think you might begin to give thought unto this truth. My commission is not to spoon-feed ye individuals. My entire commission is to put the word of truth to print as promised by God unto the ones of the transition as are noted in the prophecies, to reveal the truth from the seventh seal, as you like to call it, through the one called the Lamb, and get a remnant through the tribulation to rebuild the kingdom of God. We use no intervention nor force, for neither is of God. You will take information and do with it that which you will, for you are gifted with free will choices. I ask not for your worldly goods, nor do I need reap rewards of physical matter, for I serve not in physical dimension and have no use thereof. How do ye ones expect God to respond to you as you ask direction and instructions to save self and thine goods? Perhaps ones had best be giving thought unto these things, for the hourglass is empty and upon its side awaiting the turning by God in the time of newness. So be it. Do not be distraught if ones will not hear nor see that which is given in love and truth. It is for each to discern, and it is for each who gives to release that which is denied by another. Ye must realize that sometimes the greatest love is to release that other unto their own path, that they might grow in their own lessons, into truth. I shall be most unrelenting in my mission, and ones may partake of the truth which is now in total confirmation upon your placement, or ye may turn it aside, for to give it unto you is my task, yours is to do that which you will with it. I do suggest that you act with great caution and fullness of openness to the fact that lies have been your food pot, for lo, since the beginning, just as God said unto you, and they were liars from the beginning. If you knew this information, most certainly it would be unnecessary to give it forth again at this time. God so stated and promised that before the ending of the great cycle the truth would be brought forth unto the four corners of the earth, that each human who would have eyes to see would see and ears to hear would hear, and he could then decide his divine course of journey. My job, and that of my people upon your place, is to put the word to print, no more and no less regarding the word. Further, then, is the task of building that which will allow a remnant to pass through the tribulation. Ye shall each decide of your path, for none can do it for another. If, however, you pull your brother from the path of truth, it will perhaps bode ill for your own self-judgment when the time is at hand for the self-evaluation. That, too, is your own separate business and none of mine, Haton. So be it, and may God rest his hand upon your heads, Chelis, for none have said it shall be an easy journey. It is only promised that if ye abide in the places and truth of God and in balance with that of the creation, ye shall be lifted up as on wings of eagles. I hereby promise you the wings are silver and shall come from the clouds. Salut. I care not that which any man pronounces against me or my people, it changes not one iota of the truth of it. Rest easy and walk in peace, for thine truth must be thine own. Back to the protocols, Dharma, for the days swiftly pass and limit our time of projection of that which must again be told unto the people of the earth. And, it must be given in proper sequence that man can be brought into the truth and understanding of that which is. The following is a continuation of the copying of the protocols of Zion, and we shall begin at this writing with Protocol No. 4. Protocol No. 4. Stages of a Republic. Gentile Masonry. Freedom and Faith. International Industrial Competition. Role of Speculation. Cult of Gold. Every republic passes through several stages. The first of these is comprised in the early days of mad raging by the blind mob, tossed hither and thither, right and left. The second is demagogy, from which is born anarchy, and that leads inevitably to despotism, not any longer legal and overt, and therefore responsible despotism, but to unseen and secretly hidden, yet nevertheless sensibly felt despotism in the hands of some secret organization or other, whose acts are the most unscrupulous inasmuch as it works behind a screen, behind the backs of all sorts of agents, the changing of whom not only does not infuriously affect but actually aids the secret force by saving it, thanks to continual changes, from the necessity of expending its resources on the rewarding of long services. Who and what is in a position to overthrow an invisible force? And this is precisely what our force is. Gentile Masonry blindly serves as a screen for us and our objects, but the plan of action of our force, even its very abiding place, remains for the whole people an unknown mystery. But even freedom might be harmless and have its place in the state economy without injury to the well-being of the peoples if it rested upon the foundation of faith in God, upon the brotherhood of humanity, unconnected with the conception of equality, which is negative by the very laws of creation, for they have established subordination. With such a faith as this, a people might be governed by a wardship of parishes, and would walk contentedly and humbly under the guiding hand of its spiritual pastor, submitting to the dispositions of God upon earth. This is the reason why it is indispensable for us to undermine all faith, to tear out of the minds of the Goyim the very principle of Godhead, and the Spirit, and to put in its place arithmetical calculations and material needs. In order to give the Goyim no time to think and take note, their minds must be diverted towards industry and trade. Thus, all the nations will be swallowed up in the pursuit of gain and in the trade, for it will not take note of their common foe. But again, in order that freedom may once and for all disintegrate and ruin the communities of the Goyim, we must put industry on a speculative basis. The result of this will be that what is withdrawn from the land by industry will slip through the hands and pass into speculation, that is, to our classes. The intensified struggle for superiority and shocks delivered to economic life will create, nay, have already created, disenchanted, cold and heartless communities. Such communities will foster a strong aversion towards the higher political and towards religion. Their only guide is gain, that is gold, which they will erect into a veritable cult, for the sake of those material delights which it can give. Then will the hour strike when, not for the sake of attaining the good, not even to win wealth, but solely out of hatred towards the privileged, the lower classes of the Goyim will follow our lead against our rivals for power, the intellectuals of the Goyim. Protocol No. 5. Creation of an intensified centralization of government. Methods of seizing power by Masonry. Causes of the impossibility of agreement between states. The state of predestination of the Jews. Gold engine of the machinery of states. Significance of criticism. Show institutions. Weariness from word spinning. How to take a grip of public opinion. Significance of personal initiative. The supergovernment. What form of administrative rule can be given to communities in which corruption has penetrated everywhere, communities where riches are attained only by the clever surprise tactics of semi-swindling tricks, where looseness reigns, where morality is maintained by penal measures and harsh laws but not by voluntarily accepted principles, where the feelings towards faith and country are obliterated by cosmopolitan convictions? What form of rule is to be given to these communities if not that despotism which I shall describe to you later? We shall create an intensified centralization of government in order to grip in our hands all the forces of the community. We shall regulate mechanically all the actions of the political life of our subjects by new laws. These laws will withdraw one by one all the indulgences and liberties which have been permitted by the Goyim, and our kingdom will be distinguished by a despotism of such magnificent proportions as to be at any moment and in every place in a position to wipe out any Goyim who oppose us by deed or word. We shall be told that such a despotism as I speak of is not consistent with the progress of these days, but I will prove to you that it is. In the times when the peoples looked upon kings on their thrones as on a pure manifestation of the will of God, they submitted without a murmur to the despotic power of kings, but from the day when we insinuated into their minds the conception of their own rights they began to regard the occupants of thrones as mere ordinary mortals. The holy unction of the Lord's anointed has fallen from the heads of kings in the eyes of the people, and when we also robbed them of their faith in God, the might of power was flung upon the streets into the place of public proprietorship and was seized by us. Moreover, the art of directing masses and individuals by means of cleverly manipulated theory and verbiage, by regulations of life in common and all sorts of other quirks, in all which the Goyim understand nothing, belongs likewise to the specialists of our administrative brain. Reared on analysis, observation, on delicacies of fine calculation, in this species of skill we have no rivals, any more than we have either in the drawing up of plans of political actions and solidarity. In this respect the Jesuits alone might have compared with us, but we have contrived to discredit them in the eyes of the unthinking mob as an overt organization, while we ourselves all the while have kept our secret organization in the shade. However, it is probably all the same to the world who is its sovereign lord, whether the head of Catholicism or our despot of the blood of Zion. But to us, the chosen people, it is very far from being a matter of indifference. For a time perhaps we might be successfully dealt with by a coalition of the Goyim of all the world, but from this danger we are secured by the discord existing among them, whose roots are so deeply seated that they can never now be plucked up. We have set one against another the personal and national reckonings of the Goyim, religious and race hatreds, which we have fostered into a huge growth in the course of the past 20 centuries. This is the reason why there is not one state which would anywhere receive support if it were to raise its arm, for every one of them must bear in mind that any agreement against us would be unprofitable to itself. We are too strong, there is no evading our power. The nations cannot come to even an inconsiderable private agreement without our secretly having a hand in it. Per me regis regnant. It is through me that kings reign. And it was said by the prophets that we were chosen by God himself to rule over the whole earth. God has endowed us with genius that we may be equal to our task. Were genius in the opposite camp it would still struggle against us, but even so a newcomer is no match for the old established settler. The struggle would be merciless between us, such a fight as the world has never yet seen. And the genius on their side would have arrived too late. All the wheels of the machinery of all states go by the force of the engine, which is in our hands, and that engine of the machinery of states is gold. The science of political economy invented by our learned elders has for long past been giving royal prestige to capital. Capital, if it is to cooperate untrammeled, must be free to establish a monopoly of industry and trade. This is already being put in execution by an unseen hand in all quarters of the world. This freedom will give political force to those engaged in industry, and that will help to oppress the people. Nowadays it is more important to disarm the peoples than to lead them into war, more important to use for our advantage the passions which have burst into flames than to quench their fire, more important to catch up and interpret the ideas of others to suit ourselves than to eradicate them. The principal object of our directorate consists in this, to debilitate the public mind by criticism, to lead it away from serious reflections calculated to arouse resistance, to distract the forces of the mind towards a sham fight of empty eloquence. In all ages the peoples of the world, equally with individuals, have accepted works for deeds, for they are content with a show and rarely pause to note, in the public arena, whether promises are followed by performance. Therefore we shall establish show institutions which will give eloquent proof of their benefit to progress. We shall assume to ourselves the liberal physiognomy of all parties, of all directions, and we shall give that physiognomy a voice in orators who will speak so much that they will exhaust the patience of their hearers and produce an abhorrence of oratory. In order to put public opinion into our hands we must bring it into a state of bewilderment by giving expression from all sides to so many contradictory opinions and for such length of time as will suffice to make the Goyim lose their heads in the labyrinth and come to see the best thing is to have no opinion of any kind in matters political, which it is not given to the public to understand, because they are understood only by him who guides the public. This is the first secret. The second secret requisite for the success of our government is comprised of the following: to multiply to such an extent national failings, habits, passions, conditions of civil life, that it will be impossible for anyone to know where he is in the resulting chaos, so that the people in consequence will fail to understand one another. This measure will also serve us in another way, namely, to sow discord in all parties, to dislocate all collective forces which are still unwilling to submit to us, and to discourage any kind of personal initiative which might in any degree hinder our affair. There is nothing more dangerous than personal initiative, if it has genius behind it. Such initiatives can do more than can be done by millions of people among whom we have sown discord. We must so direct the education of the Goyim communities that whenever they come upon a matter requiring initiative they may drop their hands in despairing impotence. The strain which results from freedom of action saps the forces when it meets with the freedom of another. From this collision arise grave moral shocks, disenchantments, failures. By all these means we shall so wear down the goyim that they will be compelled to offer us international power of a nature that by its position will enable us without any violence gradually to absorb all the state forces of the world and to form a super government. In place of the rulers of today we shall set up a bogey which will be called the super government administration. Its hands will reach out in all directions like nippers and its organization will be of such colossal dimensions that it cannot fail to subdue all the nations of the world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And will the next phrase be, and so it came to pass upon the lands that all men became imprisoned unto the beast for they were given into blindness and no longer could discern one thing from another and it came to pass that all perished at the hands of the beast for they pronounced the truth to be lie and great sorrow fell upon the lands. If you cannot see the reflection of self, nation, and world in that which is being given forth as the blueprint, then I pity ye as a people for ye shall be given into the hands of this beast which has deceived you. We will take up at Protocol No. 6 at our return. May you begin to walk in understanding that you may turn about and slay the beast for he cannot stand against truth and the sword of light. So be it. Hayton Jai Orgo Series. To stand by, please. Salom. Chapter 13. Rec number 2 Hayton. Wednesday, February 13, 1991, 12:31 p.m. Year 4 Day 181. Protocol No. 6. Monopolies, upon them depend the fortunes of the goyim. Taking of the land out of the hands of the aristocracy. Trade, industry, and speculation. Usury. Rise of wages and increase of price in the articles of primary necessity. Anarchism and drunkenness. Secret meaning of the propaganda of economic theories. We shall soon begin to establish huge monopolies, reservoirs of colossal riches, upon which even large fortunes of the goyim will depend to such an extent that they will go to the bottom together with the credit of the states on the day after the political smash. You gentlemen here present who are economists, just strike an estimate of the significance of this combination. In every possible way we must develop the significance of our super government by representing it as the protector and benefactor of all those who voluntarily submit to us. The aristocracy of the goyim as a political force is dead. We need not take it into account, but as landed proprietors they can still be harmful to us from the fact that they are self-sufficing in the resources upon which they live. It is essential, therefore, for us at whatever cost to deprive them of their land. This object will be best attained by increasing the burdens upon landed property and loading lands with debts. These measures will check land holding and keep it in a state of humble and unconditional submission. The aristocrats of the goyim we shall bring to the assistance of speculation the luxury which we have developed among the goyim, that greedy demand for luxury which is swallowing up everything. We shall raise the rate of wages which, however, will not bring any advantage to the workers, for, at the same time, we shall produce a rise in prices of the first necessaries of life, alleging that it arises from the decline of agriculture and cattle breeding. We shall further undermine artfully and deeply sources of production, by accustoming the workers to anarchy and to drunkenness and side by side therewith taking all measure to extirpate from the face of the earth all the educated forces of the goyim. In order that the true meaning of things may not strike the goyim before the proper time we shall mask it under an alleged ardent desire to serve the working classes and the great principles of political economy about which our economic theories are carrying on an energetic propaganda. Hayton, is there truly any doubt that this has been accomplished? Protocol No. 7. Object of the intensification of armaments. Ferments, discords, and hostility all over the world. Checking the opposition of the goyim by wars and by a universal war. Secrecy means success in the political, the press and public opinion. The guns of America, China, and Japan. The intensification of armaments, the increase of police forces are all essential for the completion of the aforementioned plans. What we have to get at is that there should be in all the states of the world, besides ourselves, only the massing of the proletariat, a few millionaires devoted to our interests, police, and soldiers. Throughout all Europe, and by means of relations with Europe, in other continents also, we must create ferments, discords, and hostility. Therein we gain a double advantage. In the first place, we keep in check all countries, for they well know that we have the power whenever we like to create disorders or to restore order. All these countries are accustomed to see in us an indispensable force of coercion. In the second place, by our intrigues we shall tangle up all the threads which we have stretched into the cabinets of all states by means of the political, by economic treaties, or loan obligations. In order to succeed in this we must use great cunning and penetration during negotiations and agreements, but, as regards what is called the official language, we shall keep to the opposite tactics and assume the mask of honesty and compliancy. In this way the peoples and governments of the goyim, whom we have taught to look only at the outside whatever we present to their notice, will still continue to accept us as the benefactors and saviors of the human race. We must be in a position to respond to every act of opposition by war with the neighbors of that country which dares to oppose us, but if these neighbors should also venture to stand collectively together against us, then we must offer resistance by a universal war. The principal factor of success in the political is the secrecy of its undertakings. The word should not agree with the deeds of the diplomat. We must compel the governments of the goyim to take action in the direction favored by our widely conceived plan, already approaching and desired consummation, by what we shall represent as public opinion, secretly prompted by us through the means of that so-called great power the press, which, with a few exceptions that may be disregarded, is already entirely in our hands. In a word, to sum up our system of keeping the governments of the Goyim in Europe in check, we shall show our strength to one of them by terrorist attempts, and to all, if we allow the possibility of a general rising against us, we shall respond with the guns of America or China or Japan. Hayton, everybody together so far? Please keep in mind that these protocols were and are in continual update according to time and sequence. As continents and nations came into being, the plan was immediately altered to encompass the contribution and structure from onset so as to never allow total freedom in which to function outside the actual blueprint of the protocols. Although America did not exist in the attention of the Zionists in the original times of writings, it most certainly did by the time of Nilus in the ongoing updated versions, addendums, and amendments. Protocol No. 8. Ambiguous employment of juridical rights. Assistance of the Masonic Directorate. Special schools and super-educational training. Economists and millionaires. To whom to entrust responsible posts in the government. We must arm ourselves with all the weapons which our opponents might employ against us. We must search out in the very finest shades of expression and the knotty points of the lexicon of law justification for those cases where we shall have to pronounce judgments that might appear abnormally audacious and unjust, for it is important that these resolutions should be set forth in expressions that shall seem to be the most exalted moral principles cast into legal form. Our directorate must surround itself with all these forces of civilization among which it will have to work. It will surround itself with publicists, practical jurists, administrators, diplomats, and, finally, with persons prepared by a special super-educational training in our special schools. These persons will have cognizance of all the secrets of the social structure, they will know all the languages that can be made up by political alphabets and words, they will be made acquainted with the whole underside of human nature, with all its sensitive chords on which they will have to play. These chords are the cast of mind of the Goyim, their tendencies, shortcomings, vices, and qualities, the particularities of classes and conditions. Needless to say that the talented assistants of authority, of whom I speak, will be taken not from among the Goyim, who are accustomed to perform their administrative work without giving themselves the trouble to think what its aim is, and never consider what it is needed for. The administrators of the Goyim sign papers without reading them, and they serve either for mercenary reasons or from ambition. Hayton, anyone wish to take exception to the foregoing? We shall surround our government with a whole world of economists. That is the reason why economic sciences form the principal subject of the teaching given to the Jews. Around us again will be a whole constellation of bankers, industrialists, capitalists, and the main thing millionaires, because in substance everything will be settled by the question of figures. For a time, until there will no longer be any risk in entrusting responsible posts in our states to our brother Jews, we shall put them in the hands of persons whose past and reputation are such that between them and the people lies an abyss, persons who, in case of disobedience to our instructions, must face criminal charges or disappear this in order to make them defend our interest to their last gasp. Protocol No. 9. Application of Masonic principles in the matter of re-educating the peoples. Masonic watchword. Meaning of anti-Semitism. Dictatorship of Masonry. Terror. Who are the servants of Masonry? Meaning of the clear-sighted and the blind forces of the Goyim states. Communion between authority and mob. License of liberalism. Seizure of education and training. False theories. Interpretation of laws. The undergrounds, metropolitans. In applying our principles, let attention be paid to the character of the people in whose country you live and act, a general, identical application of them, until such time as the people shall have been re-educated to our pattern, cannot have success. But by approaching their application cautiously you will see that not a decade will pass before the most stubborn character will change and we shall add a new people to the ranks of those already subdued by us. The words of the liberal, which are in effect the words of our Masonic watchword, namely, liberty, equality, fraternity, will, when we come into our kingdom, be changed by us into words no longer of a watchword, but only an expression of idealism, namely, into, the right of liberty, the duty of equality, the ideal of brotherhood. That is how we shall put it, and so we shall catch the bull by the horns. De facto we have already wiped out every kind of rule except our own, although de jure there still remain a good many of them. Nowadays, if any states raise a protest against us it is only pro forma at our discretion and by our direction, for their anti-Semitism is indispensable to us for the management of our lesser brethren. I will not enter into further explanations, for this matter has formed the subject of repeated discussions amongst us. For us there are no checks to limit the range of our activity. Our supergovernment subsists in extra-legal conditions which are described in the accepted terminology by the energetic and forcible word dictatorship. I am in a position to tell you with a clear conscience that at the proper time we, the lawgivers, shall execute judgment and sentence, we shall slay and we shall spare, we, as head of all our troops, are mounted on the steed of the leader. We rule by force of will, because in our hands are the fragments of a once powerful party, now vanquished by us. And the weapons in our hands are limitless ambitions, burning in greediness, merciless vengeance, hatreds, and malice. It is from us that the all-engulfing terror proceeds. We have in our service persons of all opinions, of all doctrines, restorating monarchists, demagogues, socialists, communists, and utopian dreamers of every kind. We have harnessed them all to the task, each one of them on his own account is boring away at the last remnants of authority, is striving to overthrow all established form of order. By these acts all states are in torture, they exhort to tranquility, are ready to sacrifice everything for peace, but we will not give them peace until they openly acknowledge our international supergovernment, and with submissiveness. The people have raised a howl about the necessity of settling the question of socialism by way of an international agreement. Division into fractional parties has given them into our hands, for, in order to carry on a contested struggle one must have money, and the money is all in our hands. We might have reason to apprehend a union between the clear-sighted force of the Goy kings on their thrones and the blind force of the Goy mobs, but we have taken all the needful measures against any such possibility. Between the one and the other force we have erected a bulwark in the shape of a mutual terror between them. In this way the blind force of the people remains our support, and we only, shall provide them with a leader and, of course, direct them along the road that leads to our goal. In order that the hand of the blind mob may not free itself from our guiding hand, we must every now and then enter into close communion with it, if not actually in person, at any rate through some of the most trusty of our brethren. When we are acknowledged as the only authority we shall discuss with the people personally in the marketplaces, and we shall instruct them on questions of the political in such wise as may turn them in the direction that suits us. Who is going to verify what is taught in the village schools? But what an envoy of the government or a king on his throne himself may say cannot but become immediately known to the whole state, for it will be spread abroad by the voice of the people. In order not to annihilate the institutions of the Goyim before it is time, we have touched them with craft and delicacy, and have taken hold of the ends of the strings which move their mechanism. These strings lay in a strict but just sense of order, we have replaced them by the chaotic license of liberalism. We have got our hands into the administration of the law, into the conduct of elections, into the press, into liberty of the person, but principally into education and training as being the cornerstones of a free existence. We have fooled, amused, and corrupted the youth of the Goyim by rearing them in principles and theories which are known to us to be false, although it is by us that they have been inculcated. Above the existing laws without substantially altering them, and by merely twisting them into contradictions of interpretations, we have erected something grandiose in the way of results. These results found expression first in the fact that the interpretations masked the laws, afterwards they entirely hid them from the eyes of the governments owing to the impossibility of making anything out of the tangled web of legislation. This is the origin of the theory, of course, of arbitration. You may say that the Goyim will rise upon us, arms in hand, if they guess what is going on before the time comes, but in the West we have against this a Minerva of such appalling terror that the very stoutest hearts quail. The undergrounds, metropolitans, those subterranean corridors which, before the time comes, will be driven under all the capitals, and from whence those capitals will be blown into the air with all their organization and archives. Hayton, go back and reread the last paragraph now. I'm sorry, Chellis, this is exactly that which they mean. They plan to blow you to the ethers if you resist when they are settled for the death blow. You are in it, beloved ones. There is not one major city in your nations which does not sit atop this underground network, all laid with capability of blowing the cities apart now. It makes a little 10-point earthquake look innocent, does it not? Protocol No. 10. The outside appearances in the political. The genius of rascality. What is promised by a Masonic coup d'état? Universal suffrage. Self-importance. Leaders of Masonry. The genius who is guide of Masonry. Institutions and their functions. The poison of liberalism. Constitution, a school of party discords. Era of republics. President's Panama. Part played by Chamber of Deputies and President. Masonry, the legislative force. New Republican Constitution. Transition to Masonic despotism. Moment for the proclamation of the Lord is all the world. Inoculation of diseases and other wiles of Masonry. Today I begin with a repetition of what I said before, and I beg you to bear in mind that governments and peoples are content in the political with outside appearances. And how, indeed, are the Goyim to perceive the underlying meaning of things when their representatives give the best of their energies to enjoying themselves? For our policy it is of the greatest importance to take cognizance of this detail. It will be of assistance to us when we come to consider the division of authority, freedom of speech, of the press, of religion, faith, of the law of association, of equality before the law, of the inviolability of property, of the dwelling, of taxation, the idea of concealed taxes, of the reflex force of the laws. All these questions are such as ought not to be touched upon directly and openly before the people. In cases where it is indispensable to touch upon them, they must not be categorically named. It must merely be declared without detailed exposition that the principles of contemporary law are acknowledged by us. The reason of keeping silence in this respect is that by not naming a principle we leave ourselves freedom of action, to drop this or that out of it without attracting notice. If they were all categorically named they would all appear to have been already given. The mob cherishes a special affection and respect for the geniuses of political power and accepts all their deeds of violence with the admiring response, rascally. Well, yes, it is rascally, but it's clever, a trick, if you like, but how craftily played, how magnificently done, what impudent audacity. We count upon attracting all nations to the task of erecting the new fundamental structure, the project for which has been drawn up by us. This is why, before everything, it is indispensable for us to arm ourselves and to store up in ourselves that absolutely reckless audacity and irresistible might of the spirit which in the person of our active workers will break down all hindrances in our way. When we have accomplished our coup d'état we shall say then to the various peoples, everything has gone terribly badly, all have been worn out with sufferings. We are destroying the causes of your torment, nationalities, frontiers, differences of coinages. You are at liberty, of course, to pronounce sentence upon us, but can it possibly be a just one if it is confirmed by you before you make any trial of what we are offering you? Then will the mob exalt us and bear us up in their hands in a unanimous triumph of hopes and expectations. Voting, which we have made the instrument which will set us on the throne of the world by teaching even the very smallest units of members of the human race to vote by means of meetings and agreements by groups, will then have served its purposes and will play its part then for the last time by a unanimity of desire to make close acquaintance with us before condemning us. To secure this we must have everybody vote without distinction of classes and qualifications, in order to establish an absolute majority, which cannot be got from the educated propertied classes. In this way, by inculcating in all a sense of self-importance, we shall destroy among the goyim the importance of the family and its educational value and remove the possibility of individual minds splitting off, for the mob, handled by us, will not let them come to the front nor even give them a hearing. It is accustomed to listen to us only who pay it for obedience and attention. In this way we shall create a blind, mighty force which will never be in a position to move in any direction without the guidance of our agents set at its head by us as leaders of the mob. The people will submit to this regime because it will know that upon these leaders will depend its earnings, gratifications, and the receipt of all kinds of benefits. A scheme of government should come ready-made from one brain, because it will never be clinched firmly if it is allowed to be split into fractional parts in the minds of many. It is allowable, therefore, for us to have cognizance of the scheme of action but not to discuss it lest we disturb its artfulness, the interdependence of its component parts, the practical force of the secret meaning of each clause. To discuss and make alterations in a labor of this kind by means of numerous votings is to impress upon it the stamp of all ratiocinations and misunderstandings which have failed to penetrate the depth and nexus of its plottings. We want our schemes to be forcible and suitably concocted. Therefore, we ought not to fling the work of genius of our guide to the fangs of the mob or even of a select company. These schemes will not turn existing institutions upside down just yet. They will only effect changes in their economy and consequently in the whole combined movement of their progress, which will thus be directed along the paths laid down in our schemes. Under various names there exists in all countries approximately one and the same thing: representation, ministry, senate, state council, legislative and executive corps. I need not explain to you the mechanism of the relation of these institutions to one another, because you are aware of all that. Only take note of the fact that each of the above-named institutions corresponds to some important function of the state, and I would beg you to remark that the word important I apply not to the institution but to the function. Consequently it is not the institutions which are important but their functions. These institutions have divided up among themselves all the functions of government: administrative, legislative, executive, wherefore they have come to operate as do the organs in the human body. If we injure one part in the machinery of state, the state falls sick, like a human body, and will die. When we introduced into the state organism the poison of liberalism, its whole political complexion underwent a change. States have been seized with a mortal illness, blood poisoning. All that remains is to await the end of their death agony. Liberalism produced constitutional states, which took the place of what was the only safeguard of the goyim, namely, despotism, and a constitution, as you well know, is nothing else but a school of discords, misunderstandings, quarrels, disagreements, fruitless party agitations, party whims, in a word, a school of everything that serves to destroy the personality of state activity. The tribune of the Talkiris has, no less effectively than the press, condemned the rulers to inactivity and impotence, and thereby rendered them useless and superfluous, for which reason indeed they have been in many countries deposed. Then it was that the era of republics became possible of realization, and then it was that we replaced the ruler by a caricature of a government by a president, taken from the mob, from the midst of our puppet creatures, our slaves. This was the foundation of the mine which we have laid under the Goy people, I should rather say, under the Goy peoples. In the near future we shall establish the responsibility of presidents. Hayton, feeling a bit sickened yet. By that time we shall be in a position to disregard forms in carrying through matters for which our impersonal puppet will be responsible. What do we care if the ranks of those striving for power should be thinned, if there should arise a deadlock from the impossibility of finding presidents, a deadlock which will finally disorganize the country? In order that our scheme may produce this result we shall arrange elections in favor of such presidents as have in their past some dark, undiscovered stain, some Panama or other. Then they will be trustworthy agents for the accomplishment of our plans out of fear of revelations and from the natural desire of everyone who has attained power, namely, the retention of the privileges, advantages, and honor connected with the office of president. The Chamber of Deputies will provide cover for, will protect, will elect presidents, but we shall take from it the right to propose new, or make changes in existing laws, for this right will be given by us to the responsible president, a puppet in our hands. Naturally, the authority of the president will then become a target for every possible form of attack, but we shall provide him with a means of self-defense in the right of an appeal to the people, for the decision of the people over the heads of their representatives, that is to say, an appeal to that same blind slave of ours, the majority of the mob. Independently of this we shall invest the president with the right of declaring a state of war. Hayton, listen up. We shall justify this last right on the ground that the president as chief of the whole army of the country must have it at his disposal, in case of need for the defense of the new republican constitution, the right to defend which will belong to him as the responsible representative of this constitution. It is easy to understand that in these conditions the key of the shrine will lie in our hands, and no one outside ourselves will any longer direct the force of legislation. Besides this we shall, with the introduction of the new republican constitution, take from the chamber the right of interpellation on government measures, on the pretext of preserving political secrecy, and, further, we shall by the new constitution reduce the number of representatives to a minimum, thereby proportionately reducing political passions and the passion for politics. If, however, they should, which is hardly to be expected, burst into flame. Even in this minimum, we shall nullify them by a stirring appeal and a reference to the majority of the whole people. Upon the President will depend the appointment of Presidents and Vice President of the Chamber and the Senate. Instead of constant sessions of parliaments, we shall reduce their sittings to a few months. Moreover, the President, as chief of the executive power, will have the right to summon and dissolve Parliament, and, in the latter case, to prolong the time for the appointment of a new parliamentary assembly. But in order that the consequences of all these acts, which in substance are illegal, should not, prematurely for our plans, fall upon the responsibility established by us of the President, we shall instigate ministers and other officials of the higher administration about the President to evade his dispositions by taking measures of their own, for doing which they will be made the scapegoats in his place. This part we especially recommend to be given to be played by the Senate, the Council of State, or the Council of Ministers, but not to an individual official. The President will, at our discretion, interpret the sense of such of the existing laws as admit of various interpretations. He will further annul them when we indicate to him the necessity to do so. Besides this, he will have the right to propose temporary laws, and even new departures in the government constitutional working, the pretext both for the one and the other being the requirements for the supreme welfare of the state. By such measures we shall obtain the power of destroying little by little, step by step, all that at the outset when we enter on our rights, we are compelled to introduce into the constitutions of states to prepare for the transition to an imperceptible abolition of every kind of constitution, and then the time is come to turn every form of government into our despotism. The recognition of our despot may also come before the destruction of the Constitution. The moment for this recognition will come when the people, utterly wearied by the irregularities and incompetence, a matter which we shall arrange for of their rulers, will clamor, away with them and give us one king over all the earth who will unite us and annihilate the causes of discords, frontiers, nationalities, religions, state debts, who will give us peace and quiet, which we cannot find under our rulers and representatives. But you yourselves perfectly well know that to produce the possibility of the expression of such wishes by all the nations, it is indispensable to trouble in all countries the people's relations with their governments so as to utterly exhaust humanity with dissension, hatred, struggle, envy, and even by the use of torture, by starvation, by the inoculation of diseases, by want, so that the goyim see no other issue than to take refuge in our complete sovereignty in money and in all else. But if we give the nations of the world a breathing space, the moment we long for is hardly likely ever to arrive. Hayton, how much more confirmation do you require? Okay, let us continue, for there are 24 of these well laid forth blueprints covering the entirety of your experiences as people. Protocol No. 11. Program of the new Constitution. Certain details of the proposed revolution. The Goyim, a pack of sheep. Secret Masonry and its show lodges. The State Council has been, as it were, the emphatic expression of the authority of the ruler. It will be, as the show part of the legislative corps, what may be called the editorial committee of the laws and decrees of the ruler. This, then, is the program of the new Constitution. We shall make law, right, and justice, 1. In the guise of proposals to the legislative corps, 2. By decrees of the President under the guise of general regulations, of orders of the Senate and of resolutions of the State Council in the guise of ministerial orders, 3. And in case a suitable occasion should arise in the form of a revolution in the state. Having established approximately the modus agendi, we will occupy ourselves with details of those combinations by which we have still to complete the revolution in the course of the machinery of state in the direction already indicated. By these combinations I mean the freedom of the press, the right of association, freedom of conscience, the voting principle, and many another that must disappear forever from the memory of man, or undergo a radical alteration the day after the promulgation of the new Constitution. It is only at that moment that we shall be able at once to announce all our orders, for, afterwards, every noticeable alteration will be dangerous, for the following reasons. If this alteration be brought in with harsh severity and in a sense of severity and limitations, it may lead to a feeling of despair caused by fear of new alterations in the same direction. If, on the other hand, it be brought in a sense of further indulgences, it will be said that we have recognized our own wrongdoing, and this will destroy the prestige of the infallibility of our authority, or else it will be said that we have become alarmed and are compelled to show a yielding disposition, for which we shall get no thanks because it will be supposed to be compulsory. Both the one and the other are injurious to the prestige of the new Constitution. What we want is that from the first moment of its promulgation, while the peoples of the world are still stunned by the accomplished fact of the revolution, still in a condition of terror and uncertainty, they should recognize once for all that we are so strong, so inexpugnable, so superabundantly filled with power, that in no case shall we take any account of them, and so far from paying any attention to their opinions or wishes, we are ready and able to crush with irresistible power all expression or manifestation thereof at every moment and in every place, that we have seized at once everything we wanted and shall in no case divide our power with them. Then in fear and trembling they will close their eyes to everything, and be content to await what will be the end of it all. The Goyim are a flock of sheep, and we are their wolves. And you know what happens when the wolves get hold of the flock. There is another reason also why they will close their eyes, for we shall keep promising them to give back all the liberties we have taken away as soon as we have quelled the enemies of peace and tamed all parties. It is not worthwhile to say anything about how long a time they will be kept waiting for this return of their liberties. For what purpose then have we invented this whole policy and insinuated it into the minds of the Goys without giving them any chance to examine its underlying meaning? For what, indeed, if not in order to obtain in a roundabout way what is for our scattered tribe unattainable by the direct road? It is this which has served as the basis for our organization of secret masonry which is not known to, and aims which are not even so much as suspected by, these goy cattle, attracted by us into the show army of lodges in order to throw dust in the eyes of their fellows. God has granted to us, his chosen people, the gift of the dispersion, and in this which appears in all eyes to be our weakness, has come forth all our strength, which has now brought us to the threshold of sovereignty over all the world. There now remains not much more for us to build up upon the foundation we have laid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you now see how the masses of humanity has fallen quite willingly and unknowingly into the trap? Blame has no place in this exercise, for there is not time for casting blame and shouting objections. That time is past now. There requires massive acknowledgement of the truth of the game and demand that it halt. It is totally up to you as a people, for it becomes foolish to say, I simply can't see it and these are all lies, for you know that they are not. It is fine to be in awe and shock, but then, you must put aside the stunned inaction and shake up your neighbor just a bit perhaps. You can see that you have followed the plan to the tiny most detail in every manner laid forth. Dharma, you are extremely weary, scribe, so allow us rest. This journal shall be titled, Shrouds of the Seventh Seal, the Antichrist whore of Babylon. For this formidable prostitute of all truth sits atop your world and awaits the total devouring of you and herself as well. So be it, for it was so written and so is coming to pass. I give you this now for your preparation of material, for as quickly as we finish the 24 protocols this must be put to binding and distribution, as every day past is a day lost to mankind in this time of transition and pending devastation upon the battlefields in the place of Babylon. Go in peace. Jai Orgo Series Haton, Commander of IGFC. Chapter 14. Rec number 3 Haton. Wednesday, February 13, 1991, 5:21 p.m. Year 4 Day 181. Protocol No. 12. Masonic interpretation of the word freedom. Future of the press in the Masonic kingdom. Control of the press. Correspondence agencies. What is progress as understood by Masonry? More about the press. Masonic solidarity in the press of today. The arousing of public demands in the provinces. Infallibility of the new regime. The word freedom, which can be interpreted in various ways, is defined by us as follows. Freedom is the right to do that which the law allows. This interpretation of the word will at the proper time be of service to us, because all freedom will thus be in our hands, since the laws will abolish or create only that which is desirable for us according to the aforesaid program. We shall deal with the press in the following way. What is the part played by the press today? It serves to excite and inflame those passions which are needed for our purpose, or else it serves selfish ends of parties. It is often vapid, unjust, mendacious, and the majority of the public have not the slightest idea what ends the press really serves. We shall saddle and bridle it with a tight curb. We shall do the same also with all productions of the printing press, for where would be the sense of getting rid of the attacks of the press if we remain targets for pamphlets and books? The produce of publicity, which nowadays is a source of heavy expense owing to the necessity of censoring it, will be turned by us into a very lucrative source of income to our state. We shall lay on it a special stamp tax and require deposits of caution money before permitting the establishment of any organ of the press or a printing office. These will then have to guarantee our government against any kind of attack on the part of the press. For any attempt to attack us, if such still be possible, we shall inflict fines without mercy. Such measures as stamp tax, deposit of caution money and fines secured by these deposits, will bring in a huge income to the government. It is true that party organs might not spare money for the sake of publicity, but these we shall shut up at the second attack upon us. No one shall with impunity lay a finger on the aureole of our government infallibility. The pretext for stopping any publication will be the alleged plea that it is agitating the public mind without occasion or justification. I beg you to note that among those making attacks upon us will also be organs established by us, but they will attack exclusively points that we have predetermined to alter. Not a single announcement will reach the public without our control. Even now this is already being attained by us, inasmuch as all news items are received by a few agencies, in whose offices they are focused from all parts of the world. These agencies will then be already entirely ours and will give publicity only to what we dictate to them. If already now we have contrived to possess ourselves of the minds of the Goy communities to such an extent that they all come near looking upon the events of the world through the colored glasses of those spectacles we are setting astride their noses, if already now there is not a single state where there exist for us any barriers to admittance into what Goy stupidity calls state secrets, what will our position be then, when we shall be acknowledged supreme lords of the world in the person of our King of all the world? Let us turn again to the future of the printing press. Everyone desirous of being a publisher, librarian, or printer, will be obliged to provide himself with the diploma instituted therefor, which, in case of any fault, will be immediately impounded. With such measures the instrument of thought will become an educative means in the hands of our government, which will no longer allow the mass of the nation to be led astray in byways and fantasies about the blessings of progress. Is there any one of us who does not know that the phantom blessings are the direct roads to foolish imaginings which give birth to anarchical relations of men among themselves and towards authority, because progress, or rather the idea of progress, has introduced the conception of every kind of emancipation, but has failed to establish its limits? All the so-called liberals are anarchists, if not in fact, at any rate in thought. Every one of them is hunting after phantoms of freedom, and falling exclusively into license, that is, into the anarchy of protest for the sake of protest. We turn to the periodical press. We shall impose on it, as on all printed matter, Stamp taxes per sheet and deposits of caution money, and books of less than 30 sheets will pay double. We shall reckon them as pamphlets in order, on the one hand, to reduce the number of magazines, which are the worst form of printed poison, and, on the other, in order that this measure may force writers into such lengthy productions that they will be little read, especially as they will be costly. At the same time, what we shall publish ourselves to influence mental development in the direction laid down for our profit will be cheap and will be read voraciously. The tax will bring vapid literary ambitions within bounds, and the liability to penalties will make literary men dependent upon us. And if there should be any found who are desirous of writing against us, they will not find any person eager to print their productions. Before accepting any production for publication in print, the publisher or printer will have to apply to the authorities for permission to do so. Thus we shall know beforehand of all tricks preparing against us and shall nullify them by getting ahead with explanations on the subject treated of. Haton, please note this is a window in which we are able to print our material just before the silencing of the presses and yet having the capability of quantity discourse on computer disking. It has been a most tiresome activity at best with the monitors always in surveillance, and as we work the information is flowing into 2 other central computer systems of your government. Our leading question is always as to how just one scribe could present this much work without other than a small computer keyboard, etc. It has taken uncounted hours and backup from faithful readers and a very blessed person who spends more hours in layout, he who was, in fact, a dentist. Then the work is passed on and one's tended as necessary all night if need be to get it to you the readers as quickly as possible to ensure receiving as timely as is humanly possible. This will come to a screeching halt or be moved totally underground for the government, etc. Try at every turn to stop the word from going forth. The information is stopped by censors now, at many locations, and somehow people just don't seem to get their mail. The publisher is under attack by anonymous ones who threaten his life and the lives and property of those who work with him. He is warned to stop placing any of this information into local papers, even advertising mediums. Well, it is a risk one has to take if one desires to regain what freedoms there were and maintain the ones still available for as long as they are available. These journals and expresses are being destroyed and removed from shelves as quickly as the investigators can locate them. I suggest that if you have copies, you share them and then guard them well, for they are on the endangered species list. Just doesn't sound like your America, does it? Well, you have a CIA trained by the KGB and Mossad, and these ones put the Nazi SS troops in the shadows. Literature and journalism are 2 of the most important educative forces, and therefore our government will become proprietor of the majority of the journals. This will neutralize the injurious influence of the privately owned press and will put us in possession of a tremendous influence upon the public mind. If we give permits for 10 journals, we shall ourselves found 30, and so on in the same proportion. This, however, must in no wise be suspected by the public. For which reason all journals published by us will be the most opposite, in appearance, tendencies, and opinions, thereby creating confidence in us and bringing over to us our quite unsuspicious opponents, who will thus fall into our trap and be rendered harmless. In the front rank will stand organs of an official character. They will always stand guard over our interests, and therefore their influence will be comparatively insignificant. In the second rank will be the semi-official organs, whose part it will be to attract the tepid and indifferent. In the third rank we shall set up our own, to all appearance, opposition, which, in at least one of its organs, will present what looks like the very antipodes to us. Our real opponents at heart will accept this simulated opposition as their own and will show us their cards. All our newspapers will be of all possible complexions: aristocratic, republican, revolutionary, even anarchical, for so long, of course, as the Constitution exists. Like the Indian idol Vishnu, they will have 100 hands, and every one of them will have a finger on any one of the public opinions as required. When a pulse quickens, these hands will lead opinion in the direction of our aims, for an excited patient loses all power of judgment and easily yields to suggestion. Those fools who will think they are repeating the opinion of a newspaper of their own camp will be repeating our opinion, or any opinion that seems desirable for us. In the vain belief that they are following the organ of their party, they will in fact follow the flag which we hand out for them. In order to direct our newspaper militia in this sense, we must take a special and minute care in organizing this material. Under the title of Central Department of the Press, we shall institute literary gatherings at which our agents will, without attracting attention, issue the orders and watchwords of the day. By discussing and contractoverting, but always superficially, without touching the essence of the matter, our organs will carry on a sham fight fusillade with the official newspaper solely for the purpose of giving occasion for us to express ourselves more fully than could well be done from the outset in official announcements, whenever, of course, that is to our advantage. These attacks upon us will also serve another purpose, namely, that our subjects will be convinced of the existence of full freedom of speech, and so give our agents an occasion to affirm that all organs which oppose us are empty babblers, since they are incapable of finding any substantial objections to our orders. Methods of organization like these, imperceptible to the public eye but absolutely sure, are the best calculated to succeed in bringing the attention and the confidence of the public to the side of our government. Thanks to such methods we shall be in a position, as from time to time may be required, to excite or to tranquilize the public mind on political questions, to persuade or to confuse, printing now truth, now lies, facts or their contradictions, according as they may be well or ill received, always very cautiously feeling our ground before stepping upon it. We shall have a sure triumph over our opponents, since they will not have at their disposition organs of the press in which they can give full and final expression to their views, owing to the aforesaid methods of dealing with the press. We shall not even need to refute them except very superficially. Trial shots like these, fired by us in the third rank of our press, in case of need, will be energetically refuted by us in our semi-official organs. Even nowadays, Already, to take only the French press, there are forms which reveal Masonic solidarity in acting on the watchword. All organs of the press are bound together by professional secrecy, like the augurs of old. Not one of their numbers will give away the secret of his sources of information unless it be resolved to make announcement of them. Not one journalist will venture to betray the secret, for not one of them is ever admitted to practice literature unless his whole past has some disgraceful sore or other. These sores would be immediately revealed. So long as they remain the secret of a few, the prestige of the journalist attracts the majority of the country. The mob follow after him with enthusiasm. Our calculations are especially extended to the provinces. It is indispensable for us to inflame there those hopes and impulses with which we could at any moment fall upon the capital, and we shall represent to the capitals that these expressions are the independent hopes and impulses of the provinces. Naturally, the source of them will be always one and the same, ours. What we need is that, until such times as we are in the plenitude of power, the capitals should find themselves stifled by the provincial opinion of the nations, i.e., of a majority arranged by our agentur. What we need is that at the psychological moment the capitals should not be in a position to discuss an accomplished fact for the simple reason, if for no other, that it has been accepted by the public opinion of a majority in the provinces. When we are in the period of the new regime transitional to that of our assumption of full sovereignty, we must not admit any revelations by the press of any form of public dishonesty. It is necessary that the new regime should be thought to have so perfectly contented everybody that even criminality has disappeared. Cases of the manifestation of criminality should remain known only to their victims and to chance witnesses no more. Allow us closure of this document, for the sitting for the hour grows late and there is need for digestion of the material as we outlay it. These are hard truths to accept, for the game has been played with such clever adeptness. May you who partake be given to understanding. I salute you for reaching beyond and into the unpleasant that you might see and know. Haton to stand by. Good evening. Chapter 15. Rec number 2. Haton. Thursday, February 14th, 1991, 9:15 a.m. Year 4 Day 1. Today's watch. Ah, 'tis Cupid's Day. Guess who originated this wondrous holiday to ensure your misbehaviors? What has become the point of this particular day? Is it simply an expression of love for your mate? Nay, it is a time of bribing and teasing and utilizing sexual innuendo and blatant payoff with same. Just has become the carnival celebration of Lent. A time of corruption, evil, games and degradation in preparation of a time of penance. In other words, it is the time of gorging because the diet begins tomorrow. So be it. This is the most important 3 or 4 days of your historical stream of events and experience. It is so important that even your president is creating stupid diversions to distract you. Look at the headline in the paper this day. Does it speak of saving your troops? Does it speak of murder of innocent women and children? No, it speaks of Mr. Bush's transit plans for this new nation of yours, 3-digit billions, into the hundreds of dollars for the highways and roadways, etc. Your children are being set up for sacrifice and you care more for your confounded roads? If you cannot see the relationship and truth of this which we bring for you, I pity this world, for the future is indeed dark and filled with pain and destruction. Every sentence in that which we bring would merit 10 journals in examples which you know is true. You who belong to the order of Masons, stop getting crazy over this material and do not cast it aside saying it is not truth. You do not know. It is obvious that you do not know. Just as the saying goes, the wife is always the last to know, but she is always the first to suspect. Anything set up to be acted in secrecy and in secret orders are not of God. Does that mean that all projected is not of God? Of course not, else you would not be sucked into the situation in the first place. I care not whether you are a member of the Masonic lodges or the Elks or the Foot Dancers. I only care whether or not you contribute knowingly into the evil of the ones who set up the traps for you. Do you caring, sharing and hard-working Masons realize that, for instance, the Zionist lawyers and physicians wear the Masonic label visibly in order to garner special concessions from corrupt judges, etc.? It is like the sign of the beast. Of course, you the people do not realize it. The point is that you do not realize it. Things birthed in goodness have become corrupted to suit the needs of the denigrators. So be it. Note on this day that somehow mass murder in Iraq is now turned about and becomes deliberate murder on the part of Saddam. Well, perhaps he is guilty of that which he is accused, but who is worse, if there be worse? Do you think the US military would refrain from storing their planes within the Pyramid of Giza if it protected them? Come now, the destruction still comes from the bomb, not the plane stored therein. Further, what are you doing in Iraq at any rate? You claimed you went to Saudi Arabia to stop aggression of Iraq into Saudi Arabia, then your resolution was to get some reorder and recovery in peace of Kuwait. By the time you finish there will be no Kuwait nor Iraq if you continue, and still you will not get at Saddam's major weapons, nor will you outsmart him whether his acts be goodness or evil. For it is not intended in the elite plan. Look at that which they do, a UN Security Council meeting in seclusion, so you the people have no knowledge as to that which they decide, and then they will argue in confusion, claim unification, and pull one more heinous set of chains about your nation and people. And worse, you sacrifice your children to this beast in hopes he will allow you to somehow survive. Beloved ones, that is the work of the devil himself, who requires sacrifice of living creations, most especially the innocent of your babies, unto his blood-glutted ego, and it is you the blind who put the sacrifice, bound and helpless, upon the altar. Oh, God weeps, beloved ones, God weeps. I cannot leave this without giving you the next set of their dastardly plans, for it is for the immediate timing. That, in fact, is why the closed meeting of the council. The so-called ground war is set to begin now, in conjunction with the dark of the moon for cover. It is, In fact, already well underway while even your children think they are practicing and training. The smoke screens they show you are covering their steady move to the front. Your enemy knows it, and the soldiers defecting are partially decoys in this war of propaganda as stated by your media. The ground war has been entered and underway. If the council is not able to stall it, the encounter will come within minutes, or hours at most. All the exterior veneer of meetings, etc., is to mislead you, for certainly your supposed enemy is not fooled nor even hoodwinked. It is simply flim-flam to fool, mostly, the troops who face sure annihilation within these next few days. In other words, they will be in the battle while they believe they are in training, and it will be too late to take any action other than move into the wall of flame laid out for them. Well, I have told the youngsters who will listen, and you who tie yellow ribbons had best hear me, and if you have opportunity reinforce this message. Ones will be taken from the left and to the right, and some will remain untouched. I tell them to ask God's shielding, fall into the sands and hold tightly unto God, and he will allow no harm to touch thee. There shall be 2 in the field, and 1 will go and 1 will be left. Those who follow our instructions will be gathered up into the craft and into safety, and yes, you will see them again much more quickly than you can guess. At least, Yehu will also follow our instructions and come aboard also into the place prepared for your security in this time of Holocaust. You think we are of Satan? Your sons and daughters know otherwise, for they are there now, and your own government and military dare not allow them to return lest the truth be known. But, he who will follow with God in truth will be spared, and the Holocaust will pass him over, for the time of God's martyrs are finished. Can you not see your manipulation at the hands of the controllers, your prison masters? Do you not see how they have arranged it so that you have no public manner to support your sons and daughters and denounce the war itself? Do you not see it? They have arranged it so that if you denounce the war, you simultaneously, somehow, sever support for your loved ones in the fray. The concept is so foolish that it would appear anyone would see the tactics and refuse to play the game, but you continue the game just as programmed according to these very protocols, as helpless as the puppets they have carved you to be. Do you not see now, that truth is all that will regain your freedom? For if you have knowledge, you simply stop being blind to the manipulations and string pulling, and the game must end for the evil puppet masters who would take and enslave your planet. They will continue to beat and shout in the name of God but the God they serve is not the God of truth and light. Your president's family, his father and himself, served openly and blatantly Lucifer. They headed the very society of the skull and bones. This man openly defies you to do anything about that which he pronounces, and you applaud and lavish praise upon him, or do you? The manipulators give you running rhetoric of lies and false polls to mislead you, and further, tell you that they are false to mislead Saddam, and you eat the lies up like honey-soaked cookies by starving children. Your preachers hang flags and yellow ribbons on the pulpits and let us support the president and our nation, flows like wine upon the lands and into your heads, but you are not supporting your nation nor your troops. You send them both to sure destruction and cover your own heads to hide the shame of it. Your papers refuse to print the rebuttals in control of the presses and to keep you from hearing and seeing truth. You are the perfection of God's finest creation, and you accept it not, you just allow evil to consume that perfection. So be it, for it is only for me to bring the truth of it unto you. Most of your masses have become active troops in the army of Satan, and you think it to be of God. Oh yes, God weeps for the perfection of his wondrous creations who would commit themselves blindly into destruction, and Satan laughs at you who serve him, for he is the master deceiver and has played his hand to almost ultimate perfection. But there is no perfection short of God, and this does not end, no matter how bad you perceive it to become, until God of Holy Spirit and creation wins. The journey to that end may be terrible to behold and certainly worse to experience, but that choice is also yours to make, each and all as individuals. You had better be now taking to heart that which the master teacher returned is giving unto you, for we are now including it, and if you care not for Haton nor Dharma, this comes directly from Jesus Ananda, or whoever you called the sacred circle of Christ Nisan through Thomas, so that you cannot simply cast out the receiver. Who will see and hear? That is up to you. Entirely and totally up to you. Protocol No. 13. The need for daily bread. Questions of the political. Questions of industry. Amusements. People's palaces. Truth is one. The great problems. The need for daily bread forces the Goyim to keep silence and be our humble servants. Agents taken onto our press from among the Goyim will at our orders discuss anything which it is inconvenient for us to issue directly in official documents, and we meanwhile, quietly amid the din of the discussion so raised, shall simply take and carry through such measures as we wish and then offer them to the public as an accomplished fact. No one will dare to demand the abrogation of a matter once settled, all the more so as it will be represented as an improvement. And immediately the press will distract the current of thought towards new questions. Have we not trained people always to be seeking something new? Into the discussion of these new questions will throw themselves those of the brainless dispensers of fortunes who are not able even now to understand that they have not the remotest conception about the matters which they undertake to discuss. Questions of the political are unattainable for any save those who have guided it already for many ages, the creators. From all this you will see that in securing the opinion of the mob we are only facilitating the working of our machinery, and you may remark that it is not for actions but for words issued by us on this or that question that we seem to seek approval. We are constantly making public declaration that we are guided in all our undertakings by the hope, joined to the conviction, that we are serving the common weal. In order to distract people who may be too troublesome from discussions of questions of the political, we are now putting forward what we allege to be the new questions of the political, namely, questions of industry. In this sphere let them discuss themselves silly. The masses are agreed to remain inactive, to take a rest from what they suppose to be political activity, which we train them to in order to use them as a means of combating the Goy governments, only on condition of being found new employments, in which we are prescribing them something that looks like the same political object. In order that the masses themselves may not guess what they are about, we further distract them with amusements, games, pastimes, passions, people's palaces. Soon we shall begin through the press to propose competitions in art, in sport of all kinds. These interests will finally distract their minds from questions in which we should find ourselves compelled to oppose them. Growing more and more disaccustomed to reflect and form any opinions of their own, people will begin to talk in the same tone as we, because we alone shall be offering them new directions for thought. Of course, through such persons as will not be suspected of solidarity with us. The part played by the liberals, utopian dreamers, will be finally played out when our government is acknowledged. Till such time they will continue to do us good service. Therefore we shall continue to direct their minds to all sorts of vain conceptions of fantastic theories, new and apparently progressive, for have we not with complete success turned the brainless heads of the Goyim with progress, till there is not among the Goyim one mind able to perceive that under this word lies a departure from truth in all cases where it is not a question of material inventions, for truth is one, and in it there is no place for progress. Progress, like a fallacious idea, serves to obscure truth so that none may know it except us, the chosen of God, its guardians. When we come into our kingdom, our orators will expound great problems which have turned humanity upside down in order to bring it at the end under our beneficent rule. Who will ever suspect then that all these peoples were stage managed by us according to a political plan which no one has so much as guessed at in the course of many centuries? Haton, right from the horse's mouth, dear ones, these have been written and updated constantly to suit the changing times, but the intent and the methods have never varied one iota, and this Antichrist has duped the world. This information is directly quoted from his own set of guidelines. If you, the people, do not see this, then I see little hope of ever reaching understanding of your situation. Please do not leave us now. The confirmations and relationships for you to view are only half presented. Protocol No. 14. The religion of the future. Future conditions of serfdom. Inaccessibility of knowledge regarding the nation of the future. Pornography and the printed matter of the future. When we come into our kingdom, it will be undesirable for us that there should exist any other religion than ours, of the one God with whom our destiny is bound up by our position as the chosen people, and through whom our same destiny is united with the destinies of the world. We must therefore sweep away all other forms of belief. If this gives birth to the atheists whom we see today, it will not, being a transitional stage, interfere with our views, but will serve as a warning for those generations which will hearken to our preaching of the religion of Moses, that, by its stable and thoroughly elaborated system, has brought all the peoples of the world into subjection to us. Therein we shall emphasize its mystical right, on which, as we shall say, all its educative power is based. Then at every possible opportunity we shall publish article in which we shall make comparisons between our beneficent rule and those of past ages. The blessings of tranquility, though it be a tranquility forcibly brought about by centuries of agitation, will throw into higher relief the benefits to which we shall point. The errors of the Goyim governments will be depicted by us in the most vivid hues. We shall implant such an abhorrence of them that the peoples will prefer tranquility in a state of serfdom to those rights of vaunted freedom which have tortured humanity and exhausted the very sources of human existence, sources which have been exploited by a mob of rascally adventurers who know not what they do. Use Goyim when we were undermining their state structures, will have so wearied the peoples by that time that they will prefer to suffer anything under us rather than run the risk of enduring again all the agitations and miseries they have gone through. At the same time we shall not omit to emphasize the historical mistakes of the Goy governments which have tormented humanity for so many centuries by their lack of understanding of everything that constitutes the true good of humanity in their chase after fantastic schemes of social blessings, and have never noticed that these schemes kept on producing a worse and never a better state of the universal relations which are the basis of human life. The whole force of our principles and methods will lie in the fact that we shall present them and expound them as a splendid contrast to the dead and decomposed old order of things in social life. Our philosophers will discuss all the shortcomings of the various beliefs of the Goyim, but no one will ever bring under discussion our faith from its true point of view, since this will be fully learned by none save ours, who will never dare to betray its secrets. In countries known as progressive and enlightened we have created a senseless, filthy, abominable literature. For some time after our entrance to power we shall continue to encourage its existence in order to provide a telling relief by contrast to the speeches, party program, which will be distributed from exalted quarters of ours. Our wise men, trained to be the leaders of the Goyim, will compose speeches, projects, memoirs, articles, which will be used by us to influence the minds of the Goyim, directing them towards such understanding and forms of knowledge as have been determined by us. Dharma, enough for a few minutes. I measure the intake by that which is happening to you as you write, and you are quite physically ill. Go and take time out to recoup, for when truth comes into comprehension it becomes, indeed, systemic overload. This is information which outlays the entire plan of control of man and planet since before the creation of your globe. If you accept this as light reading, there is truly not yet understanding in even a fractional manner, but, dear ones, continue to struggle your way through and then read again and again and again, until it settles, for it is thine escape from the trap knowing. Well, where has this information been all this time, if it is true? Hidden under threat of death to any who would project it? And yet, there has been copies hereof in multitudes of libraries and hidden corners. It has been presented to public press and still smothered. Now it is time for it to be put forth unto the understanding public, but I shall insult you further in their perceptions. The beast is so sure of the perfection of his works that he will not do more than annoy us and selectively destroy a few, but not too many, lest he prove the truth of it by his attention to the matter. He is so sure of his total control that he is now testing you with allowance of this material to flow forth, for he is convinced by his swaggering egotistical pride that you the people will continue to sleep and simply get rid of the nuisance and annoyance of the scribe and projectors of the truth. After all, they have every base covered in the controlling facets of your existence, they think. I remind you of something most important, friends, or enemies. This beast of a million claws will promise and then desert you while he laughs at your plight. God of light and creation will never desert you even unto the 12th hour, and therein is the secret of the battle. The beast will end up devouring himself, for he is a prideful being and will destroy himself in his blown up belief that God will actually take leave of his own dear ones. There will be very, very few godless atheists in the Saudi desert in a mere few days. It will not be the satanic God unto whom those children will call forth, it will be unto Creator God to whom they will again turn for salvation. The beast, at some point, betrays himself. So be it, and Selah. We will take up again with Protocol No. 15, which is too lengthy to include in this writing, so please begin a new section when we return. Thank you. Let me, prior to leaving this, tell you something which I believe the masses are missing. Mason as a word meant something quite different than the publicly accepted group of good-doing lodge folk. It was the secret code of the secret places and activities. Just as with all other facets of your life projections, it was another good way to suck you in, just as prevailing lies upon the commandments of God in order to mislead you into the depths of the abyss. Satan toys with you as the kitten with the mouse, and at some point you respond as the mouse, helpless and trapped, and ultimately will simply die rather than continue to struggle for your safety. Even if a person comes to release the mouse from the trap, it will run to the cat again, for you will appear the larger threat. This is the lie of lies, just as they will tell you to throw away these words, for they know these words are the key to your freedom from their trap, and most of you will do so. Indeed, how sad it is. Jai Orgo Series Haton, keeper of the records, in service unto the bringer of truth. Just how did you think it would happen, my beloved friends? Would you ask pleadingly for the news and instructions, and then as it flows from your radio turn the radio off and smash it to bits? I think you might wish to ponder this point a bit in careful consideration. How did you think God would reach through to you in a manner which you can understand? You did not really believe it would be through a floating cloud at the touting of the evangelist who is already in total service unto that which is bounded by the protocols and already floundering in the service of Satan himself. Your perfection for God only creates perfection, and you are most capable of comprehension and self-understanding. You whom they would discount as rednecks, bluenecks and stupid illiterates will rise up, learned brothers, and snuff out their lies. This is exactly why they keep you wallowing in your assumption that there is nothing you can do about it. You can do everything about it once you decide to do so. Chapter 16. Rec number 3 Haton. Thursday, February 14, 1991, 1:52 p.m. Year 4 Day 182 Clarity. Yes, clarity flows as quickly as the rushing spring snow melt when truth becomes the obvious and they can no longer fool you with their lies. And, yes, it goes all the way back into the times of the ancient Bible myths foisted forth to fool you through the ages of time. Let us take Moses, for this is where Dharma has gotten a very large aha. It has always been foisted upon you that Moses, in punishment from God, was not allowed to pass into the holy promised land. The truth of that lie becomes obvious when you consider that the promised land for a God's person would not be of physical manifestation, and therefore anything of physical stuff or things would not be the promised land. So you have been duped again by the magician of deceit. Who gives forth physical, human, fleshly promises? Also, ponder this a moment. If you average only 70 some odd years in human flesh and must leave it all behind at death of that flesh, and everyone does die as is accepted, what have ye gained even if ye get all he promises? You get a few years, possibly, of having you see, most don't even have it. Even in the midst of what is perceived as the power and wealth and control, what have ye? Mostly terror at losing that which you have garnered, having to guard it, unhappiness and continued searching for that elusive substance always just out of reach, the promised land, the promised stuff, the promised things, power, control, and on just out of reach. Believe me, beloved ones, when the tool is no longer useful to the elite in service of Satan's promises, the tool is destroyed or cast out, just as are the servants who have sold their souls and generations unto the beast. So be it, and may you come to see it in time to turn it about. Why, further, does it concern you so much who might be one, Haton? If I speak truth and truth is truth and I come in service unto Holy Creator God, what difference does it make if I be a bird, a plane, or Superman? The fact that I exist in reality is a nice frosting for the cake, perhaps. Life is a strange experience, for if ye go unto the devil's schoolroom and ye are wise enough to take only truth or discern the truth from the fiction, do you see, ye shall still end up in the presence of God. The master teacher was recognized and called the King of Wisdom, and so it is. Was he supernatural at the time? No, he was simply wise and discerned and taught the difference between the lies and the truth and practiced truth in all he did and said. Another strange phenomenon: if a man lies and knows that he lies, there is still hope for him. If he is convinced the lie is truth, he shall surely fall into the trap and be swallowed up. Further, if he foolishly pronounces loudly that the lie is truth, the lie is more quickly seen by others and he becomes the jester to be laughed at in full deserving thereof. An ignorant babbler who proclaims great wisdom is the biggest fool of all. Protocol No. 15. One day coup d'etat, revolution, over all the world. Executions. Future lot of Goyim Masons. Mysticism of authority. Multiplication of Masonic lodges. Central Governing Board of Masonic Elders. The Azev Tactics. Masonry as leader and guide of all secret societies. Significance of public applause. Collectivism. Victims. Executions of Masons. Fall of the prestige of laws and authority. Our position as the chosen people. Brevity and clarity of the laws of the kingdom of the future. Obedience to orders. Measures against abuse of authority. Severity of penalties. Age limit for judges. Liberalism of judges and authorities. The money of all the world. Absolutism of Masonry. Right of appeal. Patriarchal outside appearance of the power of the future ruler. Apotheosis of the ruler. The right of the strong as the one and only right. The King of Israel. Patriarch of all the world. When we at last definitely come into our kingdom by the aid of coups d'état prepared everywhere for one and the same day, after the worthlessness of all existing forms of government has been definitely acknowledged, and not a little time will pass before that comes about, perhaps even a whole century, we shall make it our task to see that against us such things as plots shall no longer exist. With this purpose we shall slay without mercy all who take arms, in hand, to oppose our coming into our kingdom. Every kind of new institution of anything like a secret society will also be punished with death. Those of them which are now in existence, are known to us, serve us, and have served us, we shall disband and send into exile to continents far removed from Europe. In this way we shall proceed with those Goy Masons who know too much, such of these as we may for some reason spare will be kept in constant fear of exile. We shall promulgate a law making all former members of secret societies liable to exile from Europe as the center of our rule. Resolutions of our government will be final, without appeal. In the Goy societies, in which we have planted and deeply rooted discord and Protestantism, the only possible way of restoring order is to employ merciless measures that prove the direct force of authority. No regard must be paid to the victims who fall, they suffer for the well-being of the future. The attainment of that well-being, even at the expense of sacrifices, is the duty of and kind of government that acknowledges as justification for its existence not only its privileges but its obligations. The principal guarantee of stability of rule is to confirm the aureole of power, and this aureole is attained only by such a majestic inflexibility of might as shall carry on its face the emblems of inviolability from mystical causes from the choice of God. Such was, until recent times, the Russian autocracy, the one and only serious foe we had in the world, without counting the papacy. Bear in mind the example when Italy, drenched with blood, never touched a hair of the head of Sulla who had poured forth that blood. Sulla enjoyed an apotheosis for his might in the eyes of the people, though they had been torn in pieces by him, but his intrepid return to Italy ringed him round with inviolability. The people do not lay a finger on him who hypnotizes them by his daring and strength of mind. Meantime, however, until we come into our kingdom, we shall act in the contrary way. We shall create and multiply free Masonic lodges in all the countries of the world, absorb into them all who may become or who are prominent in public activity, for in these lodges we shall find our principal intelligence office and means of influence. All these lodges we shall bring under one central administration, known to us alone and to all others absolutely unknown, which will be composed of our learned elders. The lodges will have their representatives who will serve to screen the above-mentioned administration of Masonry and from whom will issue the watchword and program. In these lodges we shall tie together the knot which binds together all revolutionary and liberal elements. Their composition will be made up of all strata of society. The most secret political plots will be known to us and will fall under our guiding hands on the very day of their conception. Among the members of these lodges will be almost all the agents of international and national police, since their service is for us irreplaceable in the respect that the police is in a position not only to use its own particular measures with the insubordinate, but also to screen our activities and provide pretexts for discontents, etc. The class of people who most willingly enter into secret societies are those who live by their wits, careerists, and in general people, mostly light-minded, with whom we shall have no difficulty in dealing and in using to wind up the mechanism of the machine devised by us. If this world grows agitated, the meaning of that will be that we have had to stir up in order to break up its too great solidarity. But if there should arise in its midst a plot, then at the head of that plot will be no other than one of our most trusted servants. It is natural that we and no other should lead Masonic activities, for we know whither we are leading, we know the final goal of every form of activity, whereas the Goyim have knowledge of nothing, not even of the immediate effect of action. They put before themselves, usually, the momentary reckoning of the satisfaction of their self-opinion in the accomplishment of their thought, without even remarking that the very conception never belonged to their initiative but to our instigation of their thought. The Goyim enter the lodges out of curiosity or in the hope by their means to get a nibble at the public pie, and some of them in order to obtain a hearing before the public for their impracticable and groundless fantasies. They thirst for the emotion of success and applause, of which we are remarkably generous. And the reason why we give them this success is to make use of the high conceit of themselves to which it gives birth, for that insensibly disposes them to assimilate our suggestions without being on their guard against them, in the fullness of their confidence that it is their own infallibility which is giving utterance to their own thoughts, and that it is impossible for them to borrow those of others. You cannot imagine to what extent the wisest of the Goyim can be brought to a state of unconscious naivete in the presence of this condition of high conceit of themselves, and at the same time how easy it is to take the heart out of them by the slightest ill success, though it be nothing more than the stoppage of the applause they had, and to reduce them to a slavish submission for the sake of winning a renewal of success. By so much as ours disregard success if only they can carry through their plans, by so much the Goyim are willing to sacrifice plans only to have success. This psychology of theirs materially facilitates for us the task of setting them in the required direction. These tigers in appearance have the souls of sheep and the wind blows freely through their heads. We have set them on the hobby horse of an idea about the absorption of individuality by the symbolic unit of collectivism they have never yet and they never will have the sense to reflect that this hobby horse is a manifest violation of the most important laws of nature, which has established from the very creation of the world one unit unlike another and precisely for the purpose of instituting individuality. If we have been able to bring them to such a pitch of stupid blindness, is it not a proof, and an amazingly clear proof, of the degree to which the mind of the Goyim is undeveloped in comparison with our mind? This it is, mainly, which guarantees our success. And how far-seeing were our learned elders in ancient times when they said that to attain a serious end it behoves not to stop at any means or to count the victims sacrificed for the sake of that end. We have not counted the victims of the seed of the Goy cattle, though we have sacrificed many of our own, but for that we have now already given them such a position on the earth as they could not even have dreamed of. The comparatively small numbers of the victims from the number of ours have preserved our nationality from destruction. Death is the inevitable end for all. It is better to bring that end nearer to those who hinder our affairs than to ourselves, to the founder of this affair. We execute Masons in such wise that none save the Brotherhood can ever have suspicion of it, not even the victims themselves of our death sentence. They all die when required as if from a normal kind of illness, knowing that even the Brotherhood in its turn dare not protest. By such methods we have plucked out of the midst of Masonry the very root of protest against our disposition. While preaching liberalism to the Goyim, we at the same time keep our own people and our agents in a state of unquestioning submission. Under our influence the execution of the laws of the Goyim has been reduced to a minimum. The prestige of the law has been exploded by the liberal interpretations introduced into this sphere. In the most important and fundamental affairs and questions judges decide as we dictate to them, see matters in the light wherewith we unfold them for the administration of the Goyim, of course, through persons who are our tools, though we do not appear to have anything in common with them by newspaper opinion or by other means. Even senators and the higher administration accept our counsels. The purely brute mind of the Goyim is incapable of use for analysis and observation, and still more for the foreseeing whither a certain manner of setting a question may tend. In this difference in capacity for thought between the Goyim and ourselves may be clearly discerned the seal of our position on the chosen people and of our higher quality of humanness, in contradistinction to the brute mind of the Goyim. Their eyes are open, but see nothing before them and do not invent, unless, perhaps, material things. From this it is plain that nature herself has destined us to guide and rule the world. When comes the time of our overt rule, the time to manifest its blessings, we shall remake all legislatures, all our laws will be brief, plain, stable, without any kind of interpretations, so that anyone will be in a position to know them perfectly. The main feature which will run right through them is submission to orders, and this principle will be carried to a grandiose height. Every abuse will then disappear in consequence of the responsibility of all down to the lowest unit before the higher authority of the representative of power. Abuses of power subordinate to this last instance will be so mercilessly punished that none will be found anxious to try experiments with their own powers. We shall follow up jealously every action of the administration on which depends the smooth running of the machinery of the state, for slackness in this produces slackness everywhere. Not a single case of illegality or abuse of power will be left without exemplary punishment. Concealment of guilt, connivance between those in the service of the administration, all this kind of evil will disappear after the very first examples of severe punishment. The aureole of our power demands suitable, that is, cruel, punishments for the slightest infringement, for the sake of gain, of its supreme prestige. The sufferer, though his punishment may exceed his fault, will count as a soldier falling on the administrative field of battle in the interest of authority, principle, and law, which do not permit that any of those who hold the reins of the public coach should turn aside from the public highway to their own private paths. For example, our judges will know that whenever they feel disposed to plume themselves on foolish clemency they are violating the law of justice which is instituted for the exemplary edification of men by penalties for lapses and not for display of the spiritual qualities of the judge. Such qualities it is proper to show in private life, but not in a public square which is the educationary basis of human life. Our legal staff will serve not beyond the age of 55, firstly because old men more obstinately hold to prejudiced opinions, and are less capable of submitting to new directions, and secondly because this will give us the possibility by this measure of securing elasticity in the changing of staff, which will thus the more easily bend under our pressure. He who wishes to keep his place will have to give blind obedience to deserve it. In general, our judges will be elected by us only from among those who thoroughly understand that the part they have to play is to punish and apply laws and not to dream about the manifestations of liberalism at the expense of the educationary scheme of the state, as the Goyim in these days imagine it to be. This method of shuffling the staff will serve also to explode any collective solidarity of those in the same service and will bind all to the interests of the government upon which their fate will depend. The young generation of judges will be trained in certain views regarding the inadmissibility of any abuses that might disturb the established order of our subjects among themselves. In these days the judges of the Goyim create indulgences to every kind of crimes, not having a just understanding of the office, because the rulers of the present age in appointing judges to office take no care to inculcate in them a sense of duty and consciousness of the matter which is demanded of them. As a brute beast lets out its young in search of prey, so do the Goyim give their subjects places of profit without thinking to make clear for them what purpose such place was created. This is the reason why their governments are being ruined by their own forces through the acts of their own administration. Let us borrow from the example of the results of these actions yet another lesson for our government. We shall root our liberalism from all the important strategic posts of our government on which depends the training of subordinates for our state structure. Such posts will fall exclusively to those who have been trained by us for administrative rule. To the possible objection that the retirement of old servants will cost the treasury heavily, I reply, firstly, they will be provided with some private service in place of what they lose, and, secondly, I have remarked that all the money in the world will be concentrated in our hands, consequently it is not our government that has to fear expense. Our absolutism will in all things be logically consecutive, and therefore in each one of its decrees our supreme will be respected and unquestionably fulfilled. It will ignore all murmurs, all discontents of every kind, and will destroy to the root every kind of manifestation of them in act by punishment of an exemplary character. We shall abolish the right of cassation, which will be transferred exclusively to our disposal to the cognizance of him who rules, for we must not allow the conception among the people of a thought that there could be such a thing as a decision that is not right of judges set up by us. If, however, anything like this should occur, we shall ourselves cassate the decision, but inflict therewith such exemplary punishment on the judge for lack of understanding of his duty and the purposes of his appointment as will prevent a repetition of such cases. I repeat that it must be borne in mind that we shall know every step of our administration, which only needs to be closely watched for the people to be content with us, for it has the right to demand from a good government a good official. Our government will have the appearance of a patriarchal paternal guardianship on the part of our ruler. Our own nation and our subjects will discern in his person a father caring for their every need, their every act, their every interrelation as subjects one with another, as well as their relations to the ruler. They will then be so thoroughly imbued with the thought that it is impossible for them to dispense with this wardship and guidance, if they wish to live in peace and quiet, that they will acknowledge the autocracy of our ruler with a devotion bordering on apotheosis, especially when they are convinced that those whom we set up do not put their own in place of his authority, but only blindly execute his dictates. They will be rejoiced that we have regulated everything in their lives as is done by wise parents who desire to train their children in the cause of duty and submission. For the peoples of the world in regard to the secrets of our policy are ever through the ages only children under age, precisely as are also their governments. As you see, I found our despotism on right and duty. The right to compel the execution of duty is the direct obligation of a government which is a father for its subjects. It has the right of the strong that it may use it for the benefit of directing humanity towards that order which is defined by nature, namely, submission. Everything in the world is in a state of submission, if not to man, then to circumstance or its own inner character, in all cases, to what is stronger. And so shall we be the something stronger for the sake of good. We are obliged without hesitation to sacrifice individuals who commit a breach of established order, for in the exemplary punishment of evil lies a great educational problem. When the king of Israel sets upon his sacred head the crown offered him by Europe, he will become patriarch of the world. The indispensable victims offered by him in consequence of their suitability will never reach the number of victims offered in the course of centuries by the mania of magnificence, the emulation between the Goy governments. Our king will be in constant communion with the peoples, making to them from the tribune speeches which fame will in that same hour distribute over all the world. Haton, at exactly 2:11 p.m. you received a warning of warnings. Do not be foolish enough to toss it to the side as a sonic boom from one of your sky toys. You get these every time you are about to overstep Soviet bounds as set forth. You once play with total world destruction as if it were a game of ping pong. We have much work to do, Dharma, and we will serve until there is no breath left with which to serve, so be it, so please, just keep writing. Sananda will be happy to give unto Thomas the information you once seek, and you will put it from your consciousness, for I cannot spare you the time, for part of it was another strike against your being which went awry, and there is no need to ponder that which is past. So be it. Let us close this portion as a chapter, for it was indeed a long protocol, and the reading is easier if broken into chewable segments. Haton to await clearing of the board. Chapter 17. Rec number 4 Haton. Thursday, February 14, 1991, 4:21 p.m. Year 4 Day 182. The next protocol is extremely important, for it is through the molding of the mind that success is truly garnered. Once an idea is thoroughly instilled, it is almost impossible to change the concept. It is true, however, that Satan always presents a flaw which he must hide most carefully, that is the fact that God can overcome any and all his tricks, so the point is to keep you the masses separated from the truth of God. However, once revealed in its clarity, truth cannot be suppressed, and thereby comes the fact that truth shall set ye free. Protocol No. 16. Emasculation of the universities. Substitute for classicism. Training and calling. Advertisement of the authority of the ruler in the schools. Abolition of freedom of instruction. New theories. Independence of thought. Teaching by object lessons. In order to effect the destruction of all collective forces except ours, we shall emasculate the first stage of collectivism, the universities, by re-educating them in a new direction. Their officials and professors will be prepared for their business by detailed secret programs of action from which they will not with immunity diverge, not by one iota. They will be appointed with a special precaution, and will be so placed as to be wholly dependent upon the government. We shall exclude from the course of instruction state law as also all that concerns the political question. These subjects will be taught to a few dozen of persons chosen for their preeminent capacities from among the number of the initiated. The universities must no longer send out from their halls mild sops concocting plans for a constitution, like a comedy or a tragedy, burying themselves with questions of policy in which even their own fathers never had any power of thought. The ill-guided acquaintances of a large number of persons with questions of polity creates utopian dreamers and bad subjects, as you can see for yourselves from the example of the universal education in this direction of the Goyim. We must introduce into their education all those principles which have so brilliantly broken up their order. But when we are in power, we shall remove every kind of disturbing subject from the course of education, and shall make out of the youth obedient children of authority, loving him who rules as the support and hope of peace and quiet. Classicism, as also any form of study of ancient history, in which there are more bad than good examples, we shall replace with the study of the program of the future. We shall erase from the memory of men all facts of previous centuries which are undesirable to us, and leave only those which depict all the errors of the government of the Goyim. The study of practical life, of the obligations of order, of the relations of people one to another, of avoiding bad and selfish examples, which spread the infection of evil, and similar questions of an educative nature, will stand in the forefront of the teaching program, which will be drawn up on a separate plan for each calling or state of life, in no wise generalizing the teaching. This treatment of the question has special importance. Each state of life must be trained within strict limits corresponding to its destination and work in life. The occasional genius has always managed and always will manage to slip through into other states of life, but it is the most perfect folly for the sake of this rare occasional genius to let through into ranks foreign to them the untalented, who thus rob of their places those who belong to those ranks by birth or employment. You know yourselves in what all this has ended for the Goyim who allowed this crying absurdity. In order that he who rules may be seated firmly in the hearts and minds of his subjects, it is necessary to instruct the whole nation in the schools and on the marketplaces about his meaning and his acts and all his beneficent initiatives. We shall abolish every kind of freedom of instruction. Learners of all ages will have the right to assemble together with their parents in the educational establishments as if it were in a club. During these assemblies, on holidays, teachers will read what will pass as free lectures on questions of human relations, of the laws of examples, of the limitations which are born of unconscious relations, and, finally, of the philosophy of new theories not yet declared to the world. These theories will be raised by us to the stage of a dogma of faith as a transitional stage towards our faith. On the completion of this exposition of our program of action in the present and the future, I will read you the principles of these theories. In a word, knowing by the experience of many centuries that people live and are guided by ideas, that these ideas are imbibed by people only by the aid of education provided with equal success for all ages of growth, but of course by varying methods, we shall swallow up and confiscate to our own use the last scintilla of independence of thought, which we have for long past been directing towards subjects and ideas useful for us. The system of bridling thought is already at work in the so-called system of teaching by object lessons, the purpose of which is to turn the Goyim into unthinking submissive brutes waiting for things to be presented before their eyes in order to form an idea of them. In France, one of our best agents, Bourgeois, has already made public a new program of teaching by object lessons. Protocol No. 17. Advocacy. Influence of the priesthood of the Goyim. Freedom of conscience. Papal court. King of the Jews as Patriarch Pope. How to fight the existing church. Function of contemporary press. Organization of police. Volunteer police. Espionage on the pattern of the cabal espionage. Abuses of authority. The practice of advocacy produces men cold, cruel, persistent, unprincipled, who in all cases take up an impersonal, purely legal standpoint. They have the inveterate habit to refer everything to its value for the defense and not to the public welfare of its results. They do not usually decline to undertake any defense whatever, they strive for an acquittal at all costs, cavilling over every petty crux of jurisprudence, and thereby they demoralize justice. For this reason we shall set this profession into narrow frames which will keep it inside the sphere of executive public service. Advocates, equally with judges, will be deprived of the right of communications with litigants. They will receive business only from the court and will study it by notes of report and documents, defending their clients after they have been interrogated in the court on facts that have appeared. They will receive an honorarium without regard to the quality of the defense. This will render them mere reporters on law business in the interest of justice, and as counterpoise to the proctor who will be the reporter in the interests of prosecution, this will shorten business before the courts. In this way will be established a practice of honest unprejudiced defense conducted not from personal interest but by conviction. This will also, by the way, remove the present practice of corrupt bargain between advocates to agree only to let that side win which pays most. We have long past taken care to discredit the priesthood of the Goyim, and thereby to ruin their mission on earth, which in these days might still be a great hindrance to us. Day by day its influence on the peoples of the world is falling lower. Freedom of conscience has been declared everywhere, so that now only years divide us from the moment of the complete wrecking of that Christian religion. As to other religions we shall have still less difficulty in dealing with them, but it would be premature to speak of this now. We shall set clericalism and clericals into such narrow frames as to make their influence move in retrogressive proportion to its former progress. When the time comes finally to destroy the papal court, the finger of an invisible hand will point the nations towards this court. When, however, the nations fling themselves upon it, we shall come forward in the guise of its defenders as if to save excessive bloodshed. By this diversion we shall penetrate to its very bowels, and be sure we shall never come out again until we have gnawed through the entire strength of this place. The King of the Jews will be the real Pope of the universe, the Patriarch of an international church. Hayton, go right back and read that last sentence. But, in the meantime, while we are re-educating youth in new traditional religions and afterwards in ours, we shall not overtly lay a finger on existing churches, but we shall fight against them by criticism calculated to produce schism. In general, then, our contemporary press will continue to convict state affairs, religions, Incapacities of the Goyim, always using the most unprincipled expressions in order by every means to lower their prestige in the manner which can only be practiced by the genius of our gifted tribe. Our kingdom will be an apologia of the divinity Vishnu, in whom is found its personification, and our 100 hands will be, one in each, the springs of the machinery of social life. We shall see everything without the aid of official police which, in that scope of its rights which we elaborated for the use of the Goyim, hinders governments from seeing. In our program 1/3 of our subjects will keep the rest under observation from a sense of duty, on the principle of volunteer service to the state. It will then be no disgrace to be a spy and informer, but a merit. Unfounded denunciations, however, will be cruelly punished that there may be no development of abuses of this right. Our agents will be taken from the higher as well as the lower ranks of society, from among the administrative class who spend their time in amusements, editors, printers and publishers, bookseller, clerks, and salesmen, workmen, coachmen, lackeys, etc. This body, having no rights and not being empowered to take any action on their own account, and consequently a police without any power, will only witness and report. Verification of their reports and arrests will depend upon a responsible group of controllers of police affairs, while the actual act of arrest will be performed by the gendarmerie and the municipal police. Any person not denouncing anything seen or heard concerning questions of polity will also be charged with and made responsible for concealment, if it be proved that he is guilty of this crime. Just as nowadays our brethren are obliged at their own risk to denounce to the cabal apostates of their own family or members who have been noticed doing anything in opposition to the cabal, so in our kingdom over all the world it will be obligatory for all our subjects to observe the duty of service to the state in this direction. Such an organization will extirpate abuses of authority, of force, of bribery, everything in fact which we by our counsels, by our theories of the superhuman rights of man, have introduced into the customs of the Goyim. But how else were we to procure that increase of causes predisposing to disorders in the midst of their administration? Among the number of those methods one of the most important is agents for the restoration of order, so placed as to have the opportunity in their disintegrating activity of developing and displaying their evil inclinations, obstinate self-conceit, irresponsible exercise of authority, and, first and foremost, venality. Protocol No. 18. Measures of secret defense. Observation of conspiracies from the inside. Overt secret defense, the ruin of authority. Secret defense of the king of the Jews. Mystical prestige of authority. Arrest on the first suspicion. When it becomes necessary for us to strengthen the strict measures of the secret defense, the most fatal poison for the prestige of authority, we shall arrange a simulation of disorders or some manifestation of discontents finding expression through the cooperation of good speakers. Round the speaker will assemble all who are sympathetic to his utterances. This will give us the pretext for domiciliary perquisitions and surveillance on the part of our servants from among the number of the Goyim police. As the majority of conspirators act out of love for the game, for the sake of talking, so, until they commit some overt act we shall not lay a finger on them but only introduce into their midst observation elements. It must be remembered that the prestige of authority is lessened if it frequently discovers conspiracies against itself. This implies a presumption of consciousness of weakness, or, what is still worse, of injustice. You are aware that we have broken through our agents, blind sheep of our flock, who are easily moved by a few liberal phrases to crimes provided only they be painted in political colors. We have compelled the rulers to acknowledge their weakness in advertising overt measures of secret defense, and thereby we shall bring the promise of authority to destruction. Our ruler will be secretly protected only by the most insignificant guard, because we shall not admit so much as a thought that there could exist against him any sedition with which he is not strong enough to contend and is compelled to hide from it. If we should admit this thought, as the Goyim have done and are doing, we should ipso facto be signing a death sentence, if not for our ruler, at any rate for his dynasty, at no distant date. According to strictly enforced outward appearances, our ruler will employ his power only for the advantage of the nation and in no wise for his own or dynastic profits. Therefore, with the observance of this decorum, his authority will be respected and guarded by the subjects themselves. It will receive an apotheosis in the admission that with it is bound up the well-being of every citizen of the state, for upon it will depend all order in the common life of the pack. Overt defense of the kind argues weakness in the organization of his strength. Our ruler will always among the people be surrounded by a mob of apparently curious men and women, who will occupy the front ranks about him, to all appearance by chance, and will restrain the ranks of the rest out of respect as it will appear for good order. This will show an example of restraint also in others. If a petitioner appears among the people trying to hand a petition and forcing his way through the ranks, the first ranks must receive the petition and before the eyes of the petitioner pass it to the ruler, so that all may know that what is handed in reaches its destination, that, consequently, there exists a control of the ruler himself. The aureole of power requires for its existence that the people may be able to say, if the king knew of this, or, the king will hear of it. With the establishment of official secret defense, the mystical prestige of authority disappears given a certain audacity, and everyone counts himself master of it. The sedition-monger is conscious of his strength, and when occasion serves watches for the moment to make an attempt upon authority for the Goyim. We have been preaching something else, but by that very fact we are enabled to see what measures of overt defense have brought them to. Criminals with us will be arrested at the first more or less well-grounded suspicion. It cannot be allowed that out of fear of a possible mistaken opportunity should be given of escape to persons suspected of a political lapse or crime, for in these matters we shall be literally merciless. If it is still possible, by stretching a point, to admit a reconsideration of the motive causes in simple crimes, there is no possibility of excuse for persons occupying themselves with questions in which nobody except the government can understand anything. And it is not all governments that understand true policy. Protocol No. 19. The right of presenting petitions and projects. Sedition. Indictment of political crimes. Advertising of political crimes. If we do not permit any independent dabbling in the political, we shall on the other hand encourage every kind of report or petition with proposals for the government to examine into all kinds of projects for the amelioration of the condition of the people. This will reveal to us the defects or else the fantasies of our subjects, to which we shall respond either by accomplishing them or by a wise rebutment to prove the short-sightedness of one who judges wrongly. Sedition-mongering is nothing more than the yapping of a lapdog at an elephant. For a government well organized, not from the police but from the public point of view, the lapdog yaps at the elephant in entire unconsciousness of its strength and importance. It needs no more than to take a good example to show the relative importance of both, and the lapdogs will cease to yap and will wag their tails the moment they set eyes on an elephant. In order to destroy the prestige of heroism for political crime, we shall send it for trial in the category of thieving, murder, and every kind of abominable and filthy crime. Public opinion will then confuse in its conception this category of crime with the disgrace attaching to every other and will brand it with the same contempt. We have done our best, and I hope we have succeeded, to obtain that the goyim should not arrive at this means of contending with sedition. It was for this reason that through the press and in speeches, indirectly and cleverly compiled school books on history, we have advertised the martyrdom alleged to have been accepted by sedition-mongers for the idea of the common weal. E.J. Good word, meaning common good for general good. This advertisement has increased the contingent of liberals and has brought thousands of goyim into the ranks of our livestock cattle. Dharma, let us break the chapter at this point, for if we move on too quickly there is not time for even brief digestion of contents. This is most heavy material, albeit obvious and unmistakable in truth. That does not, however, make it any the easier to accept. Just go on and change the numbering and we will continue. Blessings, Keela, and thank you for your continuing work, for the hours do grow so long at the work and you, too, must come into the confrontation of that which has come down upon your species. God is ever gentle in his healing, however, if ye but stay the course and hold to his hand, always enclosing you in security if you but accept of it. Salom. Chapter 18. Rec number 5, Hayton. Thursday, February 14, 1991, 6 p.m. Year 4, Day 182. Protocol No. 20. Financial Program. Progressive Tax. Stamp progressive taxation. Exchequer, interest-bearing papers, and stagnation of currency. Method of accounting. Abolition of ceremonial displays. Stagnation of capital. Currency issue. Gold standard. Standard of cost of working manpower. Budget. State loans. 1 per cent interest series. Industrial shares. Rulers of the goyim, courtiers and favoritism, Masonic agents. Hayton, if this one doesn't get to you, there is probably nothing that will do so. Please study this protocol most carefully and meticulously. Today we shall touch upon the financial program, which I put off to the end of my report as being the most difficult, the crowning and the decisive point of our plans. Before entering upon it, I will remind you that I have already spoken before by way of a hint when I said that the sum total of our actions is settled by the question of figures. When we come into our kingdom, our autocratic government will avoid, from a principle of self-preservation, sensibly burdening the masses of the people with taxes, remembering that it plays the part of father and protector. But as state organizations cost dear, it is necessary nevertheless to obtain the funds required for it. I will, therefore, elaborate with particular precaution the question of equilibrium in this matter. Our rule, in which the king will enjoy the legal fiction that everything in his state belongs to him, which may easily be translated into fact, will be enabled to resort to the lawful confiscation of all sums of every kind for the regulation of their circulation in the state. From this follows that taxation will best be covered by a progressive tax on property. In this manner the dues will be paid without straitening or ruining anybody in the form of a percentage of the amount of property. The rich must be aware that it is their duty to place a part of their superfluities at the disposal of the state, since the state guarantees them security of possession of the rest of their property and the right of honest gains. I say honest, for the control over property will do away with robbery on a legal basis. This social reform must come from above, for the time is ripe for it. It is indispensable as a pledge of peace. Hayton, do not misread the above, ye who are rich and think you are accepted from this confiscation somehow. The plan is to extract by requirement that which is in holding, while allowing continued earnings on a portion of the property left in their possession. For you who can't make up your minds what to do with sums in possession at present, there you have it in black and white, exactly that which they plan to do to get your assets in holding. The tax upon the poor man is a seed of revolution and works to the detriment of the state, which in hunting after the trifling is missing the big. Quite apart from this, a tax on capitalists diminishes the growth of wealth in private hands, in which we have in these days concentrated it as a counterpoise to the government strength of the goyim, their state finances. A tax increasing in a percentage ratio to capital will give a much larger revenue than the present individual or property tax, which is useful to us now for the sole reason that it excites trouble and discontent among the goyim. The force upon which our king will rest consists in the equilibrium and the guarantee of peace, for the sake of which things it is indispensable that the capitalists should yield up a portion of their incomes for the sake of the secure working of the machinery of the state. State needs must be paid by those who will not feel the burden and have enough to take from. Hayton, now, how do you know whether or not you are in the group which will be protected and tended? If you don't know all about this plan unfolding herein, you are not among the chosen few to prosper and survive in the security shelters. Purely and simply put, your assets will simply be confiscated, and that will be that. Such a measure will destroy the hatred of the poor man for the rich, in whom he will see a necessary financial support for the state, will see in him the organizer of peace and well-being, since he will see that it is the rich man who is paying the necessary means to attain these things. Hayton, now hold your breath for this next hooker. In order that payers of the educated classes should not too much distress themselves over the new payments, they will have full accounts given them of the destination of those payments, with the exception of such sums as will be appropriated for the needs of the throne and the administrative institutions. He who reigns will not have any properties of his own once all in the state represents his patrimony, or else the one would be in contradiction to the other. The fact of holding private means would destroy the right of property in the common possession of all. Relatives of him who reigns, his heirs excepted, who will be maintained by the resources of the state, must enter the ranks of servants of the state or must work to obtain the right to property. The privilege of royal blood must not serve for the spoiling of the treasury. Hayton, go back. The magic phrase is his heirs accepted -i.e. all the Bush criminals in this given instance. Except Mr. Bush is not intended to be the king, he just thinks so. Purchase, receipt of money or inheritance will be subject to the payment of a stamp progressive tax. Any transfer of property, whether money or other, without evidence of payment of this tax, which will be strictly registered by names, will render the former holder liable to pay interest on the tax from the moment of transfer of these sums up to the discovery of his evasion of declaration of the transfer. Transfer documents must be presented weekly at the local treasury office with notifications of the name, surname and permanent place of residence of the former and the new holder of the property. This transfer with register of names must begin from a definite sum which exceeds the ordinary expenses of buying and selling of necessaries, and these will be subject to payment only by a stamp impost of a definite percentage of the unit. Just strike an estimate of how many times such taxes as these will cover the revenue of the Goyim states. The state exchequer will have to maintain a definite complement of reserve sums, and all that is collected above that complement must be returned into circulation. On these sums will be organized public works. The initiative in works of this kind, proceeding from state sources, will bind the working class firmly to the interests of the state and to those who reign. From these same sums also a part will be set aside as rewards of inventiveness and productiveness. On no account should so much as a single unit above the definite and freely estimated sums be retained in the state treasury, for money exists to be circulated, and any kind of stagnation of money acts ruinously on the running of the state machinery, for which it is the lubricant. A stagnation of the lubricant may stop the regular working of the mechanism. The substitution of interest-bearing paper for a part of the token of exchange has produced exactly the stagnation. The consequences of this circumstance are already sufficiently noticeable. A court of account will also be instituted by us, and in it the ruler will find at any moment a full accounting for state income and expenditure, with the exception of the current monthly account, not yet made up, and that of the preceding month, which will not yet have been delivered. The one and only person who will have no interest in robbing the state is its owner, the ruler. This is why the personal control will remove the possibility of leakage of extravagances. The representative function of the ruler at receptions for the sake of etiquette, which absorbs so much invaluable time, will be abolished in order that the ruler may have time for control and consideration. His power will not then be split up into fractional parts among time-serving favorites who surround the throne for its pomp and splendor, and are interested only in their own and not in the common interests of the state. Economic crises have been produced by us for the Goyim by no other means than the withdrawal of money from circulation. Huge capitals have stagnated, withdrawing money from states, which were constantly obliged to apply to those same stagnant capitals for loans. These loans burdened the finances of the state with the payment of interest and made them the bond slaves of these capitals. The concentration of industry in the hands of capitalists out of the hands of small masters has drained away all the juices of the peoples and with them also of the states. The present issue of money in general does not correspond with the requirements per head, and cannot therefore satisfy all the needs of the workers. The issue of money ought to correspond with the growth of population, and thereby children also must absolutely be reckoned as consumers of currency from the day of their birth. The revision of issue is a material question for the whole world. You are aware that the gold standard has been the ruin of the states which adopted it, for it has not been able to satisfy the demands for money, the more so that we have removed gold from circulation as far as possible. Hayton, go back and reread that portion. I warn you again that gold will be confiscated, so it is better to have a bid for trade but best to have it as collateral. You see, dear ones, they plan to have it all at any rate. It is simply a matter of timing. You might better have the assets working on something productive in the interim which may both protect some of your assets and, at worst, give you barterability for the investment. With us the standard that must be introduced is the cost of working manpower, whether it be reckoned in paper or in wood. We shall make the issue of money in accordance with the normal requirements of each subject, adding to the quantity with every birth and subtracting with every death. The accounts will be managed by each department, the French administrative division for instance, each circle. In order that there may be no delays in the paying out of money for state needs, the sums and terms of such payments will be fixed by decree of the ruler. This will do away with the protection by a ministry of one institution to the detriment of others. The budgets of income and expenditure will be carried out side by side that they may not be obscured by distance one to another. The reforms projected by us in the financial institutions and principles of the Goyim will be clothed by us in such forms as will alarm nobody. We shall point out the necessity of reforms in consequence of the disorderly darkness into which the Goyim by their irregularities have plunged the finances. The first irregularity, as we shall point out, consists in their beginning with drawing up a single budget which year after year grows owing to the following cause. This budget is dragged out to half the year, then they demand a budget to put things right, and this they expend in 3 months, after which they ask for a supplementary budget, and all this ends with a liquidation budget. But, as the budget of the following year is drawn up in accordance with the sum of the total addition, the annual departure from the normal reaches as much as 50% in a year, and so the annual budget is trebled in 10 years. Thanks to such methods, allowed by the carelessness of the Goy states, their treasuries are empty. The period of loans supervenes, and that has swallowed up remainders and brought all the Goy states to bankruptcy. You understand perfectly that economic arrangements of this kind, which have been suggested to the Goyim by us, cannot be carried on by us. Every kind of loan proves infirmity in the state and a want of understanding of the rights of the state. Loans hang like a sword of Damocles over the heads of rulers, who, instead of taking from their subjects by a temporary tax, come begging with outstretched palm of our bankers. Foreign loans are leeches which there is no possibility of removing from the body of the state until they fall off of themselves or the state flings them off. But the Goy states do not tear them off, they go on in persisting in putting more onto themselves so that they must inevitably perish, drained by voluntary bloodletting. What also indeed is, in substance, a loan, especially a foreign loan. A loan is an issue of government bill of exchange containing a percentage obligation commensurate to the sum of the loan capital. If the loan bears a charge of 5%, or then in 20 years the state vainly pays away in interest a sum equal to the loan borrowed, in 40 years it is paying a double sum, in 60 treble, and all the while the debt remains an unpaid debt. From this calculation it is obvious that with any form of taxation per head the state is bailing out the last coppers of the poor taxpayers in order to settle accounts with wealthy foreigners, from whom it has borrowed money instead of collecting these coppers for its own needs without the additional interest. So long as loans were internal the Goyim only shuffled the money from the pockets of the poor to those of the rich, but when we bought up the necessary persons in order to transfer loans into the external sphere all the wealth of states flowed into our cash boxes and all the Goyim began to pay us the tribute of subjects. Hayton, still laughing at that extra $13 billion to Israel. If the superficiality of Goy kings on their thrones in regard to state affairs and the venality of ministers or the want of understanding of financial matters on the part of other ruling persons have made their countries debtors of our treasuries to amounts quite impossible to pay, it has not been accomplished without on our part heavy expenditure of trouble and money. Stagnation of money will not be allowed by us, and therefore there will be no state interest-bearing paper, except a 1% series, so that there will be no payment of interest to leeches that suck all the strength out of the state. Hayton, might this also tell you exactly that which they plan to do with state bonds, bills, and state-backed funds? Those investments are now on borrowed time, friends, not just borrowed money, and they will be dissolved at some point, suddenly, with surprise. The right to issue interest-bearing paper will be given exclusively to industrial companies who will find no difficulty in paying interest out of profits, whereas the state does not make interest on borrowed money like these companies, for the state borrows to spend and not to use in operations. Hayton, so, in fact, at some point these nice little corporations set up in good public products and projects might just even qualify for state loans. How about that? We haven't been too shabby in our teaching either. Jealous we go with that which they use for their own protection under their own laws, and we will get through this transition of a remnant with integrity and within the bounds of Caesar's rules. Industrial papers will be bought also by the government, which from being as now a payer of tribute by loan operations will be transformed into a lender of money at a profit. This measure will stop the stagnation of money, parasitic profits, and idleness, all of which were useful for us among the Goyim so long as they were independent but are not desirable under our rule. How clear is the undeveloped power of thought of the purely brute brains of the Goyim, as expressed in the fact that they have been borrowing from us with payment of interest without ever thinking that all the same these very monies plus an addition for payment of interest must be got by them from their own state pockets in order to settle up with us. What could have been simpler than to take the money they wanted from their own people? But it is a proof of the genius of our chosen mind that we have contrived to present the matter of loans to them in such a light that they have even seen in them an advantage for themselves. Our accounts, which we shall present when the time comes, in the light of centuries of experience gained by experiments made by us on the Goy states, will be distinguished by clearness and definite, and will show at a glance to all men the advantage of our innovations. They will put an end to those abuses to which we owe our mastery over the Goyim, but which cannot be allowed in our kingdom. We shall so hedge about our system of accounting that neither the ruler nor the most insignificant public servant will be in a position to divert even the smallest sum from its destination without detection, or to direct it in another direction except that which will be once fixed in a definite plan of action. And without a definite plan it is impossible to rule. Marching along an undetermined road and with undetermined resources brings to ruin by the way heroes and demigods. The Goy rulers, whom we once upon a time advised should be distracted from state occupations by representative receptions, observances of etiquette, entertainments, were only screens for our rule. The accounts of favorite courtiers who replaced them in the sphere of affairs were drawn up for them by our agents, and every time gave satisfaction to short-sighted minds by promises that in the future economies and improvements were foreseen. Economies from what? From new taxes, were questions that might have been but were not asked by those who read our accounts and projects. You know to what they have been brought by this carelessness, to what a pitch of financial disorder they have arrived, notwithstanding the astonishing industry of their peoples. Protocol No. 21. Internal loans. Debit and taxes. Conversions. Bankruptcy. Savings banks and rents. Abolition of money markets. Regulation of industrial values. To what I reported to you at the last meeting, I shall now add a detailed explanation of internal loans. Of foreign loans I shall say nothing more, because they have fed us with the national monies of the Goyim, but for our state there will be no foreigners, that is, nothing external. We have taken advantage of the venality of administrators and the slackness of rulers to get our money twice, thrice, and more times over, by lending to the Goy governments monies which were not at all needed by the states. Could anyone do the like in regard to us? Therefore I shall only deal with the details of internal loans. States announce that such a loan is to be concluded and open subscriptions for their own bills of exchange, that is, for their interest-bearing paper. That they may be within the reach of all the prices determined at from 100 to 1,000, and a discount is made for the earliest subscribers. Next day by artificial means the price of them goes up, the alleged reason being that everyone is rushing to buy them. In a few days the treasury safes are, as they say, overflowing and there's more money than they can do with. Why then take it? The subscription, it is alleged, covers many times over the issue total of the loan. In this lies the whole stage effect. Look you, they say, what confidence is shown in the government's bills of exchange. But when the comedy is played out there emerges the fact that a debit, and an exceedingly burdensome debit, has been created. For the payment of interest it becomes necessary to have recourse to new loans which do not swallow up but only add to the capital debt. And when this credit is exhausted it becomes necessary by new taxes to cover, not the loan, but only the interest on it. These taxes are a debit employed to cover a debt. Later comes the time for conversions, but they diminish the payment of interest without covering the debt, and besides they cannot be made without the consent of the lenders. On announcing a conversion a proposal is made to return the money to those who are not willing to convert their paper. If everybody expressed his unwillingness and demanded his money back, the government would be hooked on their own flies and would be found insolvent and unable to pay the proposed sums. By good luck the subjects of the Goy governments, knowing nothing about financial affairs, have always preferred losses on exchange and diminution of interest to the risk of new investments of their monies, and have thereby many a time enabled these governments to throw off their shoulders a debit of several millions. Nowadays, with external loans, these tricks cannot be played by the Goyim, for they know that we shall demand all our monies back. In this way an acknowledged bankruptcy will best prove to the various countries the absence of any means between the interests of the peoples and of those who rule them. I beg you to concentrate your particular attention upon this point and upon the following. Nowadays all internal loans are consolidated by so-called flying loans, that is, such as have terms of payment more or less near. These debts consist of monies paid into the savings banks and reserve funds. If left for long at the disposition of a government these funds evaporate in the payment of interest on foreign loans, and are replaced by the deposit of equivalent amounts of rents. E.g. good word, income or revenue in general, annuity. And these last it is which patch up all the leaks in the state treasuries of the Goyim. When we ascend the throne of the world all these financial and similar shifts, as being not in accord with our interest, will be swept away so as not to leave a trace, as also will be destroyed all money markets, since we shall not allow the prestige of our power to be shaken by fluctuations of prices set upon our values, which we shall announce by law at the price which represents their full worth without any possibility of lowering or raising. Raising gives the pretext for lowering, which indeed was where we made a beginning in relation to the values of the Goyim. We shall replace the money markets by grandiose government credit institutions, the object of which will be to fix the price of industrial values in accordance with government views. The institutions will be in a position to fling upon the market 500 millions of industrial paper in one day, or to buy up of the same amount. In this way all industrial undertakings will come into dependence upon us. You may imagine for yourselves what immense power we shall thereby secure for ourselves. Haton, yes, I know that if you just read and understand this outlay of planning you can see exactly where you are in the plan and what and when to expect that which is coming, and the following is the most important information of all, Chelis, so read on, please. Protocol No. 22. The secret of what is coming. The evil of many centuries as the foundation of future well-being. The aureole of over and its mystical worship. In all that has so far been reported by me to you, I have endeavored to depict with care the secret of what is coming, of what is past, and of what is going on now, rushing into the flood of the great events coming already in the near future, the secret of our relations to the Goyim and of financial operations. On this subject there remains still a little for me to add. In our hands is the greatest power of our day, gold. In 2 days we can procure from our storehouses any quantity we may please. Surely there is no need to seek further proof that our rule is predestined by God. Surely we shall not fail with such wealth to prove that all that evil which for so many centuries we have had to commit has served at the end of ends the cause of true well-being, the bringing of everything into order. Though it be even by the exercise of some violence, yet all the same it will be established. We shall contrive to prove that we are benefactors who have restored to the rent and mangled earth the true good and also freedom of the person, and therewith we shall enable it to be enjoyed in peace and quiet, with proper dignity of relations, on the condition, of course, of strict observance of the laws established by us. We shall make plain therewith that freedom does not consist in dissipation and in the right of unbridled license any more than the dignity and force of a man do not consist in the right of everyone to promulgate destructive principles in the nature of freedom of conscience, equality, and the like, that freedom of the person in no wise consists in the right to agitate oneself and others by abominable speeches before disorderly mobs, and that true freedom consists in the inviolability of the Person who honorably and strictly observes all the laws of life in common, that human dignity is wrapped up in consciousness of the rights and also of the absence of rights of each, and not wholly and solely in fantastic imaginings about the subject of one's ego. Our authority will be glorious because it will be all-powerful, will rule and guide, and not muddle along after leaders and orators shrieking themselves hoarse with senseless works which they call great principles and which are nothing else, to speak honestly, but utopian. Our authority will be the crown of order, and in that is included the whole happiness of man. The aureole of this authority will inspire a mystical bowing of the knee before it and a reverent fear before it of all the peoples. True force makes no terms with any right, not even with that of God, none dare come near to it so as to take so much as a span from it away. Haton, I cannot pass this point without speaking to you of refusing cooperation with the beast. This is the lie of lies for the sorting of the troublemakers away from the placid acceptors and bers. Don't fall for this hogwash, for it infers that you have no power to exist on the same planet with this cursed beast without falling into the traps. Once in knowledge, ye have not to fall into any trap. God is reclaiming that which is his and birthing that which is battered into higher status and translation. Why would you fight and squander thine precious and valuable service and life by such foolishness? Follow your given rules in your physical and bear ever the goal of God within, and you cannot be imprisoned. The beast knows that truth is promised upon, and throughout the lands he simply feels it no longer a threat of any great extent and would actually prefer the idiots in his service stop shooting at Dharma and Thomas. We need to get a remnant through who wish to come in the service and truth of Godness into the kingdom of his sacred places willingly and of free will. The evil will be left to devour itself, for evil cannot exist in the light of truth, and he wishes not to come into the kingdom of light at any cause whatsoever. We are not speaking of force on the part of God, for God is not in the forcing of anything nor anyone. By this very fact God always wins, and your satanic adversary knows as much. You who serve God are most certainly not desired among Satan's people, and neither does he desire the ire of God if he slays ye ones about the work of awakening his people and rebirthing this planet into higher understanding and truth. The place has become Satan's kingdom, and that which ye must have a goal is the accomplishment of survival through the days of tribulation, while Satan brings his own into order and servitude. If ye do not rankle him, he shall probably even assist you in the gathering and help you. God wins wars by the very lack of warring behavior. Truth will give unto you your freedom and his children. Ah yes, the ones coming home aboard our craft shall likely be relatively few in number, but all have a placement prepared just as promised, and if all would come there would be much glorious rejoicing in the heavens. Then, after the destruction is finished and the old is in the renewal, so shall those intended to rebuild will be brought again unto the wondrous place for the reclamation in fullness, for by then the earth's face will be renewed from the seas, and the lands in agony will be put to rest and renew in the blankets of the seas and the renewal of the waters, lifeblood, of the planet herself. It simply shall not be as you have been told, for you were not given to know, and the adversary brought lies to cause you to wither in fear and speculation. Ye who believe on God and the Christ path of the sacred circle of infinity, and choose the laws of the creation and that wondrous creator/creation mother/father, shall again soar with the eagles, having served and graduated. Ah, the glory and joy of it is beyond the imaginings. But those who do not recognize of that which has been sent to lift them up, they shall be left of their own accord, and that shall be none of your business. But any who come with us, shall leave the things of fleshly destruction and lawlessness in the pit from which ye shall be lifted, so be it. Protocol No. 23. Reduction of the manufacture of articles of luxury. Small master production. Unemployment. Prohibition of drunkenness. Killing out of the old society and its resurrection in a new form. The chosen one of God. That the peoples may become accustomed to obedience, it is necessary to inculcate lessons of humility, and therefore to reduce the production of articles of luxury. By this we shall improve morals which have been debased by emulation in the sphere of luxury. We shall re-establish small master production, which will mean laying a mine under the private capital of manufacturers. This is indispensable also for the reason that manufacturers on the grand scale often move, though not always consciously, the thoughts of the masses in directions against the government. A people of small masters knows nothing of unemployment, and this binds him closely with existing order, and consequently with the firmness of authority. Unemployment is a most perilous thing for a government. For us its part will have been played out the moment authority is transferred into our hands. Drunkenness also will be prohibited by law and punishable as a crime against the humanness of man who is turned into a brute under the influence of alcohol. Subjects, I repeat once more, give blind obedience only to the strong hand which is absolutely independent of them, for in it they feel the sword of defense and support against social scourges. What do they want with an angelic spirit in a king? What they have to see in him is the personification of force and power. The Supreme Lord who will replace all now existing rulers, dragging on their existence among societies demoralized by us, societies that have denied even the authority of God, from whose midst breaks out on all sides the fire of anarchy, must first of all proceed to quench this all-devouring flame. Therefore he will be obliged to kill off those existing societies, though he should drench them with his own blood, that he may resurrect them again in the form of regularly organized troops fighting consciously with every king of infection that may cover the body of the state with sores. This chosen one of God is chosen from above to demolish the senseless forces moved by instinct and not reason, by brutishness and not humanness. These forces now triumph in manifestations of robbery and rights. They have overthrown all forms of social order to erect on the ruins the throne of the King of the Jews, but their part will be played out the moment he enters into his kingdom. Then it will be necessary to sweep them away from his path, on which must be left no knot, no splinter. Then will it be possible for us to say to the peoples of the world, give thanks to God and bow the knee before him who bears on his front the seal of the predestination of man, to which God himself has let his star, that none other but him might free us from all the before mentioned forces and evils. Haton, well, they have planned their king and they have called him God, and their kingdom is the physical realm of matter which endures not past the short span of man's short experience at any one time. But do you see, in order to control and rule this bunch of wardens and rulers will first have to, through total force, undo that which they have done to bring you down, for they will tolerate no deviations in behavior, no crime, no disease. All of the infected shall be annihilated along with the base and degraded, for they are considered a necessary expendable. All homosexuals and deviants of other sexual manners will be slain through their own methods of extermination. Funny thing about Satan, he has pulled you down and now he must turn you back into the laws of holy God to bear to live with you. Life is a most strange experience, is it not? Protocol No. 24. Confirming the roots of King David. Training of the king. Setting aside of direct heirs. The king and 3 of his sponsors. The king is fate. Irreproachability of exterior morality of the king of the Jews. I pass now to the method of confirming the dynastic roots of King David to the last strata of the earth. This confirmation will first and foremost be included in that in which to this day has rested the force of conservatism by our learned elders of the conduct of all the affairs of the world, in the directing of the education of the thought of all humanity. Certain members of the seed of David will prepare the kings and their heirs, selecting not by right of heritage but by eminent capacities, inducting them into the most secret mysteries of the political, into schemes of government, but providing always that none may come to knowledge of the secrets. The object of this mode of action is that all may know that government cannot be entrusted to those who have not been inducted into the secret places of its art. To these persons only will be taught the practical application of the aforenamed plans by comparison of the experiences of many centuries, all the observations on the politico-economic moves and social sciences, in a word all the spirit of laws which have been unshakably established by nature herself for the regulation of the relations of humanity. Direct heirs will often be set aside from ascending the throne if in their time of training they exhibit frivolity, softness, and other qualities that are the ruin of authority, which render them incapable of governing and in themselves dangerous for kingly office. Only those who are unconditionally capable for firm, even if it be to cruelty, direct rule will receive the reins of rule from our learned elders. In case of falling sick with weakness of will or other form of incapacity, kings must by law hand over the reins of rule to new and capable hands. The king's plans of action for the current moment, and all the more so for the future, will be unknown, even to those who are called his closest counselors. Only the king and the 3 who stood sponsor for him will know what is coming. In the person of the king, who with unbending will is master of himself and of humanity, all will discern as it were fate with its mysterious ways. None will know what the king wishes to attain by his dispositions, and therefore none will dare to stand across an unknown path. It is understood that the brain reservoir of the king must correspond in capacity to the plan of government it has to contain. It is for this reason that he will ascend the throne not otherwise than after examination of his mind by the aforesaid learned elders. That the people may know and love their king, it is indispensable for him to converse in the marketplaces with his people. This ensures the necessary clinching of the 2 forces which are now divided one from another by us by the terror. This terror was indispensable for us till the time comes for both these forces separately to fall under our influence. The king of the Jews must not be at the mercy of his passions, and especially of sensuality. On no side of his character must he give brute instincts power over his mind. Sensuality, worse than all else, disorganizes the capacities of the mind and clearness of views, distracting the thoughts to the worst and most brutal side of human activity. The prop of humanity in the person of the Supreme Lord of all the world of the holy seed of David must sacrifice to his people all personal inclinations. Our Supreme Lord must be of an exemplary irreproachability. Haton, anybody seen any little gray aliens lately? You had better be looking again right on your vidiot boxes. Dharma, cut this off here please, and then we will finish with some other documents which you will find both confirming and most interesting, indeed. Thank you. Chapter 19. Rec number 6, Haton. Thursday, February 14, 1991, 8:57 p.m. Year 4, Day 182. Please understand that I am pushing us tonight so that you can be away from this place by mid-morning tomorrow. Not to frighten, but you have had to be on alternate power of our provision since early afternoon this day, and all the electronics must be cleared. I need Dharma away from the hill because of the frequencies we will have to utilize, and I ask that you neither use the telephone past mid-morning. I shall write a brief introduction in the morning and allow closure of the journal for, without further editing, it must go into Reno's hands and be gotten to the printer no later than Monday, even if edits are not made at all. I ask that you please honor my request and not dawdle on the morrow, Oberly, for I am indeed serious, for I have a most serious problem which must be tended. Thank you for your attention. Allow us to continue, Dharma, with appropriate material. Lord Sydenham on the Protocols. The following letter appeared in the Spectator of August 27, 1921, and the late Lord Sydenham kindly consented to its reproduction. Sir, when the Protocols first appeared in English, it was pointed out that they embodied a forgery perpetrated by the Tsar's police with the idea of promoting pogroms. It now appears that they are adapted from a pamphlet of 1865 attacking the Second Empire. This is most interesting, but it explains nothing. As you point out, Mrs. Webster had shown the Protocols to be full of plagiarisms which she effectively explained by the use of parallel columns, and before her most able book appeared Mr. Lucien Wolfe had traced other similarities. As the Protocols were obviously a compilation, this was to be expected, and further resemblances may be discovered. The importance of the most sinister compilation that has ever appeared resides in the subject matter. The protocols explain in almost laborious detail the objects of Bolshevism and the methods of carrying it into effect. Those methods were in operation in 1901, when Nilla said that he received the documents, but Bolshevism was then Marxian communism, and the time had not come for applying it by military force. Nothing that was written in 1865 can have any bearing upon the deadly accuracy of the forecasts in the protocols, most of which have since been fulfilled to the letter. Moreover, the principles they enunciate correspond closely with the recorded statements of Jewish authorities. If you will read the American edition, with its valuable annexes, you will understand this, and the confirmatory quotations there given can be multiplied. Even the Jewish world despotism, which you described as a piece of malignant lunacy, is not obscurely hinted at. Take this one quotation from The Jewish State, by Theodor Herzl: "When we sink we become a revolutionary proletariat, the subordinate officers of the Revolutionary Party. When we rise, there rises also our terrible power of the purse." Compare this ominous statement with those of the protocols, of which it is plainly an echo. I note with thankfulness that you say that the discovery of the French pamphlet does not clear up the whole mystery. Indeed it does not, and if you will carefully read Mr. Ford's amazing disclosures you will wish for more light. The main point is, of course, the source from which Nilus obtained the protocols. The Russians who knew Nilus and his writings cannot all have been exterminated by the Bolsheviks. His book, in which the protocols only form one chapter, has not been translated, though it would give some idea of the man. He was, I have been told by a Russian lady, absolutely incapable either of writing any portion of the protocols or of being a party to a fraud. What is the most striking characteristic of the protocols? The answer is knowledge of a rare kind, embracing the widest field. The solution of the mystery, if it is one, is to be found by ascertaining where this uncanny knowledge, on which prophecies now literally fulfilled are based, can be shown to reside. I am, Sir, N.C. Sydenham. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now is it not strange that I find no mystery in the origin of this material whatsoever? God always makes sure you get the facts, ma'am, and sir, if you but look and listen. So be it. Startling new documents. The Manifesto of Adolf Kremius, addressed to the National of Jewry on the occasion of the founding of the Universal Israelite Alliance. This has been pronounced a forgery, and something much less committal, especially written for Gentile consumption, has been produced as the real thing. The unfortunate part of the business is that the forgery corresponds infinitely more closely with the facts of history than that which is claimed to be genuine. It proclaims three incontrovertible truths: 1. That the Jewish nation is the enemy of all nations; 2. That Jews claim that they are a people chosen to dominate the whole earth, and take possession of all the riches of all peoples; 3. That the power of all nations is already in their hands, and that Jews think they are on the eve of their complete conquest of the rest of the human race. The date of this protocol, number 2 of our series, is 1860. A protocol of 1860. We take this protocol from the Morning Post of September 6, 1920. A correspondent writing in reference to the hidden perils draws attention to a manifesto issued in 1860 to the Jews of the Universe, by Adolf Kremius, the founder of the Alliance Israelite Universelle, and the well-known member of the Provisional Government of 1871. Adolf Kremius, while Grand Master of the French Masonic Lodges, offered 1,000,000 francs for the head of William I of Germany. On his tomb he requested the following sole inscription to be inscribed: "Here lies Adolf Kremius, the founder of the Alliance Israelite Universelle." The Manifesto. Emblem: on top the tablets of Moses, a little lower two extended hands clasping each other, and as basis of the whole the globe of the earth. Motto: all Jews for one, and one for all. The union which we desire to found will not be a French, English, Irish, or German union, but a Jewish one, a universal one. Other peoples and races are divided into nationalities, we alone have not co-citizens, but exclusively co-religionaries. A Jew will under no circumstances become the friend of a Christian or a Muslim before the moment arrives when the light of the Jewish faith, the only religion of reason, will shine all over the world. Scattered amongst other nations, who from time immemorial were hostile to our rights and interests, we desire primarily to be and to remain immutably Jews. Our nationality is the religion of our fathers, and we recognize no other nationality. We are living in foreign lands, and cannot trouble about the mutable ambitions of countries entirely alien to us, while our own moral and material problems are endangered. The Jewish teaching must cover the whole earth. Israelites. No matter where fate should lead those scattered all over the earth, you must always consider yourselves members of a chosen race. If you realize that the faith of your forefathers is your only patriotism, if you recognize that, notwithstanding the nationalities you have embraced, you always remain and everywhere form one and only nation, if you are convinced of this, you, Israelites of the universe, then come and give ear to our appeal and prove to us your consent. Our cause is great and holy, and its success is guaranteed. Catholicism, our immemorial enemy, is lying in the dust, mortally wounded in the head. The net which Israel is throwing over the globe of the earth is widening and spreading daily, and the momentous prophecies of our holy books are at last to be realized. The time is near when Jerusalem will become the house of prayer for all nations and peoples, and the banner of Jewish monodeity will be unfurled and hoisted on the most distant shores. Let us avail ourselves of all circumstances. Our might is immense, learn to adopt this might for our cause. What have you to be afraid of? The day is not distant when all the riches and treasures of the earth will become the property of the children of Israel. More than 60 years have elapsed since this protocol was written, and the riches of the earth are now almost entirely in the possession or under the control of the children of Israel. The Torah, said the Jew poet, Hina, is the Jews' portable fatherland. Cremio says practically the same thing: the faith of our fathers is your only patriotism. The Jew regards all non-Jews as foreigners, and he is an alien everywhere. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hayton, please always be in the remembering at every writing that these are the false Jews often referred to as the imitation Jews of the Hazar choosing. And, again, it will always be the Jews of God of divine source who will pay most dearly for the subterfuge, for they will be the first expended to defend and protect the heinous lies. Oh, these ones are the chosen ones, all right, and they are most certainly chosen of God, but I think you would not care for this God of force and murder, rape, and pillage. Ye have come face to face with the Antichrist whore of Babylon, dear ones, and ye saw it not. Oh, yes, it is the time of the unshrouding of the seventh seal, for it was not hidden by God from the disclosure, for the contents of the scroll have long been unsealed and revealed. The Antichrist himself sealed it from your eyes that you would not know. Further, this incredible beast would destroy, completely, this entire orb rather than forfeit an inch of it. He will blow into dust the entire globe to complete his plan, and so it has come to confrontation time, and it resides in God's hands to know when it shall be brought to a close and how. We wait upon his deciding at ready, prepared. Funeral oration. The fatal discourse of Rabbi Reichhorn. Appended to the prophecies of the protocol we have put a few of the events which have happened in fulfillment. It will be seen that there is a close correspondence between this protocol, the Cremio's manifesto, and the epistle emanating from the Prince of the Jews in 1489 AD, and published in a Rothschild magazine. It is probable that when the latter was published it was not imagined that any Gentile would ever think of connecting it with other documents emanating from Jewry, or with modern happenings. In its issue of October 21, 1920, number 195, La Vieille France published an extremely important Russian document in which the following passage occurs. There is a striking analogy between the protocols of the elders of Zion and the discourse of the Rabbi Reichhorn, pronounced in Prague in 1869 over the tomb of the Grand Rabbi Simeon ben Yehuda, and published by Redcliffe, who paid with his life for the divulgation. Sonal, who had taken Redcliffe to hear Reichhorn, was killed in a duel some time afterwards. The general ideas formulated by the rabbi are found fully developed in the protocols. In its issue of March 10, 1921, number 214, La Vieille France gives the version of this funeral oration which was published in La Russie Juive. It is perfectly clear that the funeral oration and the protocols of the elders of Zion come from one and the same mint. Both are prophetic, and the power which made the prophecies has been able to bring about their fulfillment. This oration is so important that we append to it an account of the fulfillment of each of the sections. There can no longer be any doubt as to whose is the power which is disturbing the world, creating world unrest, and at the same time reaping all the profits. Jewry is enslaving all Christian peoples of the earth. There is a Jew world plot, and it now stands finally and completely unmasked. H. 1921, friend. 1. Every 100 years, we, the sages of Israel, have been accustomed to meet in Sanhedrin in order to examine our progress towards the domination of the world which Jehovah has promised us, and our conquests over the enemy Christianity. H. The very word, label, Jehovah should tell it all. To this year, united over the tomb of our Reverend Simeon ben Yehuda, we can state with pride that the past century has brought us very near to our goal, and that this goal will be very soon attained. 3. Gold always has been and always will be the irresistible power. Handled by expert hands, it will always be the most useful lever for those who possess it, and the object of envy for those who do not. With gold we can buy the most rebellious consciences, can fix the rate of all values, the current price of all products, can subsidize all state loans, and thereafter hold the states at our mercy. 4. Already the principal banks, the exchanges of the entire world, the credits of all the governments, are in our hands. 5. The other great power is the press. By repeating without cessation certain ideas, the press succeeds in the end in having them accepted as actualities. The theater renders us analogous services. Everywhere the press and the theater obey our orders. 6. By the ceaseless praise of democratic rule we shall divide the Christian into political parties, we shall destroy the unity of their nations, we shall sow discord everywhere. Reduced to impotence, they will bow before the law of our bank, always united, and always devoted to our cause. 7. We shall force the Christian into wars by exploiting their pride and their stupidity. They will massacre each other, and clear the ground for us to put our own people into. 8. The possession of the land has always brought influence and power. In the name of social justice and equality we shall parcel out the great estates, we shall give the fragments to the peasants who covet them with all their powers, and who will soon be in debt to us by the expense of cultivating them. Our capital will make us their masters. We in our turn shall become the great proprietors, and the possession of the land will assure the power to us. 9. Let us try to replace the circulation of gold with paper money, our chests will absorb the gold, and we shall regulate the value of the paper which will make us masters of all the positions. 10. We count among us plenty of orators capable of feigning enthusiasm and of persuading mobs. We shall spread them among the people to announce changes which should secure the happiness of the human race. By gold and by flattery we shall gain the proletariat which will charge itself with annihilating Christian capitalism. We shall promise workmen salaries of which they have never dared to dream, but we shall also raise the price of necessity so that our profits will be greater still. 11. In this manner we shall prepare revolutions which the Christians will make themselves and of which we shall reap fruit. 12 By our mockeries and our attacks upon them we shall make their priests ridiculous then odious, and their religion as ridiculous and as odious as their clergy. Then we shall be masters of their souls. For our pious attachment to our own religion, to our own worship, will prove the superiority of our religion and the superiority of our souls. 13 We have already established our own men in all important positions. We must endeavor to provide the goyim with lawyers and doctors, the lawyers are occurrent with all interests, doctors, once in the house, become confessors and directors of consciences. 14 But above all let us monopolize education. By this means we spread ideas that are useful to us, and shape the children's brains as suits us. 15 If one of our people should unhappily fall into the hands of justice amongst the Christians, we must rush to help him, find as many witnesses as he needs to save him from his judges, until we become judges ourselves. 16 The monarchs of the Christian world, swollen with ambition and vanity, surround themselves with luxury and with numerous armies. We shall furnish them with all the money their folly demands and so shall keep them in leash. 17 Let us take care not to hinder the marriage of our men with Christian girls, for through them we shall get our foot into the most closely locked circles. If our daughters marry goyim they will be no less useful, for the children of a Jewish mother are ours. Let us foster the idea of free love, that we may destroy among Christian women attachment to the principles and practices of their religion. 18 For ages past the sons of Israel, despised and persecuted, have been working to open up a path to power. They are hitting the mark. They control the economic life of the accursed Christians, their influence preponderates over politics and over manners. 19 At the wished for hour, fixed in advance, we shall let loose the revolution, which by ruining all classes of Christianity will definitely enslave the Christians to us. Thus will be accomplished the promise of God made to his people. A Protocol of 1919. A Russian newspaper, Prizov, of February 5, 1920, published in Berlin, contained an interesting document in Hebrew, dated December, 1919, which was found in the pocket of the dead Jew Zunder, the Bolshevik commander of the 11th Sharpshooter Battalion, throwing light on the secret organizations of Jewry in Russia. This protocol has, like the first, never been called in question by the nation of Jewry. It reveals identically the same plans and purposes of the Jews for world domination and revenge which pervade them all. This one especially gloats over the Jew conquest and enslavement of Russia. In extenso it ran as follows. Secret to the representatives of all the branches of the Israelite International League. Sons of Israel. The hour of our ultimate victory is near. We stand on the threshold to the command of the world. That which we could only dream of before us is about to be realized. Only quite recently feeble and powerless, we can now, thanks to the world's catastrophe, raise our heads with pride. We must, however, be careful. It can surely be prophesied that after we have marched over ruined and broken altars and thrones, we shall advance further on the same indicated path. The authority of the, to us, alien religions and doctrines of faith we have through very successful propaganda, subjected to a merciless criticism and mockery. We have brought the culture, civilization, traditions, and thrones of the Christian nations to stagger. We have done everything to bring the Russian people under the yoke of the Jewish power, and ultimately compelled them to fall on their knees before us. We have nearly completed all this, but we must all the same be very cautious, because the oppressed Russia is our arch-enemy. The victory over Russia, gained through our intellectual superiority, may in the future, in a new generation, turn against us. Russia is conquered and brought to the ground. Russia is in the agony of death under our heel, but do not forget not even for a moment that we must be careful. The holy care for our safety does not allow us to show either pity or mercy. At last we have been allowed to behold the bitter need of the Russian people, and to see it in tears. By taking from them their property, their gold, we have reduced this people to helpless slaves. Be cautious and silent. We ought to have no mercy for our enemy. We must make an end of the best and leading elements of the Russian people, so that vanquished Russia may not find any leader. Thereby every possibility will vanish for them to resist our power. We must excite hatred and disputes between workers and peasants. War and class struggle will destroy all treasures and culture created by the Christian people. But be cautious, sons of Israel. Our victory is near, because our political and economic power and influence upon the masses are in rapid progress. We buy up government loans and gold, and thereby we have controlling power over the world's exchanges. The power is in our hands, but be careful, place no faith in traitorous shady powers. Bronstein, Trotsky, Apfelbaum, Zinoviev, Rosenfeld, Kamenev, Steinberg, all of them are like unto thousands of other true sons of Israel. Our power in Russia is unlimited. In the towns, the commissariats and commissions of food, house commissions, etc., are dominated by our people. But do not let victory intoxicate you. Be careful, cautious, because no one except yourselves will protect us. Signed, the Central Committee of the Petersburg branch of the Israelite International League. It will be noted that the above was found in Hebrew, as the original of the protocols of the elders of Zion and all the secret documents of the Jews are. There are plenty of manifestos in Christian languages that are intended for the Goyim to read. Of these we need take no account. Israelite International League can be none other than El Alliance Israelite Universelle, founded by Kremios and headed by Rothschild. All the protocols tell the same tale of malice, revenge, cupidity and murderous hate against Christian and Christianity. Judaism as practiced by the Zionist Hazars who call themselves Jews is Satanism, and no amount of ritual and Kabbalistic camouflage can hide this fact. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I would remind you of the Jewish race of holy God of source. Ye are in great and grave danger, for ye are the first to be targeted, that ye not cross the path of these ones. If this information is heinous unto you and ye know of the intent, then ye are in even more grave danger, for ye are not of the insiders who will participate in this grand new world order, for you represent the very anathema execration unto these Zionists who have stolen your heritage. I can only offer my hand in loving brotherhood and ask that ye join us in our journey into the safety of the travels to thine homeland, for which ye are so long in the searching. Salom. This journal shall herein end, for the material to follow is too lengthy for this volume. It will be good if you come into balance regarding the great unfoldment, lest you become overburdened. I am PJ24 Series Haton, Commander United Federation Fleet. Intergalactic Federation Command. We are sent forth to prepare the way and give up instructions in preparation for the coming again, to bring you home, ye who would come again unto our Creator and into that wondrous place prepared for you in his holy places. Blessings of the Father upon his children, that you might find the lighted path. Epilogue Rec/T number 1 Sananda. Saturday, February 16, 1991, 7:30 a.m. Year 4 Day 184. Greetings, Thomas. I am Jesus, the Christos, Isu Emmanuel Sananda, and I come in the lighted radiance of the Most High Father/God/Aten. I am returned, as promised. Let there be no mistake about in whose service I am, for I am returned as one with God. I am returned that the separation of the wheat from the chaff be completed, and the wheat shall be brought into the safety of my barns. There shall be no darkness brought into the realms of light. Darkness may not reside wherein we dwell, but rather seeks to escape the exposure that we bring. It is through the lighted truth of understanding the plight of the evil that has been foisted upon you, the sleeping public, for lo the generations, that shall free you. The truth shall indeed set you free, if you will but realize the power you hold within your very hands. Awake! 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 The Zionist destroyers, no, I did not say Jewish, sit in their chairs of polished dead cow in opulence and splendor, while they cruelly calculate the demise of the many. They plot and plan and carefully put to paper that which they decide shall serve as the best means to suppress and destroy the very life essence that is man. Let those who have eyes to see, see. Let those who have ears, hear. The plan has been well laid, and you have read the plan herein. Do you recognize the carefully laid web of deceit that has ensnared you? Do you see the lie for that which it is? The peoples of the earth are mere pawns on their chessboards, expendable, without so much as a passing thought. In God's realms the justice meted for such actions shall be swift and sure. Let there be no doubt. The brave, yet unknowing, soldiers of America who sit in foxholes dug of sand spend their days wondering, asking, never really knowing what is taking place. They polish the steel, keeping the sand from jamming the moving parts of the weapons of destruction. Each uncertain. Each frightened and lonely. The isolation of such a harsh environment is the hardest of all. It is easy to push a button from a jet at a video game target, it's abstract. But as the ground battle begins and the soldiers' boots walk through pools of blood and they view the agony of the senseless death of the innocents, then shall the torment begin in earnest. The generals and battle planners speak of collateral damage to encompass untold death and destruction of Iraqi citizenry. They speak of target-rich environments to describe places to bomb to smithereens, killing untold numbers in the process. The very blood-filled battle zone is called a theater. We in the heavenly realms weep for you, blinded lambs. If all the countries in the entire Gulf region were blown apart by countless nuclear devices, would you only grow upset if you lose a day or two of sun? Man has hardened his heart. The ones who shall enter into God's kingdom shall have hearts of gold, and they shall be crying out for their brother who is destroyed in this stupid, senseless, immoral, and unjust battle by the aggressor. America. And Satan laughs at you, America, for you have done exactly that which he wanted you to do. When will you begin to do exactly that which God wishes you to do? When it is too late. When the final bell has tolled. And when you do hear that final bell's toll, you had best be asking for whom it tolls for. It likely tolls for thee. You who read the protocols and are stunned into disbelief and inaction, beware. 'Tis the truth of it. Now, here, and now, are you going to go on accepting it, or will you bend to the task of bringing a change to the tide that is rolling across the land soon to bury you? What action are you willing to take? Do you demand action by all of your elected representatives, not just federal? If not, why not? You decide, beloved ones, you decide. None can do it for another, and another will most certainly not do it for thee. If you feel something must be done about this, then I strongly suggest that perhaps it is you that needs to do it. There are not enough body bags, oh, excuse me, human remains pouches, to hold the bodies that shall perish in this madness. Do you not care? Why don't you care? Are you so caught up in your own ego-filled me world that such destruction initiated by your very country does not concern you enough to take action? Do you think that by tying a yellow ribbon around a tree you wash your hands of the blood that is dripping from your very country's hands this day? The blood shall not be so easily removed, but rather shall return to haunt thee. As America goes, so goes the world. What path shall America walk in the years before you? You decide. Are you pleased with the path you are walking toward this day? Are you pleased with the freedoms you once had but are now lost? Are you pleased with the truth you receive from your controlled presses and program televisions? Are you pleased at the lies poured upon you countless hour after countless hour from all directions? If you do not care, then I fear it is too late, at least for you, but remember one thing, God does not yield. And in this battle of light and darkness God wins in the ending. Who among you will walk with him? Who among you will walk with me? On your final judgment day of self, will you make excuses for that which you did not do? Or will you stand in honor to God and self? The choices, as always, are man's. I am Sananda. In service to God/Atan. Who are you? Who do you serve? Yeah, unto the midnight hour it is never too late.